Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Morning sunlight spread across the land, gilding Rustboro City in gold. But the calm was broken by two processions marching into town. The first wore yellow robes, their faces cold and calculating. At their head walked a middle-aged man with a gentle smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. The second group followed at a distance, dressed in stark white robes with ruler-shaped badges pinned to their chests. Their bearing was upright, serious, and entirely opposed to the Yellow Robe faction. These were inspectors, one faction dispatched by the Rock Guild, the other by the Alliance. Though here for the same purpose, they marched far apart, their very presence clashing in the air. The smiling leader of the guild sighed, drifted closer. "Mr. Lin's son," he said warmly, "sorry to trouble you today." Lin's son, the Alliance inspector, shot him a cold glance. "Mr. Xing, sure, you are polite. This is my duty. No need to speak further." Without waiting for a reply, Lin's son strode ahead with his team, leaving Qingshi behind. Qingshi's smile never faltered. He waved and exchanged greetings with the inspectors as they passed. But when they were gone, a young trainer with a hard expression stepped up. "President, he clearly despises us. Lin's son must have someone backing him." "Don't say that." Qingshi's voice stayed light. "Youth are always fiery. Go find out who he is. Every obstacle is just another chance for us to grow." The young man bowed and moved off, relaying orders to dig into Lin Sen's background. Qingshi, meanwhile, squinted up at the sun, hand shading his eyes. Good weather. Time to break through obstacles and set foot on Elite. His guild members, following behind, stared at Rustboro with greedy eyes. A bustling city, a gym ripe for the taking. With a gym came Alliance resources, protection, and status. To hold one was to gain a shield and a bargaining chip for the future. Hungry wolves, they marched toward their prey. At the back of the Rustboro gym, Xing sat helplessly watching Lao Du and teacher Xing fuss over small gifts Xing had brought back from other cities. "Ma'am, this mask isn't bad, came from Alien City." "Old Du, try this ramen." Xing said it's from Fir Tree. Xing sighed, dropped an eye mask over his face, and leaned back in a chair. Sunlight warmed his skin. Everything that needed doing was already done. All that remained was to send the Rock Guild's people to Giratina, though the dragon was still in hiding, hunted by Sukun. Poor Sharon Dragon, Xing thought, half amused, half sympathetic. Majestic, yet living so miserably in a borrowed Jengar body. He shook his head. Suakun's irritable, narrow-minded streak was sharper than anything he remembered from his past life. Information from then was only a guide now, never to be followed blindly. By then, the two forces had gathered at the gym entrance. Half the inspectors had already dispersed into the city to investigate black markets and hidden criminal groups. The Alliance was corrupt but not blind. Their goal was stability, not total eradication. Even the black market, however unwelcome, remained a pillar of the economy. As the factions squared off, a figure emerged from the gym, Jenny Meng. Gold-rimmed glasses, single ponytail, confident smile. Today she had chosen to stand in full support of the Rustboro gym. The Jenny family carried enormous weight within the Alliance. Inspectors, executioners, investigators, all counted Jennies among their highest ranks. A single gesture from Meng was enough to command respect. Lin's son stepped forward, bowed, and spoke with unshaken seriousness. "Lin's son, disciple of the Jenny lineage, greets Miss Meng." Jenny Meng blinked, surprised. She hadn't expected this. Qingshi, watching from the side, froze for an instant. Then his smile returned, but his interest in Lin's son evaporated. Jenny disciples were untouchable. Long ago, a quasi-elite who dared defy them had been erased in an instant, body and ashes both. Withdraw the ambush, Xing whispered to his lieutenant. No traces, no risks. The young man nodded, though his voice held frustration. Understood. But with this, we lose our chance at review. Xing chuckled softly. Don't forget, we planted nails. The apprentice assessments have 3 rounds. If Rustboro Gym fails too, multiple reviews will follow. Every 6 months, for 3 years. 6 opportunities. Patience gleamed in his eyes. He wasn't here to take the gym in one strike. His aim was longer, sharper, to force repeated reviews, chip away at Du Yan's strength, break his will, and at the perfect moment, seize the gym and step onto the path of an elite. That's it, Miss Meng. The family sent me to assist gym leader Du Yan. Lin Sen's voice was low, but Jenny Meng understood. As one of the Jenny family, she knew exactly what Du Yan's presence meant to the Alliance. A master-level breeder clan, an elite-level gym leader, and a brilliant pioneer. What that family could accomplish in just a few years was terrifying to imagine. And though they kept a distance from the Alliance, Jenny's influence ensured they were never too far. As long as they were willing to lend a hand in times of crisis, that was enough. Compared to them, Xing and the Rock Guild were nothing more than noise. I see, Jenny Meng said flatly. Go ahead with the review. Though her tone was cool, her heart was calm. She had grown up under Xing Yi's teaching, side by side with Kenan. The Rustboro Gym was as much home as her own family. Leaning toward the Alliance benefited everyone here. She couldn't refuse. The inspectors entered in an orderly line, spreading through the gym with their recording boards, each carrying out their duties. Lin Sun followed Jenny Meng deeper inside, where Du Yan and teacher Xing Yi sat together, a boy in a blindfold stretched lazily under the sun nearby. Lin Sun greets gym leader Du Yan and Master Xing. He said formally, bowing. Before he could say more, Du Yan hurled a bag of food at the boy. Brat, wake up. Everyone's here, and you're still sleeping. Smack. Old Du, Xing said evenly, catching the bag without looking. Don't be so irritable. You'll age faster. He removed the blindfold and smirked, drawing laughter from Xing Yi. Lin Sun stepped forward with a polite smile. Hello, Mr. Bai. I am Lin Sun of the Alliance. Come with me. Xing cut him off. Don't disturb teacher and old Du. He rose, unhurried, and walked toward the reception room, opening the food bag as he went. Lin Sun hesitated, glancing at Du Yan, Xing Yi, and Jenny Meng. Receiving no objection, he followed. Leafage candy. Old Du knows me too well. Xing popped one into his mouth, then offered the bag. Mr. Lin, want one? Lin Sun frowned and waved it off. His expression was grave. Mr. Bai, I came to discuss something important. What's important? Xing asked with mock seriousness. Is it the Rock Guild trying to seize Rustboro Gym? Or the Alliance trying to win us over? Lin Sun stiffened, but said nothing, his meaning obvious enough. Xing chuckled. Still young. Still thinking like a greenhouse flower. Too easy to read. He led Lin Sun into the reception room, poured tea, and at last grew serious. Tell me your plan. Relieved, Lin Sun spoke quickly, outlining the Alliance's position. They could block the Rock Guild through special channels, keeping them from interfering with Rustboro Gym. No conditions, no strings. Xing sat silently, mulling it over. Alliance framed it as goodwill, an investment in ties with the gym. But for him, interference was the last thing he wanted. If the Alliance forced Xing away, how could he deliver them to Giratina? Smiling faintly, he shook his head. Thank the Alliance for its kindness, but it's better we solve this ourselves. Lin Sun frowned, ready to argue, but Xing continued smoothly. That said, Rustboro Gym is always glad to stand with the Jenny family. The words lit Lin Sun's face. Thank you, Mr. Bai. On behalf of my family, I am grateful. Xing didn't reply, only refilled Lin Sun's cup. He steered the conversation toward lighter things, asking about the inspector role. My talent is average, Lin Sun admitted. I only serve as captain of a 10-man squad, in charge of... The minutes slipped by until a sharp buzz broke the air. Both men received the same message on their communicators. Without a word, they stood and walked toward the front of the gym, passing Du Yin and Xing, still sitting together as if nothing could disturb them. Xing called out, "Old Du, teacher, I'm off to prepare for the apprentice assessment. Go. Be careful." Their replies were brief. Neither dared fight here. If an elite rock-type Pokémon clashed with Du Yin, the devastation would spread across cities. Rustboro Forest would have to carry that burden instead. Inside the gym, Xing found the inspectors gathered, reading out reports one by one. Badge issuance count qualified. Resource deployment qualified. More than a dozen categories, all passed without issue. Yet Xing's brow twitched at one in particular. He shot a glance at Lin's son, who only gave him a discreet thumbs up. Xing nearly laughed aloud. Alliance was unbelievable. Almost every gym resource allocated here had been consumed by the Rock Legion, but the inspectors didn't so much as flinch. Veterans indeed. "Mr. Bai," Lin's son said at last, "we've done everything within our duty. From here, it's up to you." After the inspection was completed, the remaining inspectors turned and walked out of the Rustboro gym, and only 3 stayed with Lin's son. They are the referees for the next apprenticeship assessment. The 3 apprenticeship assessments are not conducted separately, but at the same time to quickly determine the winner. At this time, in the courtyard behind the gymnasium, a nose pass slowly descended from soaring in the sky with Kennen. The nose pass with a magnet rise skill can carry trainer flying. Seeing his daughter coming, Du Yin said calmly, "Shaoan, fight with peace of mind. Don't force yourself to win or lose, understand?" "I see. You and the senior brother have said it many times." After complaining, Kennen walked towards the front of the gym. Seeing Kennen's figure entering the gym, Du Yin stood up, patted his sleeves, took out a pokeball, and threw it towards the backyard, and then walked over. "Don't play for too long. Come back early." Hearing these words, Du Yin just waved his hand lightly. Seeing Du Yin waving, Xing teacher chuckled and picked up the teacup beside her. She naturally knew her husband's strength, and Elite also said that 02 couldn't tell who would win, let alone a guy who was obsessed with calculations all day long. Soon, above the soaring in the sky of the Rustboro Gymnasium, an Aerodactyl exuding a terrifying aura sword, and above it was Du Yin with a proud expression. At the entrance of the gymnasium, looking at the Aerodactyl's figure, Xing was no longer amiable, and his face was full of madness. "Du Yin, Riddy, you guys are the stumbling blocks on my elite road. I will definitely crush you, definitely." Full of madness and the depression, Xing directly pressed the pokeball on his waist, and an alakazam appeared beside him. Looking at it, Xing immediately opened his mouth and said, "Catch up with that guy. Help me defeat him. I will definitely fulfill your request." If Xing was here, he could instantly sense that the aura on this alakazam was exactly the same as the super-restricted aura in Baisong's mind back then. Hearing Xing's words, alakazam directly launched Psychic, who was quasi-elite peak, and disappeared with the jewel figure. After Xing disappeared, a figure hidden in the dark heaved a sigh of relief and appeared in front of many members of the Rock Guild. However, it is obvious that no one knows Xing's plan except Xing's confidant, the gloomy young man, and the rest of them stare at Baisong as if they were traitors. It's just that there are Alliance inspectors beside him. They can't make a move. They can only stare at Baisong with murderous and malicious eyes. However, compared to Xing, who left a psychological shadow on Baisong at the beginning, these gazes are simply weak and unable to shake Baisong at all. With steady steps, Baisong walked into the gymnasium and came directly to Xing, who was chatting with Kennen. "My lord, I'm here. Get ready and fight hard. After today, the Rock Guild can change back to Bai's surname." Patting Baisong on the shoulder, Xing encouraged him, "Since the members of the Rock Guild came here, don't go back. It doesn't matter to others. Xing must die." And since Xing detected the super restraint in Baisong's head, Du Yin had been prepared early, and none of them could escape today. This is why Xing and Du Yin told Kennen to be indifferent. So what if the opponent wins? Without the leading hunter, what can this group of hounds do? But in order to save some time and energy, it is better to pass the apprenticeship assessment directly. Okay, let those people outside come in. Seeing that the 3 people from the Rustboro gym had arrived, Lin's son ordered to an inspector beside him. Nodding, the inspector took out the communicator and sent a message directly. A few minutes later, people from the Rock Guild walked in. There were as many as 10 people. It is estimated that so many people were arranged to prevent Rustboro from collecting information and targeting them. Glancing at the 10 people on the opposite side without interest, Xing directly took out a remote control and pressed it. Boom! With the pressing of the remote control, the huge battlefield began to crack, and 3 battle rings rose slowly from the cracks. This is a thing that every gymnasium will build. The purpose is to conduct gymnasium assessment one day and have a fighting venue. Without discussing any tactics, the 3 of Xing directly boarded a battle arena and prepared to fight their respective enemies. The gloomy young man glanced fiercely at Xing, and the fighting spirit in his eyes was about to burst out. It was obvious that he had found the information of Bai Ruoxing and wanted to fight. But thinking about the plan of himself and others, he arranged for the 2 behind him to board the ring between Bai Song and Xing, while he stood opposite Kennen. In their plan, just winning 2 games is enough. White Pine will lose directly, and they will defeat Kennen. Come out, Larvitar. Under the expectant eyes of the gloomy youth, Kennen released Larvitar. His face became joyful, and he directly pressed the Pokeball on his neck. And amidst the white light overflowing, a Pokémon with a whole body of water blue and a yellow volute appeared on the field. Omastar, no wonder. Seeing the Pokémon, Kennen understood why Rival was so happy. Not only the attribute problem, but the strength of this Omastar is probably only a little short of the elite's gathering of energy. Maybe it will be promoted directly during the battle. And Larvitar can only be regarded as the first time to enter the advanced level, and the gap with the opponent is not small, and he can only rely on the advantage of the quasi-god and his own command to try to win. Boom! Just when the 2 were confronting each other, a huge sound sounded from the side, and a figure flew out directly, startling everyone. Looking up, Xing was standing on the ring with a Larvitar board, and there was a 940 deep human-shaped crater on the opposite wall. How was it possible? Seeing this scene, the gloomy young man was filled with disbelief. That person was not as strong as him, but he was only 1 step away from being an elite. Just when he was surprised, the member was detained, his sternum had collapsed, and he lost his vitality. At this time, Xing looked over with a sorry face. Seeing that pair of apologetic faces and playful eyes, the gloomy young man couldn't help but get chills down his back. It doesn't matter. As long as you can win, some sacrifices are acceptable. Suppressing the chill, the gloomy young man ordered, Omastar Surf. Hearing the command from Trainer, Omastar's tentacles swayed, and the energy of the water system in the air immediately began to gather, forming a big wave, rushing towards Larvitar. Rock Tomb. Without the slightest panic, Larvitar waved his hand unhurriedly, and stone pillars protruded from the ground, but instead of attacking Omastar, they wrapped Larvitar inside. Under the impact of the big waves, the protection formed by the rock tomb gradually shattered, and Larvitar's figure gradually appeared, as if he was doing something, but the energy of the water system had also dissipated. Seeing the ineffective first round of confrontation, the gloomy young man's face was not good-looking, and the strength of the quasi-god was somewhat beyond his expectation. But at this moment, Kennen looked at the venue and gave a chuckle, giving a new command. In Dragon Dance, Rock Slide. Hearing the order, Larvitar immediately stopped moving, grabbed the tattered rock in his hand, poured the energy of the rock, and threw it towards Omastar. Damn it, protect! Hearing Kennen's words, the gloomy young man finally understood what Larvitar's movement in Rock Tomb was vaguely seen before. At this time, Omastar has already propped up a green light screen, which is the Protect skill. However, after being strengthened by the Dragon Dance, Larvitar now possesses terrifying power. Coupled with the energy infusion of Rock Slide, Omastar only blocked 3 boulders and was thrown away by a subsequent stone. As if being aroused fiercely, Omastar stood up and looked at Larvitar facing him fiercely, his tentacles shaking more and more violently. What followed was the continuous fluctuation of energy and the promotion of the level. It seemed that the sound of air balloon breaking came, and the aura of Omastar's body suddenly increased, which was obviously promoted to the spiritual level. Looking at the scene in front of him, the gloomy young man showed joy, not because of Omastar's promotion, but because his promotion can bring him victory. Agron thrash. However, just when the gloomy young man was about to give an order, a voice came, and he looked over suspiciously, but it was a scene that made his eyes glisten. With a ferocious expression, Agron knocked a member of the same race to the ground, and then rushed directly towards the opposite member of the Rock Guild. It's just that because of Xing's previous behavior, the inspectors on the side made preparations and released a mock camp, successfully blocking it. But even though he didn't complete the kill, Bai Song showed a relaxed look on his face, and then looked at the gloomy young man with a sneer. Larvitar, the last stone edge. Just as he was about to ask Bai Song angrily why he dared to do this, Kinnen's crisp voice sounded, waking him up directly. But everything was over. Larvitar directly cut off Omastar's tentacles with a short stone longsword. Although it could be regenerated, Kuda's pain was directly eliminated. Obviously, Kinnen's Larvitar is on the path of shaping, and Larvitar has also performed quite high-quality sword training, giving Stone Edge stronger lethality. Looking at Xing with a playful face, then Bai Song with an expressionless face, and finally Kinnen with a slight apology for Omastar, the gloomy young man felt that the whole world was spinning. Afterwards, all the inspectors gathered around Lin Sun and began to report on their respective situations. Lin Sun kept nodding, but didn't say anything until he saw a figure approaching the entrance of the gymnasium. Lin Sun directly stopped the inspectors who were still talking, stepped forward and said, "I announce that the apprentice assessment part is officially over." After summing up, all the Rustboro gymnasiums have passed the inspection and the gymnasium assessment has been completed. When the gloomy young man was in a trance, Lin Sun announced the result with a serious face, and then walked towards the three of Xing with a smile on his face. At this time, the gloomy young man smelling salts finally came over, looked at Lin Sun's back and yelled, "It's not over yet. The Home Master Assessment battle is not over yet. Why are you announcing the result?" "I'll tell you why. Your president is dead." Just when the gloomy and cold youth was about to rush over, a resolute and cold voice sounded, and before the gloomy and cold youth could turn around, two heavy objects hit him directly. Pushing it away, the gloomy and cold youth was about to roar, but what he saw was Du Yan's icy expression, as if being poured by a basin of cold water on a cold day. The gloomy and cold youth felt chills all over his body. Lowering his head with difficulty, what the gloomy young man saw were Qingshi and Alakazam's lifeless, tattered corpses. In an instant, the gloomy and cold youth lost all expression on his face, knelt on the ground with blank eyes, and muttered in his mouth, "Impossible! This is a dream! Yes, this is a dream. Bai Song, you handle it yourself." Frowning and glancing at the cold young man who had lost his mind, Xing directly protected Kennen and returned to the backyard. Although Kennen has taken on many tasks and seen life and death many times, he may not be able to face such a scene. It is better to exercise slowly step by step. However, Xing was obviously worried. Kennen's face was complicated for a while, and then he regained his composure. His mental quality was quite good, and Xing was surprised. Seeing Xing's surprised expression, Kennen couldn't help but angrily said, "Brother, you underestimate me too much. I have also seen many scenes of the Rockets and the Huiyin teams fighting." Hearing what Kennen said, Xing had some understanding. Indeed, compared to that night, the scene in front of him was much better. It's no wonder that Kennen could quickly accept it. It's the brother who is worrying too much. The younger sister is really good. It's really good to defeat Omastar by leapfrogging the reverse attribute. Xingui read. He glared at the funny Xing, but Kennen could feel the last depression in his heart slowly dissipating, and smiled lightly. "Come here, Is it dangerous? At this time, Xing teacher's gentle voice sounded, still did not pay attention to the so-called winning or losing, but immediately asked if the children were safe and sound. Hearing the question, Xing ran over immediately, and while beating Xing teacher's back, he said dog-leggedly, "Teacher, don't worry. With me here, there is no danger." It's like Xiaobai will tell you not to throw it in danger. Beside Xing teacher, Jenny Ming, who was buried in eating takoyaki, said vaguely with puffed cheeks. It's just that at this time, Jenny Ming changed back to black-rimmed glasses, let her hair down, and became confused again, and her words were quite speechless. Squeezing Jenny Ming's bulging cheeks, Xing said angrily, "Eat obediently, don't talk." "Oh." Nodding obediently, Jenny Ming lowered her head again, eating like a pig. Everyone looked at each other, and there was nothing they could do about this confused Jenny. On the other side, in the gymnasium, Bai Song's body was stained with blood, holding a dagger that was still dripping blood, but his expression was unprecedentedly happy and joyful. Qingshi is dead, and the gloomy young man is also dead, Nua Hao Hao. Even if he dies at this time, he cannot get back his own rock guild, and if he succeeds and retaliate, he will die without complaint. Glancing at the white pine in front of him, Du Yin threw out 3 Pokeballs and said, "Take them and go back to take over the Panshur Guild. The power has been given to you. Whether you can succeed in the future depends on you." "Thank you, Senior. Please thank Mr. Bai on my behalf." Putting away the Pokeball with great care, Bai Song knelt down directly, his voice full of gratitude. Nodding in satisfaction, Du Yin walked quickly towards the back of the gymnasium. Banjiro was beaten to death by Qingshi, and the injury was serious, so he had to receive treatment quickly. After Du Yin left, Bai Song stood up and walked towards the outside of the gymnasium with an uncontrollable smile. After all, the Rock Guild was going back to their home. Soon, there was the piercing sound of running away from members of the Rock Guild at the entrance of the gymnasium, and Bai Song chased after him with a sneer. Before going back, collect a wave of interest first. Rustboro Gym behind the Pokémon residence, next to a giant Benjira. Xing, Jenny Ming, and Xing teacher took off their gloves with sweat all over their heads. Xing really didn't expect that Lao Du's Benjila would also follow the behemoth way. Benjira, who is already huge, coupled with the cultivation of behemoths, the amount of activity required to maintain this body can make people tired. Boss, Mengda, Aunt Xing, drink water. Just when the 3 of them were exhausted, Nguangua, who had just returned with Cynthia, ran over with 3 glasses of water and handed them to the 3 with a distressed expression. Cynthia was not suitable to participate in Hoen's infighting, and Nguangua was not suitable to face such a situation. So Xing simply asked Cynthia to take Nguangua out for a while. Seeing the well-behaved and lovely Nguangua, the 3 couldn't help rubbing the girl's little head. No one doesn't like a well-behaved child, right? An hour later, the 3 of them finally sat down with peace of mind and drank the tea on the table. Xing couldn't help sighing a little. Fortunately, Scolipede possessed pure power. Otherwise, the daily maintenance would have exhausted him to death. Xing, when do you plan to go to Kai? After taking a sip of tea and calming down the contest condition, Teacher Xing, he looked at Xing beside him and asked in a calm manner. The affairs of the gymnasium have been settled, and Xing will then consider going to the conference venue, whether to rest in the gymnasium for a period of 70 hours or to leave directly. Nguangguo on the side looked at Xing expectantly. After all, if Xing set off now, he would definitely bring herself with him. But even though she was looking forward to it, Nguangguo obediently waited for Xing's answer, but looked at Xing with her big eyes shining brightly, making Xing a little speechless. Rest deliberately slowed down his tone, and after glancing at the lost girl, Xing said unhurriedly, "Rest for a week, and then go. Next, I'm going to find some dojos to practice some fighting skills and exercise my body. By the way, take some little guy around to see the world." Hey! Hearing Xing's words, Nguangguo suddenly became happy again. As long as she can travel, it doesn't matter where she is. At this time, Jenny Meng suddenly raised her little hand like a primary school student answering a question and said with longing on her pretty face, Xiao Bai, I want to travel too. You can't. Xing politely refused. Why? Jenny was puzzled. You are the vice president of Rustboro Breeders Guild. Aren't you handling guild affairs? I forgot. Jenny woke up. Looking at Jenny Meng, who suddenly reacted and scratched her head with a smirk, Xing drank tea calmly, and he was used to the fact that there were no normal people around him. Okay, Xiao Meng, don't make a fuss. We'll go and cheer for Xing in 2 months. Xing teacher gently stroked Jenny Meng's little head and softly comforted her. Xing planned to go to practice first, and they would go to Evergrande City to refuel when the time came. Of course, they were most likely to watch Xing abuse food in the past, but it is uncertain whether there will be a dark horse. After all, Xing's team has a lot of gaps. The strong ones, like Scolipede and the kids, can single-handedly beat elites, while the weak ones, like Audino, may not even be able to beat intermediate Pokémon. If Rival's team is stronger and at the same level with Xing's current lineup, there is a real possibility of overturning. Therefore, the purpose of Xing looking for a dojo is not only to enhance his physical fitness, but also for Trico's swordsmanship. There are always 1 or 2 fighting skills that can be learned by Trico and integrated into Kendo. If this process is further evolved into Grovyle, it should not be a problem to fight against the elite level. Xiaobai, fight with me. A golden retriever who was watching Xing intently saw that he seemed to have regained his strength. His eyes lit up, and he took out a pokeball to invite a battle. Looking at Cynthia with distaste in his eyes, Xing really regretted bringing this golden retriever back to the gym. Who can resist the invitation to fight every 10 minutes? Just when Xing was having a headache, Duyan appeared to save him. Smelly boy, come here. Your reward is ready. Sorry, Cynthia. I can't fight for the time being. Xing looked at Cynthia with a serious face and said, ACCC. Xing quickly got up and ran away. Banjura on the side also stood up, walked towards Duyan. A red light flashed, and Banjira returned to the Pokeball. Putting away the Pokeball with a little disappointment, Cynthia took out several boxes of ice cream from the space bracelet and distributed them to Jenny Meng, Xing teacher, and Wanghua, and then picked up a box and ate it herself. For this golden retriever, the 2 most important things in life are fighting and food. Eating ice cream, Wanghua looked at Cynthia and asked curiously, Sister Cynthia, do you want to go to the Evergrande Conference with us? Hearing Wangua's question, Cynthia thought for a while, and then said, well, if you go to the Evergrande Conference in advance, you should be able to meet some good trainers, and you can fight. Sure enough, Cynthia never left the battle, eyeing the trainers who were about to participate in the Evergrande Conference, ready to make a move. The Xing teacher on the side handed his ice cream to Jenny on the side, picked up the teacup, and looked at the happy children with a smile. On the other side, Xing and Du Yan have come to the hill behind the courtyard, and saw Kennen, who was waiting here early. Brother, Dad, you are here. Seeing Xing and Du Yan, Kennen greeted him with a smile, but Du Yan was quite unhappy. Why is this kid in the front and me in the back? Looking at this boring middle-aged uncle, Xing and Kennen were expressionless. They are both so grown up, yet so small-minded, they would get angry at the slightest thing. Xing, let's go, junior sister. Kennen, okay, brother. Without paying attention to Du Yan, Xing and Kennen walked in front of each other, talking and laughing, and set off towards the destination. Glancing at Xing's back with a black face, Du Yan stepped up to follow and subdued Larvitar later. If Xing made a fool of himself, he would definitely laugh at him severely. The hill in front of you is the place where Pokémon live in the gymnasium. Du Yan spent a lot of resources to buy the soil of the rock-type Holy Land, which contains extremely rich rock-type energy. Gently pressing the Pokeball on his waist while the white light was shining, Kennen's Larvitar appeared on the ground, and when he looked up and saw Xing, Larvitar's eyes lit up. Excuse me, Larvitar, will you take us to your sister? Taking out a box of energy cubes from the space bracelet and putting it on Larvitar's little hand, rubbing the little guy's head, Xing said with a smile. Yuki, give it to me. Putting away the energy cube carefully, Larvitar patted his small chest, looked like he was hugging me, turned and walked in front. Looking at Kinnan with a smile, Xing followed Larvitar's pace and walked towards the hill. The sixth dragon, Larvitar. Stepping into the hill, Xing found that Duyan's devotion to this hill was really terrifying. The small waterfall created by the water body of the water system Holy Place, where two groups of Omastar and Kabutops live. A small vein formed by the ore of the Steel Holy Land, where the Agron family lives, and there are many Onyx and Steelix among them. Even Xing can see that Lunatone and Solrock, two Pokémon with Psychic, are willing to stay here and not escape. For the rest, there are countless fossil Pokémon resurrected by Duyan, Armaldo, Archeops, and even a few evolutionary bodies of Amora Auroris. At this moment, Xing could imagine that the account book he checked 2 days ago was probably just the tip of the iceberg, and he also understood why the Pombu Guild would come to grab the gem. The Alliance is really rich. Looking at the scene in front of him, Xing once again had a new understanding of the wealth of the Alliance. Duyan is not a direct descendant of the Alliance, so he can get so many resources mainly because of his position as the representative of the Pavilion, plus the status and identities of Xing E-Teacher and Jenny Ming. But what really amazed Xing was Duyan's courage. He dared to do this, to build such a low-profile version of the small holy place. If he was not careful, the whole system would collapse. This is simply a low-profile version of the Holy Land. Seeing Xing sighing, Duyan showed a proud smile. How could it be so simple for him to go from a commoner trainer to today? Following Larvitar on and on, he soon came to a cold field where Orberg stakes stood. Feeling the coldness here, Larvitar with a part of Dragon's blood frowned, and Xing also became puzzled. Reasonably speaking, another Larvitar with pure Dragon's blood shouldn't be here. Bang! 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 Just when Xing was puzzled, there was a continuous sound of slashing, and when he looked away, Xing could see a small figure. Although his body was trembling, his expression was extremely stubborn. This child is another child of Duyan Trump Card Banjira, the Larvitar with pure dragon blood. At this time, Larvitar was holding a stone sword that was twice as long as his body. While trembling, he slashed at the Orberg stake in front of him. After careful observation, Xing found that the Larvitar in front of him was also using the stone sword made by Stone Edge, and he also used the technique of shaping flow. However, compared with Kinnan's Larvitar, which has a more sensitive and elegant sword technique, this Larvitar is obviously following the path of an Ape, and the stone sword it uses is twice as big as itself. However, the terrifying power that erupted from time to time made the stone sword in his hand as light as a feather and swung like a commanding arm. It's just that soon, Larvitar's great strength disappeared quickly, and the weight of the stone sword did not change at all, but it became difficult for Larvitar to control it again. Dragon's blood was suppressed by the cold, so the power is strong and weak. Is that why Lao Du specially built such a venue? It should be the breeder method designed by Teacher, so it is so targeted. Seeing Larvitar's strange performance, Xing roughly guessed that the impact of cold on Dragon's blood is really not small. When traveling outside, occasionally in battles with some rookie trainers, Trico also had this problem when facing Ice-type Pokémon. Fortunately, Trico applied more skills and didn't pay so much attention to strength, so he was able to win easily. But the Larvitar in front of him is obviously more suitable for taking the path of reducing 10 powers with one force. In the end, the evolution of Banjira already has terrifying power, plus the blessing of Dragon Blood, especially since this kid is still playing with heavy swords. Under the triple factor, there are not many Pokémon who can block his sword. As he thought about it, Xing's eyes became brighter and brighter. This means that Larvitar's potential is very strong. As long as he has his own special training, the future is limitless. Looking at Xing, who was thinking, Kinnan said softly, "Brother, go. The child has been waiting for his trainer." 11. Duyan also opened his mouth and said, "Stinky boy, don't smear the ink. You have to go back to eat later." Looking at the encouragement and expectation in the eyes of the two, Xing showed a confident smile, then turned and walked towards Larvitar, pressing the Pokeball on his waist. Dispersed into a dazzling stream, but even so, did not catch the slightest eye of Larvitar. She was still chopping the Orberg steak without stopping. The white light dissipated, and Trico appeared beside Xing, but only for the first moment of appearance. Trico narrowed his eyes and looked at Larvitar. She could feel the breath of the same kind, not just dragon blood, but also the breath of a swordsman, the song Larvitar and her fellow Pokémon. Sensing Trico's aura, Larvitar also paused and looked at Trico fiercely, but he was a little stunned when he looked at Xing. Zero asked for flowers. She could feel the breath of several dragons, and the most terrifying one even had an elite level, which was left by the Dragonite who was bought by Xing with energy cubes. The originally ferocious big eyes lit up with joy. Larvitar put the stone sword behind his back and happily ran towards Xing. With so much dragon breath on his body, Xing must be a mega excellent trainer. This is what Larvitar thinks. But before he touched Xing, Larvitar was stopped by Trico with a question mark on his face. Larvitar, why stop me? JPG. Trico, what are you doing? JPG. Larvitar, I want trainer. JPG. When Xing was thinking, the two little guys started to communicate with each other directly. But Larvitar raised his head higher and higher, and one of them couldn't stand still and fell to the ground with the stone sword behind him. Zero. Looking at Larvitar, who lost his balance and sat on the ground, Xing didn't try to subdue him in a hurry, but turned on the system and began to detect the little guy's body data. Pokémon, Larvitar. Ability, Perseverance. Qualification evaluation, light purple. Looking at Larvitar's data, Xing smiled unconsciously. The child's data is really good, but at this time Larvitar grabbed Xing's trousers and wanted to stand up. Larvitar exerted his strength in a hurry, and Xing was directly dragged to the ground. Looking at Larvitar in front of him in a daze, is he so cruel? Yuki, choose me, I'm super awesome. Seeing that Xing also fell to the ground, Larvitar gave up and stood up and walked over directly, patted his small chest, and kept talking. Senior brother is really powerful. Looking at the scene in front of her, Kinnan showed a smile. The senior brother was exactly what she thought, and he got the child's approval quite easily. How on earth did you do that, Brad? On the contrary, Duyin on one side looked at the scene in front of him with some sighs. This was not the same as Mikey had expected. He still wanted to laugh at plus Xing. Why is it that Larvitar is rushing to hope that Xing will subdue it? When Kinnan came into contact with this little guy, he was very unpopular. On the contrary, the other Larvitar rock has better talent, so Kinnan and Kinnan were directly recognized. Bang! Bang! Two loud voices sounded, and huge smoke and dust splashed on the ground, disturbing the line of sight, but the two figures in the smoke and dust were still interlacing. This is the low-profile version of the Holy Land established by Duyin. At this time, the battle between Kira and Trico in the smoke and dust is the duel of skills and power. For finding a mega-excellent trainer, Larvitar was quite happy, so he decided to fight Trico to reward himself. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, and Xing saw through the smoke and dust to see the two little guys fighting against each other. Trico had agility and stature, but he couldn't get close to Larvitar at all, and Larvitar wields a huge stone sword with terrifying power, but he can't always attack Trico. Who? The sound of 440 from the giant sword passing through the air continued, and the smoke and dust quickly dispersed, and Xing also put away his power of darkness, and directly saw the two little guys who were still competing. Duyin and Kinnan's father and daughter also looked at Trico quite seriously. They were not surprised that Larvitar had such strength, but it was really unexpected that Trico could be entangled with him until now. Usangia is a very good Pokémon, but there is still a big gap compared with the Quasi-God, but Xing, the Trico, can be evenly matched with Larvitar. Okay, stop. Seeing Trico narrowing his eyes, and ready to start the hunter mode at any time. Xing directly terminated the battle. There's no need to fight desperately between partners. Hearing Xing's instructions, the two little guys stopped their movements slowly, gasping for breath while looking at each other, and started the Yinny exchange again. Larvitar, you're strong.jpg. Trico, you're not bad too.jpg. Xing, stop making trouble.jpg. Participating in and interrupting the two little guys, Xing took Trico's little hand and put the gravity bracelet back on, looking at Larvitar with a curious expression on his face. Yuki, what is that? Looking up at Xing, Larvitar asked curiously, tilting his head. It's a toy, and you'll have it later. Xing said with a smile, avoiding Xiaojiao and rubbing Larvitar's head. Since it is the way of shaping skills, in the case of Larvitar, strength is very important, and it is very beneficial to make a gravity bracelet for this child. After fooling a group of children, Xing took out the Pokeball to put away Larvitar and Trico. These two sword-playing little guys will be regarded as partners in sparring in the future. Come on, let's go home for dinner. Stretching, Xing looked at Du Yin, who was smiling and disappointed, and Kennen and his daughter said, Kennen is okay, but Lao Du obviously has bad intentions. Kennen walked in front, while Xing deliberately lagged behind and jokingly said to Du Yin, Old Du, times have changed. After saying that, before Du Yin could get angry, Xing immediately ran to the front and chatted with Kennen. Junior sister, senior brother has some problems with breeder. It's simple, brother, you only need to... Brat! He glanced at Xing with disgust, but Du Yin laughed again and followed him. Today's sunset glow is red, not dazzling, but quite beautiful. 2 hours later, Larvitar was feeling the mysterious power in his mind, looking at Xing with big eyes shining. Her trainer is so powerful. After watching Xing adoringly for a while, Larvitar turned his head again and started talking with Dano and Dormessiah in the Pokémon egg with his power of darkness. His face was full of joy. Beside him is Trico holding a branch in his mouth, and Magikarp whose body is black and gold, and whose eyes are extremely agile. Soaring in the sky, there is a Vibrava floating with the wind. At this moment, yes, the dragon team finally gathered together. Although there are still 2 little dragons who have not yet been born, the other little dragons present except Vibrava basically only have dragon blood and no dragon type, but the lineup is quite strong. Xing stood aside, looking at his children with a smile. After the Evergrande Conference, there will be a Dragon Conference, which must be of great benefit to the children. And next to them, Scolipede, Sizer, 2 little Vulpix, Audino, and the lazy Ditto who turn into EV are also having a small meeting in the Nether Power Network. Boss, come in for dinner. Just as Xing looked at her children with satisfaction, Mwangwa poked her head out of the room and called out cutely, Here we come. In response, Xing looked at the children and said, Then play by yourself first. Hearing Xing's words, the Pokémon responded one after another. After getting a response, Xing left a large amount of nether power to maintain the Nether Power Network, then turned around and walked into the room and sat down with everyone. Time passed, minutes later. Don't be picky eaters. After holding a Tila for Jenny Ming, Xing teacher looked at Xing and asked, Xing, do you have any plans to go to a dojo? Not yet. Teacher, do you have any suggestions? Xing asked Xing teacher after he also took a Tila for Nwangwa who was gloating at Jenny's dream and stopped the girl's picky eating with his eyes. Looking at the Tila in the bowl, the 2 girls looked at each other pitifully and then looked at Cynthia who didn't need to eat Tila with a look of envy. Seeing the cute expressions of the 2 girls, Xing teacher chuckled for a while, then looked at Xing and said unhurriedly, Lu Shui Dojo is very suitable for you now. I see. Thank you, teacher. Without asking any questions, Xing responded directly. Since teacher Xing said that it is suitable for him, it means that there must be no problem. At this time, Du Yin took out an envelope and tossed it to Xing. Take the recommendation letter and find Lu Ying teacher. You could do the most difficult but also the most core fighting practice. Xiaowan and Larvitar graduated as excellent students at that time, You kid and that kid don't lose. Frowning lightly, Xing looked at Kenan, but he didn't see that his junior sister had practiced fighting skills at all. Brother, don't be fooled. At that time, only Larvitar was practicing, and I was just watching from the sidelines. Without the slightest hesitation, Kenan directly dismantled Du Yan's platform. 4.7 is nothing but an old fox. Even after being dismantled, Du Yan was still blushing and out of breath. Larvitar is Xiaozhuan's Pokémon. Graduation from Larvitar is equal to Xiaozhuan's graduation. There is nothing wrong with that. Looking at Du Yan's calm and shameless appearance, Xing felt admiration from the bottom of his heart, but he still wasn't thick enough, dark enough, and shameless enough. However, Xing originally planned to learn fighting skills, and it would be better if the training was more difficult. After the final training, his physical fitness should be improved a lot. Soon, the whole family finally finished their meal, and a certain Cynthia took care of it and took the initiative to do the dishes. But the family was kind enough to drive the golden-haired idiot out of the kitchen. It's definitely not because I feel sorry for the 3 bowls and 2 plates that have been sacrificed heroically. 5 days later, the morning sun set. At the gate of the Rustboro Gymnasium, Xing, with little EV on his head, walked out of the city with Nwangwa and Cynthia. Xing's teacher was very gentle in the first 2 days when he came back, but his attitude became worse every day, and today he was kicked out of the house, and Laudu was still laughing. The world is real. Looking up to the sky with a long sigh, Xing walked out of the city helplessly. He planned to rest for a week, but was kicked out 2 days early. However, Nwangwa and Cynthia behind Xing looked excited. One wanted to travel, and the other wanted to fight. Now the 2 of them are about to get their wish. Taking out the communicator and logging onto the trainer forum, Xing began to check the information he needed. Tokoski Town, Flowing Water Dojo. If you follow this route, you can go to the Forest of Trico. Looking at the message on the communicator, Xing showed a thoughtful expression. He was quite curious about this place. In the folk legendary, there is a huge tree in the Forest of Trico. As long as you belong to the Trico family, you can get the gift of this big tree. Sometimes it is some grass-type props, such as Miracle Seed, and sometimes it is an opportunity to learn skills. After all, in this world, you can learn skills not just after reaching the level, but also depends on whether the Pokémon itself has that talent. Just like the Charizard Valley in the Kanto region, the Forest of Trico is guarded by special personnel, and only approved trainers in Trico can enter. But Xing believes that with the qualifications of his family Trico, there should be no problem entering the Trico Forest, and he can get some good gifts. In Hoenn region, there are some similar places such as Mudkip Swamp, Sharpedo Island, Shroomish Forest, and so on. These places are like holy places for a single Pokémon, and the corresponding Pokémon living in them all have excellent qualifications and talents, and are loved by trainers. In the difficulty of obtaining, it is much easier than the Holy Land Pokémon. However, the most precious holy places for this single Pokémon are the Orbur Mountains of the Zvoki family and the Dragon's Den, the core of the Yulong family. It is said that the core Pokémon, Beldum, and Dratini of the 2 major families are all obtained from it, and the number is scary. Especially the Dragon's Den, the core of the Yulong family, in which not only the Dratini family was bred. Like Bagon, Jangmo-o, Jibble, and other major regions, the dragon Quasi-Shindu has a group life, and a single dragon in the hands of Xing is one of the Pokémon eggs. After all, the Yulong family is one of the oldest families in the Pokémon world. It was born much earlier than the Alliance, and it is normal to have a deep foundation. Let's go. After the final exclamation, the figure of the boy and the 2 girls disappeared on the streets of Rustboro City again. The morning sun is very gentle and lovely. A few days later, in the forest, under the blessing of icy wind, one after another icicle spear slammed into the big tree at high speed and then disintegrated, while Pidgeotto kept flapping its wings to dodge. Shelder is fighting a Pidgeotto, which is relatively easy, but not bad for a rookie trainer. Shelder, Water Gun. Nwangwa seemed to see something, and commanded with a bright light in his eyes. It opened its mouth wide, and a small but well-cohesive jet of water shot out. Pidgeotto just wanted to dodge, but was delayed by the thin frost on his wings. Better. With a cry of pain, Pidgeotto was hit and fell to the ground incapacitated. Xing stood aside, looked at the scene in front of him, and nodded with satisfaction. In just a few days, Nwangwa found a way to deal with the flying Pokémon by himself. Just use Icy Wind while using Ice Shard to unknowingly interfere with the Pokémon's mobility, and then use the skill to kill with one hit. And not only that, Icy Wind can strengthen the strength and speed of the Ice Shard, bring stronger lethality, and prevent the opponent from blowing the Ice Shard back. During this process, Xing did not conduct any coaching, and purely relied on Nwangwa's own combat intuition and application of knowledge, which is really an amazing talent. Cynthia also looked at Nwangwa expectantly. Now, she very much hoped that the girl would grow up immediately and be able to fight against herself head-on. Boss, I won. After curing Pidgeotto, Nwangwa bounced up to Xing with Shelter in his arms, showing a cute expression begging for praise. Well done. Keep working hard. Without being stingy with compliments, Xing rubbed Nwangwa's little head, his tone full of relief and encouragement. Encouragement is the best way to train children. Besides, Nwangwa's talent is not much better than when Xing first debuted. Thanks to the boss for sending me to the academy and gymnasium to study. Otherwise, I couldn't think of an effective way. Nwangwa is not proud, but said happily that she is now very grateful that Xing sent her to Pokémon Academy and Rustboro Gym to learn knowledge. If she didn't learn all kinds of knowledge, perhaps Nwangwa could think of a way to defeat the flying Pokémon, but the time would definitely be much later. For professions such as trainer, breeder, and coordinator, no matter which path you take, knowledge is the most precious resource and treasure, bar none. Xiaobai, we seem to have arrived. At this time, Cynthia behind Xing stepped forward, looked in one direction, and said, looking up to where Cynthia's eyes were, Xing saw a group of people in light green robes, who should be the rangers of the Trico Forest. Behind these people, there are several Sceptiles, Grovyle, which should be the Pokémon that were captured from the forest behind them. No nonsense. Xing directly pressed the Pokeball on his waist, and the 720 white light flashed, while the many rangers and Pokémon on the opposite side narrowed their eyes and became vigilant. The light dissipated, and the figure of Trico appeared. The rangers and Sceptiles relaxed slightly, and their vigilance gradually dissipated. After all, although it is known as a holy place for a single Pokémon, the value of the Wooden Gecko Forest is not worth offending the forest rangers of the Alliance. What's more, Xing also has Trico. If you want to enter the forest of Trico, you just need to pass the assessment. The combination of various reasons makes these forest rangers and Pokémon relax. The rangers looked at each other and seemed to be deciding who would test Xing and Trico normal. A few minutes later, a Grovyle came out. After all, as long as the evolution is in the normal order, the Pokémon that can evolve to Sceptile are at least high-level Pokémon. Using a high-level final form Sceptile against a low-level Trico that hasn't completed any evolutions seems a bit bullying to these rangers. Give me the bracelet. Let them see your strength. Seeing that Grovyle, Xing guessed the other party's thoughts at once. Although the other party had good intentions, the proud Trico didn't like the kindness. Cha, I will. Eyes narrowed into a dangerous arc. Trico tapped the gravity bracelet a few times, then took it off and put it on Xing's hand, and stepped forward. In the lush forest, a battle is imminent. In the lush forest, the sunlight passes through the layers of leafage and sprinkles finely on the ground. A Trico is facing off against a Grovyle. Looking at Grovyle on the opposite side, Trico squatted slightly and made an attacking posture, and the green light also lit up on his huge tail. With just a few short movements, Grovyle felt the great threat from Trico. His eyes narrowed, and he also became serious. Moving one foot back, pressing his body slightly, the green leaves on Grovyle's wrists also glowed green, ready to attack Trico at any time. Glancing at this Grovyle in surprise, Xing really didn't expect that the other party was also playing with a sword. This move is quite clever. However, Trico's eyes showed great interest. His tail slapped the ground suddenly, his figure accelerated splash, and he slashed towards Grovyle in front of him. Grovyle didn't dodge, but pressed his wrist down as if he wanted to wait for the upward slash to catch Trico's slash, but his trainer hurriedly directed it. "No, Grovyle, back away." Without the slightest hesitation, Grovyle retreated sharply, and Trico's chop smacked down the ground, creating a huge crack. Looking at the crack, not only the Grovyle and its trainer, but also the Lizard Kai and the Rangers who were watching the battle showed surprise on their faces. In their cognition, Trico, who has not evolved, has always relied on speed and skill to win. Things like strength have never belonged to Trico. Looking at the crack on the ground, Xing nodded with satisfaction. Although Trico is weak compared to Larvitar, it still depends on who rival is. Not to mention Grovyle, at the same elite level, even Sceptile may not be able to match Trico in strength. Under the surprised eyes of everyone, Trico spit out the branch in his mouth, and his figure accelerated again, and the speed has surpassed Grovyle. The branch is not a simple branch, but a prop specially created by Xing for Trico with the system's creation function. The branches have no other function. They can only activate Trico's light ability. After all, the gravity bracelet cannot be judged as a prop, and it has no effect on ability. It can only exercise the body. Boom! Trico slashed Grovyle's leaf blade with his tail, and after a short stalemate, he directly shattered Grovyle's leaf blade and sent it flying, his body tackled on a big tree. "Cha! Come again!" Swinging the leafage that fell on his body, Grovyle held on to the pain, stood up and looked at Trico and shouted. The leafage on his wrist lit up intermittently, as if it would be completely extinguished at any time. She cannot accept that she lost to a fellow who is not yet evolved. This is the pride of being a swordsman. Seeing Grovyle's insistence, Trico nodded. The green light on his tail relighted, and he assumed an attacking stance. Leaf Blade, stacking blades. Leaf Blade cut vertically. Seeing that the two Pokémon were still planning to continue fighting, Xing and the Ranger did not stop them, but issued the last command respectively. The body splashed at the same time. Grovyle's double blades were superimposed, colliding with Trico's green long tail. It's just that even with all his strength, Grovyle's leaf blade disintegrated inch by inch, until the last moment, Trico's green tail stopped in front of her. "Cha, I lost." Looking unwillingly at Trico's last words, Grovyle finally reached the limit, fell to the ground, and passed out. Seeing Grovyle fall, Trico retracted her tail and began to pant rapidly. Her biggest shortcoming now is that she doesn't have enough endurance. Although Trico has the Leech Seed, its target is somewhat obvious, and it can't play any effect at all against Pokémon with attributes such as Fire, Steel, and Ghost. The Fire type will be gone after a slight burn. The Steel type will be covered with hard steel seeds, and the Ghost type will be blurred, and the seeds will fall out, not to mention other attributes. Xing came here, also hoping to get a gift of skills from the giant tree, preferably Absorb, Ja's recovery move. Among them, Absorb is undoubtedly the most suitable skill for Trico. One is that the mobility will not be restricted, and the other is that it also has a promotion skill Giga Drain. However, Xing has another idea. If his Trico can learn grassy terrain, and then match it with Bullet Seed and Leech Seed, it will be a different combination, and it can also strengthen the Leaf Knife. At that time, Trico will evolve into Sceptile, a perfect swordsman. Excellent trainer, your Trico is very strong, come with us. But if these two don't have Trico, please stay here. At this time, the Grovyle trainer put away the Pokémon, walked over with the Rangers behind him, looked at Xing, and said to the three of them. But Cynthia and Wangwa were stopped. Without Trico, they were not qualified to enter the forest. Cynthia didn't care whether she could go in at all. She was looking at the quasi-elite level Sceptile with a strong Hideki breath, obviously wanted to fight. Mwangwa hugged Shelder and showed a thoughtful look. Her Shelder also took the path of shaping flow. The battle between Trico and Grovyle has great reference significance for her. You guys stay here, we'll be out soon. Xiaobai, you can go. Boss, order. Watching Cynthia and Wangwa give instructions, Xing nodded slightly after getting a response, then turned around and followed many rangers into the depths of the forest. With every step, Xing can still see many Pokémon, Pidgey, Raticate, and Oddish from other ethnic groups in the forest, which can be no different from the common forest. But with the gradual deepening, these Pokémon began to disappear gradually, and the figures of Trico and Grovyle kept appearing in the jungle. Vaguely, Xing even saw one or two Sceptiles exuding strong Hideki auras. Although there were no quasi-elite level, there were still some elite Nuo Zhao Zhao level. Trainer, the road ahead belongs to you and Trico. Suddenly, all the rangers and their Pokémon stopped, looked at Xing and Trico, and said with a very serious expression. Nodding silently, Xing and Trico glanced at each other and walked towards the natural tree passage in front of them together. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Xing and Trico saw the dazzling white light ahead, which was the exit, and they were about to arrive. Taking a step forward, Xing and Trico fell into a deep shock in an instant. A towering tree with an endless height and a tree waste that dozens of people could not embrace. There are countless Trico, Grovyle, and Sceptiles on the huge branches that spread out. In the highest position that Xing can see, there is a Sceptile sitting cross-legged, exuding an elite-level momentum. An indescribable feeling lingered in the hearts of both of them. In the forest before the giant tree, Xing was quite puzzled why such a majestic tree could not be seen outside the forest at all, and how it did it. Quietly feeling the mysterious power of nature, Xing and Trico stepped forward, attracting a lot of attention. In the past, many Pokémon and trainers came, but compared with those of the same race, the Trico in front of him obviously has a different atmosphere. The Trico family also has a lot of dragon's blood, but the father of this child is an elite-level quasi-godlobite shark. In terms of purity and strength, dragon blood, not to mention Trico, even Sceptile, few can compare with Xing's Trico. They didn't get any coaching, but a great power-guided Trico and Xing to put their hands on the big tree. In an instant, Xing and Trico seemed to have entered a mysterious place, and a consciousness wandered around them, as if they were perceiving something. The elite-level Sceptile on the high place frowned slightly, as if it had received some message from normal, and opened its eyes to look at Xing and Trico. After observing for a while, Sceptile took out a leafage out of nowhere, and grass-type energy poured into it, and then threw it towards the top of the big tree. And at a higher place, there is another Sceptile 980, which perceives the above information, imitates the action of the previous Sceptile, and continues to throw leafage to a higher place. As time passed, Xing and Trico opened their eyes at the same time, looked at each other with a smile, and then stepped back. Thrust rustle, the sound of leafage swaying and rubbing came. Soaring in the sky, a green apple fell and hit the ground. Afterwards, there was a piece of emerald green leafage, floating gently in the air, but refused to land. Trico leaped up to catch the piece of leafage, while Xing picked up the green apple on the ground and broke it open, revealing a green seed. The light screen of the system unfolded rapidly. Item: Seed of Miracle Fruit. Remark 1. The gift from the Trico is a special variety in Miracle Seed, which can greatly strengthen the power of Grass-type skills. Remark 2. It seems that due to some kind of limitation, there's only one step away from perfect quality, but it cannot be broken through. At this time, Trico also handed over the piece of green leafage. Item: Leaf of Gift, Grassy Terrain. Remark 1. Gifts obtained under the approval of Trico, ACCC. Remark 2. It is similar to the skill disc, but has special features far beyond it. It can make Trico learn grassy terrain and obtain various special application skills. Leaf Blade skill is the core skill of Trico in the future, but its problem is that its strength is not enough. Now, getting this miracle seed provides Xing with some ideas. And this gift leaf can make Trico learn grassy terrain and can also give him a higher proficiency, so that Xing's idea can be implemented smoothly. This Trico tree is truly a fetish. Its power is astounding, and even several god-level items in Xing's hands cannot compare to it. Putting away the two items, Xing took Trico and bowed deeply towards the giant tree, then turned around and left here under the gaze of countless Pokémon. As soon as he walked out of the forest, Xing was attracted by the sight in front of him. Swoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There's a battle going on, and the two sides of the battle are a Sceptile, which is at the peak of quasi-elite level, and a Lucario, which is just logged into quasi-elite. Both of them were constantly fighting, and Sceptile turned every joint in his body into an attacking weapon and waved it frantically, cutting through the air constantly. Lucario closed his eyes tightly, and the energy of the wave guide kept surging, moving his body and dodging. Obviously, both Pokémon are taking the road of using their bodies to fight, but the power of a Lucario assist wave guide has a slight upper hand. As time passed, Lucario and Sceptile's movements gradually slowed down as their physical strength was rapidly exhausted. Lucario, Bullet Meteor Mash. Seeing that Sceptile's movements faltered, Cynthia's eyes lit up, and she immediately commanded, while the face of the ranger on the opposite side changed drastically. Lucario opened his eyes suddenly and stared at Sceptile with palpitations. His fists first lit up with a silvery light, and then they were quickly covered by the golden light. Bang! 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 Without giving Sceptile any chance, Lucario's fist blasted more than a dozen heavy punches with terrifying force in just 3 seconds, directly knocking Sceptile unconscious and flying out. What followed was that Lucario frowned tightly. The light of his fist dissipated, and he couldn't stop trembling. His physical fitness was not strong enough, and he couldn't control this fusion skill freely. Lucario has the steel system, but his body is made of flesh and blood. The fusion of the two steel skills, Bullet Punch and Meteor Mash, does a lot of damage to the body. The power of the wave guide kept gushing out, flowing on the fist, and Lucario's trembling fist gradually returned to stability. At this time, Cynthia also turned out a small bottle and dropped a drop of the liquid, emitting a faint light on Lucario's fists. Just the moment it fell, the two water droplets quickly spread and wrapped around Lucario's fists, and the lights of green, blue, and white flowed alternately. It was after Cynthia found out about Audino's special talent. She pestered Xing with a custom-made life dew, which contains grass, water, and steel energies, and has a strong healing effect. Cynthia, Lucario, you are strong. After watching the battle, Xing came over with an admiring expression. It is indeed Cynthia's Pokémon who has such powerful skills. This Lucario's talent for Wave Guide and Steel is amazing, and his intuition for combat is also impressive, but he doesn't know how talented he is in fighting. Of course, Lucario is working hard, not being humble, Cynthia said with a serious face. She might be humble if it was herself, but she has no reason to be humble with the efforts of the Pokémon. Pokémon work hard all day, fight, defeat one powerful enemy after another, glory and praise. That is what belongs to them. Mwangwa also looked at Cynthia with admiration. After learning a lot of knowledge, she naturally understood the strength of Lucario. On the other side, putting away the Sceptile, the Rangers looked at the three of Xing and said, "Trainers, your goal has been achieved. It's time to leave here." "Thank you all." Nodding and thanking solemnly, Xing took Cynthia and Nwangwa and turned around to leave the forest. He and Trico got what they needed. Cynthia satisfied Covet, who was fighting against the strong. Nwangwa saw new things on the road of travel, and the first stop to Evergrande Conference can be said to be a successful completion. Next stop, near and far. 10 days later, in the twilight, 3 young men came to a peaceful town. "Boss, we are here. Xiaobai, let's go eat first. I'm so hungry." One of the short-haired girls holding shelter looked at the wooden sign in front of the town, and then looked happily at the boy beside him and said, while the other blonde girl made a foodie sound. The 3 were Xing, Nwangwa, and Cynthia, and this town was their destination, Tokoski Town, a small town that had a slight resemblance to Baytown. But this place should not be destroyed by Xing like Baytown. It should be. After all, there is a fighting dojo here, which can be recommended by Lao Du and Xing teacher, and Kennen has also practiced here, which means that there are definitely many strong people in it. Because of Giratina and Jengar's plan, Baytown was destroyed so easily without any powerful trainer. Cynthia, take the fruit and eat something first. I still have some things to do. Good. Boss, hurry up. Watching Cynthia run towards a small restaurant with Nwangwa, who turned back 3 steps at a time, Xing chuckled and shook his head, then turned and walked into a side alley. After a long time, a boy with black hair, black eyes, and an ordinary face appeared in the town of Tokoski. It was the image of Red Star's hunter. Don't worry, drink some tea and take a break. Sitting in a small tea house, Xing was drinking a glass of ice water instead. A bright red praying mantis stood beside him, and a brown-haired boy from the hunter group sat opposite him. Thank you, Chief. Chief, this is from the town of Tokoski. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip to calm his breath. The brown-haired boy took out a document and handed it to Xing respectfully. Putting down the water glass, Xing began to flip through the documents in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, take these resources and exchange them. In addition, we are ready to contact some breeder houses. We can consider expanding the industry. Taking out a space bracelet and tossing it to the brown-haired boy in front of him, Xing ordered in a leisurely manner, laying the foundation for him to link the breeder library with the Chongjin group in the future. Understood, leader, the subordinates will leave first. Go ahead and arrange it. The brown-haired boy stood up with a happy expression on his face. If the bounty group can connect with the breeder house, the income of the bounty group will definitely increase greatly. With the character of the leader, these members will definitely gain a lot. Ignoring the other party's departure, Xing continued to read the information in his hand slowly. He gave enough grass. Even if he didn't urge them, these horses would run by themselves. It turns out that the Mudkip Swamp is connected to the Flowing Water Dojo. Turning to a page of information, Xing paused, looking at the above with a thoughtful expression. No wonder the main attack direction of Lushui Dojo is the fighting skills of strength. It has been mentioned that the Mudkip family has a special talent called Giant Force. Mr. Sato, the former champion of the Alliance, has such a special giant Swampert. The apprentices of the Flowing Water Dojo can get their favorite Pokémon from the Mudkip Swamp, and Mudkip, who has the talent of great power, also has some. But Julie Swampert is quite suitable for fruit. Looking at the information in his hand, Xing showed a thoughtful expression. After all, he has been conceiving Pokémon that can be matched with Shelder during the warm-up period. Swampert has water and ground elements, can act as a joint attacker, and restrain fire element Pokémon. And you can master the Ice Punch skill. Coupled with the Julie racial talent, it can be said that it is quite suitable for matching with Shelder. But the crux of the problem is that Mudkip with fighting talent is obviously not so easy to find. Not to mention taking into account other talents. It is indeed difficult for a strong fish. But in the middle of thinking, the communicator in Xing's space bracelet suddenly vibrated. Stopped thinking. Xing took out the communicator and looked at it. Boss, we have ordered food, come quickly. Looking at the message on the communicator, suppressing all thoughts for the time being, he drank the ice water in front of him, took out a Pokémon coin and put it down. Xing got up and walked out of the tea house slowly. After a long time, Xing stood in front of a Japanese dojo with 2 satisfied girls. To be fair, this place is too hidden. If Xing hadn't found the map in that recommendation letter, he would never have found it. In addition, Xing found that the strong in this world really like to build their houses next to hills and waterfalls, but it has a different flavor. Bang, bang, bang. Going forward and knocking on the door 3 times unhurriedly, Xing took a step back and waited quietly. This ashram seems to be a bit too quiet. 0. Asking for flowers. Crunch. The wooden door was gently pushed open, and a small head of blue poked out from it. But what he saw was a pair of long legs, tilted his small head, looked up, and this little guy saw Xing's face. Hello, little one. Looking at the rather cute Mudkip in front of him, Xing greeted with a chuckle, took out a blue energy cube, knelt down, and handed it over. Looking at Xing cutely, Mudkip's little nose moved slightly, and then his eyes lit up, and he swallowed Xing's hand in one gulp, making Xing dumbfounded. The next moment Mudkip opened his mouth again, but Xing's hands were already wet, and the energy cube was eaten by the little guy in front of him. Hearing the low laughter of the two girls from behind, Xing nodded Mudkip's forehead helplessly and took out a box of energy cubes for Captivate. "Will you take us in? This is your present." The big eyes kept shaking with the box of the energy cube. Hearing Xing's words, Mudkip nodded cutely, then turned around and walked into the dojo through the gap just pushed out. "Okay, let's go in." Turning his head and looking at the two girls who had switched from snickering mode to serious mode in an instant, Xing said with a blank expression while taking out a few tissues to wipe his hands. After finishing speaking, Xing didn't continue to care about the two girls. He turned and pushed the door directly, but when he pressed his hand on the door, his brows were slightly raised. The power of Yoji circulated in his hand, and with a sudden force, he pushed the door aside, and Xing walked into the dojo with great interest. The goal is a huge open-air dojo, but there are only a few apprentices and Pokémon in the dojo, which looks empty. But the Mudkip just now has arrived at the other side of the dojo, sitting next to a middle-aged woman. Seeing Xing, Cynthia, Nwangwa, the apprentices, and Pokémon simply looked at the three of them, and then devoted themselves to their own training. The overall quality is quite good. After briefly checking the Pokémon qualifications in the dojo, Xing walked towards the middle-aged woman on the other side of the dojo with Nwangwa and Cynthia behind him. But just halfway there, a familiar figure stopped Xing in front of him. "Brother Bai, you are here too. Let's have another battle with me." The man in front of him was slightly fat, with orange hair, followed by a marsh top. It was Morrison, who had been defeated by Xing and Trico twice in a row. Looking at Morrison in front of him, Xing was a little surprised. Marsh Tomp's aura had already reached a high level. In such a short period of time, he had reached such a strength and had not yet completed his evolution. It seemed that the opportunity was not small. Moreover, it is not so easy to enter the Flowing Water Dojo. Foreigners who want to enter must have a letter of recommendation and pass the assessment of the dojo before they can practice in it. Combined with the information learned from that world, Morrison will have Growlithe, Beldum, Kalinki, and Gligar in the future, which are highly cherished Pokémon. As his thinking continued, Xing's gaze became more and more strange. The guy in front of him must have been lucky, or, in other words, this guy has some hidden background. Come on, just to see if you've made any progress during this time. 677. Xing spoke while his mind was spinning, and hearing Xing's words, Morrison and Marsh Tomp both showed excited smiles on their faces and hurried to the other side of the dojo. Seeing Xing and Morrison standing on both sides of the dojo, the apprentices stopped exercising with their Pokémon, retreated to the side of the dojo, and prepared to watch the battle. Pressing the Pokeball on his waist, Trico's figure appeared on the field with a dazzling white light. Seeing Marsh Tomp and Morrison on the opposite side, Trico's face became strange. "Cha, how are they again? Let's fight. Let's get a little better." Nodding in reply to Trico's question, Xing specifically instructed that Marsh Tomp has been promoted to a senior level, and the difficulty of fighting will increase. At this time, when the apprentices in the dojo saw the appearance of Trico, they also started talking about it. The opponent's royal family is Trico. Why did they come to our place? Aoyama Dojo is more suitable for them. Low-level fights high-level. The first form plays against the second form. Although there is an attribute advantage, Trico's chances of winning are still not great. Don't talk nonsense, watch carefully. That Trico is not easy. Watch the battle quietly. Most of the apprentices looked puzzled and disapproving, but there were also one or two of them who had a vicious vision and discovered the power of Trico. And the middle-aged woman on the other side of the dojo also smiled with great interest when she saw Trico's appearance. On this side, Xing and Morrison have already started the battle command. Marsh Tomp, Surf. Leaf Blade prepares. The huge water system energy fluctuated and surged, converging behind Marshtomp into a big wave with a height of 2 meters. Seeing the scene in front of them, the expressions of the apprentices next to them changed, and they hurriedly directed the Pokémon around them to defend themselves. But Xing and Trico just narrowed their eyes and did not stop them. The tail was lit up with a green light. Trico's eyes were fixed on the huge wave that hit, and the apprentices around him began to discuss again. What's the situation? Why didn't you dodge? It's easy for you to say, wherever you go, the whole audience is surf. No, look at that Trico's tail and her posture. Ignoring the constant discussions around him, when the huge wave arrived, Trico suddenly splashed out his tail. A huge green light split the huge wave in two, and all the apprentices were dumbfounded when they saw it. My God, I broke the surf move. How terrifying is the power of this Trico? Maybe it's Trico with dragon's blood, but what the hell is... Seeing that the attack was broken in an instant, Morrison didn't panic at all, and ordered again. Marshtomp, Mudshot, field continuous shooting mode. Seeing Marshtomp start to walk around the field, constantly picking up the wet soil from the ground, injecting energy, and smashing it towards Trico, Xing clearly understood Morrison's tactics. It seems that the opponent has already understood that it is difficult for a strong player like Marshtomp to deal with a fast player like Trico in close combat, so he specially developed this tactic. The fact is exactly the same. The ground is too wet, and Trico's actions are disturbed, coupled with continuous mud shots. Trico can't find a chance to get close to Marshtomp. Pretty excellent tactics. The guy didn't deserve his luck. After sighing Morrison's talent as a trainer, Xing started directing. The new tactic that was just built for Trico in the past half-month can just try the effect. Trico, use the Wonder Field. Hearing the order, Trico stopped his dodging figure. His tail lit up with green lights, and he continued to chop up the smashed mud. At the same time, the energy of the grass in the air began to gather, turning Trico's body into a circular green field of 2 meters from Feng Yuan. When the field was formed, Mu Xiuzhong took out 2 seeds from nowhere and threw them into the field. In an instant, the scope of the field doubled again, and green rays of light flew out from one of the seeds, continuously pouring into Trico's body. As the rays of light poured into his body, Trico's exhausted physical strength began to recover, followed by Marshtomp's greatly exhausted physical strength, and began to gasp violently. Seeing the great reversal of the situation in the field, the surrounding apprentices were extremely surprised, and the middle-aged woman on the other side of the dojo also showed a surprised look. Miracle Field is a technique developed by Xing combining grassy terrain, leech seed, and miracle seed to improve the endurance of Trico. It turns out that this technique is quite powerful, but Trico has not yet completed Bullet Seed and Giga Drain, and is still short of the last 2 pieces of the puzzle. But even so, Trico is enough to kill most high-level and some elite-level Pokémon with low-level tiers. However, except for Pokémon with attribute restraint and quasi-elite Pokémon, the gap between the serious restraint of attribute and the level is too large. Looking at the situation in the arena, Nguangua and Cynthia smiled. The day before coming to the dojo, Xing used this technique when he was in a daily battle with Cynthia. At that time, Cynthia was shocked. The difficulty of this technique is much simpler than Lucario's Meteor Mash, but the subtlety is far beyond, especially the learning of Leech Seed. Apart from Xing, there are not many Tricos in the world who can learn it. There is no way to learn it due to racial restrictions. We lose. Seeing Marshtomp, who was exhausted and fell to the ground, and Trico, who was in good spirits and had no 4.4 damage except for some dirt on his body, Morrison gave up unwillingly. He really didn't expect that the tactics he had developed for a long time would be so easily cracked when facing Xing's Trico. The apprentices around looked at Xing and Trico with complicated expressions, talking a lot. I lost, I really lost. What a brilliant technique. His Trico, is it really necessary to study with us? Ignoring the surrounding discussions, Xing took out a towel and wiped Trico's body, and soon, Trico was clean again. At this moment, Morrison came over, admiring and unwilling to say, "Brother Bai, you are still so good. Come with me. Teacher Luing wants to see you." Looking up to the other side of the dojo, Xing met that interested gaze and also smiled with interest. Interesting. The sky had already darkened, but the lights in the flowing water dojo were still brightly lit. At this time, all the apprentices in the dojo were doing their own exercises, but their eyes turned to the four figures on the side of the dojo from time to time. But what he was looking at was not the two beautiful young girls or the elegant middle-aged woman, but the handsome young man among them, with admiration, envy, and fighting spirit hidden in his eyes. At this time, Xing was communicating with the woman in front of him, or Luing. "So you are Xiaoyi's disciple." After reading the letter in her hand, Luing showed a look of realization. "Xiaoyi, oh yes, I am Xing teacher's disciple." After a moment of stunned, Xing realized that the other party said Xiao Yi was Xing teacher. "That's fine. Leave it to me. I will be responsible for training Larvitar and yours." Luing showed an elegant smile, but Xing could see Fox Normal's happy smile in the eyes of the other party, and his brows were raised slightly. "Why do I feel that something is wrong?" But Xing hadn't finished thinking. Luing said again, "Your Trico talent is very strong. If you want, I can teach you a set of special fighting skills. Compared to the so-called Qingshan Dojo, it's much better. But if you want to turn it into a sword skill, it still depends on your own ability. Qingshan Dojo is much more famous than Lushui Dojo. It focuses on cultivating the fighting skills of various grass-type Pokémon. The tuition fee is also very high. It is not an advanced trainer who can't even enter the door." Without the slightest hesitation, Xing cupped his fists respectfully and said, "Teacher Luing, please, Trico urgently needs to strengthen his use of the sword." After completing the technique of Miracle Field, the problem of Trico's battery life was solved, but in the battle just now, Xing discovered that Trico had hidden deep shortcomings. Also, because of the previous rival, Trico did not encounter such a problem when fighting, that is, the use of the sword. In the battle just now, when facing Mudshot, although Trico chopped all of them into pieces, there was a lot of mud on his body. If the swordsmanship is good enough, the dirt should not be stained on Trico's body after being chopped up. Xing has always focused on strength, speed, stamina, and weapon strength, but neglected the most important thing for a swordsman, swordsmanship. Only 5 pieces of the puzzle come together to create a perfect swordsman Trico. Looking at the serious and respectful Xing with a happy smile, Luing shouted to the apprentices in the dojo, "Okay, today's exercise is over. Let's go home." "Yes, goodbye, teacher." Everyone's voices merged into one sound wave, which was extremely neat. After seeing the apprentices leave the dojo one after another, Luing looked at Xing and the 3 and said, "Since you are Xiaoyi's disciple, you can come to my place tonight. Or you can take these 2 children and go to the hotel. It's just that it's a bit late now. If we go to the hotel, there may not be enough rooms. Lushui Dojo has only one training ground and no place to live, so Xing, Nguangua, and Cynthia can choose to rent or find a small hotel tonight." But looking at Luing's cheerful fox smile and the teasing in his words, Xing said without changing his face, "It's better for the younger generation to choose to borrow. It's just a good time to ask Luing teacher some questions. Young man, if you are not bold enough, how can you marry a wife? Back then, I was not bold enough, so I put Xiaoyi." Seeing Xing's serious look, Luing teased, but as she spoke, she revealed some information that made Xing's eyebrows twitch. On the other side, Cynthia with a confused face and Nguangua with a cute little face blushing also looked at Luing curiously, waiting for her next words. "Cough, Teacher Luing, it's getting late. Let's go eat first." Just when Luing looked nostalgic and regretted and was about to continue, Xing coughed to wake him up from his memories, although he was also very curious. But in order to prevent the 2 girls behind from walking on that path, it is better to interrupt. However, it will be great to get some information at night and use it to laugh at old Du later. Although the face is extremely serious, Xing is secretly gossiping. Judging from the current situation, Luing in front of him is much better than Lao. How did Xing teacher be snatched away? Crunch. At the door of the dojo, Mudkip gently closed the wooden door with his small head under the eyes of everyone. But Xing looked at Mudkip with a thoughtful expression. Pokémon, Mudkip. Ability, Torrent. Qualification evaluation, Deep Blue. This Mudkip is not inferior to Morrison's original one, and even has the special talent of the Mudkip family. It is really excellent. It seems that there's no need to make a special trip to Mudkip Swamp. Seeing Mudkip walking up to Nguangua with small steps and gently rubbing against the girl's trouser legs, Xing couldn't help laughing. Did he get close so quickly? The main reason is that Nguangua is very generous. When Xing was talking with Luing just now, in order not to disturb Mudkip, Nguangua directly took out the ground energy cube that Xing gave her and kept feeding her. With the terrifyingly valuable energy cubes, Nguangua managed to get close to this dull little guy in a short period of time. This child is excellent. If you want to take it away, let me see the talent of that child. Looking at the scene in front of her, Luing wasn't surprised at all, but looked at Xing and whispered without smiling, but quite seriously. You'll see the boy's talent. The tone was full of trust. Xing looked at Luing and responded equally seriously. The trust in the voice made Luing look sideways. To make a trainer like Xing trust so much, it seems that Nguangua's talent far exceeds her expectations. 940. Cynthia on the side also came over and said, Zyguozi is amazing. As long as he travels for a year, he might become a conference champion. Hearing Cynthia's words, Luing was even more surprised. He became a conference champion in a year or two. Does this mean that the child Nguangua can be promoted to the elite within a year? But even the elite level may overturn. Unless it is said to be an elite team, it is basically guaranteed to win the championship. Among the children below, only Trico can achieve the elite level of assist skills recklessly, such as Audino, Magikarp, the two little Vulpix, and Larvitar can't stand alone. Audino's main training direction now is the team doctor, and it's not yet time to start cultivating combat ability, let alone Magikarp's combat effectiveness before evolution. Only when the two small Vulpix are super fused, it is possible to fight against the elite level, and the odds of winning are not great. Especially if you encounter the evil type. If you have not learned the two little guys of Miracle Eye, you can only admit defeat obediently, unless there is a chance to make the two little guys learn this special skill. Larvitar has just been subdued, and now it is too late for her to learn tactics and skills, and the most important thing now is to practice fighting skills and transform them into sword skills. Thinking about it, Xing couldn't help sighing. There is still a long way to go. The night was dark, and the residents of the small town went to bed early. At this time, in Luing's house, two young girls had already entered the room to rest, while Xing was talking with Luing in the living room. So, Teacher Luing, you're actually the core disciple of the Black and White Dojo, and you also learn the fighting skills of two schools at the same time? Xing looked a little surprised. After all, the Black and White Dojo is a fighting dojo in the Galar region, and the gap between the two regions is too huge. And that dojo is not something that normal trainers can enter. The maximum number of apprentices recruited each year is no more than 5, and the assessment difficulty is terribly high. Xiaoi probably didn't tell you that my Earl Dervish Pokémon is a martial arts bear master. Zizi snorted softly. Luing seemed very proud. Budo Kushi, a fighting Pokémon from Galar region, is quite powerful and has two different fighting genres, one-hit style and combo hit style. Among them, the combo flow is the fighting genre created by Budo Xiongshi through observation of the turbulent and continuous water flow and his epiphany. Hearing Luing's words, Xing suddenly realized and asked, So, the name of Lushui Dojo does not refer to Swampert, but the combo stream of martial arts bear master? But it's not. My Swampert is a one-hit style. Contrary to Xing's expectations, Luing said with a happy smile on his face. Looking at the seemingly elegant but dark-bellied woman in front of her with black lines all over her head, Xing really couldn't say what kind of player she is. Swampert can't only learn the combo style of Kamashi in martial arts, can he? My Swampert, what I learned is the combo flow in the dojo. Seeing Xing's powerless appearance, Lu Ying first smiled lightly for a while before speaking slowly, but it made Xing fall into thinking again. Martial arts bear master is very talented in learning fighting skills, but it also has a flaw. That is, it cannot master the two different schools of 10-strike style and combo strike style at the same time. Just like Trainer, most of them only have the talent to cultivate one line of Pokémon and cannot take care of multi-line cultivation, just like Steven do, who is talented in cultivating a single line of Pokémon. But there are also martial arts bear masters who can master both schools at the same time, but the number of beasts is rare, let alone those who can master both schools at the same time. Then Lu Ying, teacher, what are you planning to teach me? Xing asked directly, a little puzzled. Larvitar itself is powerful, and if according to what you said, the little guy likes to use heavy swords, it is suitable for the giant wave fighting technique. Your Trico has no flaws. Coupled with its sensitive speed and the endurance skills you developed, it is more suitable for flow fighting skills. These two fighting skills are excellent fighting skills, representing one-hit style and combo hit style respectively, which are quite suitable for Larvitar and Trico. Lu Ying didn't make a fool of herself and directly revealed all her thoughts, but she became serious when she spoke. However, it is not easy to transform it into swordsmanship. And if you, a trainer, want to learn these two fighting skills with them, you will only suffer more pain than them. Can you bear it? In Lu Shui Dojo, whether they are apprentices or Pokémon, most of what they learn is the common fighting skills taught by Lu Ying, which can strengthen their combat power. It's not because Lu Ying doesn't teach superior fighting skills, but Pokémon doesn't have the talent to learn, and Trainer doesn't have the ability to bear that kind of pain. Although the physical fitness of human beings in the Pokémon world is good, it is far inferior to Pokémon. If you want to practice the fighting skills created by those Pokémon, you need to bear the training of fighting energy. The better the fighting skills, the faster the energy will be absorbed, which is naturally great for Pokémon, but for humans, their bodies can hardly bear such pain. Seeing Lu Ying's extremely serious expression, Xing put away his smile and replied equally seriously, I'm here for this, of course I can. The power of the ghost and the power of the north wind can complement each other. One is responsible for healing the body, and the other is responsible for purifying the mind. Whether it is physical or mental, he can recover quickly. Go and rest first. Hearing Xing's answer, Lu Ying laughed again, pointed to an empty room, and asked Xing to go in and rest. Without thinking too much, Xing was quite tired at this time. After cupping his hands, he stood up and walked towards the house. After so many days in the wild, he could finally get a good night's sleep. Watching Xing enter the room, Lu Ying walked to the balcony, took out a communicator from the space bracelet, tapped a few times, and two figures appeared on the screen. Little, old dude, why are you here? This is my home. I am not here. Where is it? TSK. Lu, what do you mean? If you don't accept it, fight. Old dude. Xiaoying, stop making trouble and let me talk. On the other side of the communicator, seeing Lu Ying's disdainful appearance, Du Yin ran away in an instant, and the teacher and Xing hurriedly stopped him. Pushing Du Yin aside, teacher Xing looked at Lu Ying and asked, Xiaoying, has Xing arrived at your place? Seeing Xing teacher, Lu Ying's attitude changed 180 degrees, and she said with a smile, Xiao Yi, don't worry, that child has already come to me. That's good. I'll trouble you next. Xing teacher felt relieved and heaved a sigh of relief. Leave it to me, but that kid's talent is really excellent. Xiaoyi, do you know the skills he developed? Lu Ying asked. Xing told me. Besides, 2 hours later, on both sides of the communicator, Lu Ying and Du Yin stared and gnashed their teeth, while teacher Xing hung up the communication helplessly. The hatred of taking a wife is irreconcilable. Humming and putting away the communicator and blowing the cold wind for a while, Lu Ying finally calmed down, turned around, and walked towards her room. Here, in Xing's room, sitting at the desk, Xing took out his notebook and kept writing and drawing on it. Trico and Larvitar's practice for more than a month by Zhao Zhao has been settled. But the practice of other children must continue, especially V Brava, who is currently the most likely to break through the elite among all Xing Pokémon. If V Brava can make it to the elite level, Scolipede can be sidelined as much as possible when the conference starts. After all, although today's Scolipede can control the body within a smaller range, it is still nearly half a meter longer than the rest of the same family. Coupled with the distinctive pattern of the color, the recognition is still relatively high. Trico, V Brava, two Pokémon have elite-level combat power. Ditto, Sizer have the strength to challenge quasi-elite. Combining 4 Pokémon together, Xing's tactics can have more combinations. As long as there is no dark horse that is too foul, he can basically be the lock-on conference champion. In general, Xing's team still lacks mid-level combat power, and the team's strength has broken down, which is why it faces this rather embarrassing situation. At noon 7 days later, smoke rose from the town. On the edge of the waterfall next to the running water dojo, Xing is practicing in practice clothes, while Larvitar and Trico are also in the same posture. But in comparison, Xing was sweating profusely, while Larvitar and Trico looked as if nothing had happened and chatted leisurely. Xing's current practice can only be regarded as a basic course. After all, compared with Pokémon, human beings can't control energy, and it's outrageous to be able to sense it. Larvitar and Trico completed the basic course in just 2 days and started their fighting skills training early. Now, it is just to strengthen the basics. This fighting skill, it's no wonder that those senior fighters seem to be out of their minds. Having endured such pain for many years and cultivated to a high level, I am afraid that there will be problems with the nerves long ago. Using the method of distraction to suppress the pain of fighting energy to cleanse the body, Xing felt a little more relaxed, relatively speaking. Half an hour later, Xing stopped his cultivation and sat down slowly on the ground. The power of darkness and the power of the north wind began to circulate, healing physical damage and mental exhaustion. The moment the nether power flowed out, it collided with the remaining fighting energy in Xing's body, and it was all removed from Xing's body in an instant. Feeling the condition of his body, Xing relaxed a lot. Fighters never use fighting-type energy to fight. They just use assist to increase their physical strength by 880. No matter which type of energy stays in the human body for a long time, it will cause damage to the human body. Some fighting families' nerve abnormalities are also caused by this aspect. Not long after, Cynthia and Wangwa walked over from the dojo, also wearing exercise clothes, holding some food, and came to Xing. Xiao Bai, there are delicious tea and delicious pastries here. You can try them. Boss, wipe off your sweat. Your body is so weak. Cough. I didn't say anything. Smelly girl, you. Touching Wangwa's forehead, Xing took a sip of the tea, wiped off the sweat from his forehead, looked at the two of them and asked, "How about you guys? How is your fighting skill training going?" For the sake of the two girls, Xing specially commissioned Lu Ying to teach them a set of more suitable fighting skills to deal with dangerous situations. It doesn't matter whether Cynthia practices or not. As for her physical fitness, 10 Xing's +1 will probably be rubbed on the ground, mainly for the sake of warmth. And Lu Ying's Mudkip is also trained to have fighting skills, and Wangwa can just use this to get close to a wave. Simple, but Zyguozi is lazy. It's okay. It's okay. I have practiced hard. Just when Cynthia was halfway through speaking, Nwangwa quickly covered her mouth and watched Xing's panic-stricken explanation, but it was obviously a bit late. Narrowing his eyes, Xing looked at Nwangwa and said, "Smelly girl, I will go to supervise the work in the afternoon, and if I perform well, I will be rewarded." "Reward? Don't worry, boss. I will practice hard." Nwangwa's eyes lit up when she heard Xing's words, and she was very curious about Xing's reward. The previous reward was a training manual for the Hail team, and this time there will be rewards, which makes Nwangwa look forward to it. "Xiao Bai, I want a reward too." Hearing Xing's words, Cynthia also became interested, looked at Xing, and said with big eyes shining. Ignoring the golden retriever, Xing looked at Nguangua and continued. How about the skills and tactics that are suitable for Mudkip? Do you have any ideas? The golden retriever continued to stare at Xing, a little disappointed. After thinking for a while, Nguangua replied, I have some small ideas. Mudkip's fins have a strong sensing ability, which can be used to develop some tactics. What do you think, boss? The golden retriever continued to stare at Xing, feeling wronged. Okay, there's a present too. Being stared at by Cynthia, Xing said helplessly, and upon hearing Xing's words, Cynthia smiled again. After comforting this Luo, a triple C. Nah, Xing looked at Nguangua and said again. Do you remember the tactics of Marshtomp who fought against me before? Just a simple wake-up call. Nguangua showed a thoughtful expression and murmured, Surf, swamp, field dig. No, icy wind, surf. Looking at Nguangua, who was lost in thought for a moment, Xing picked up the food at the side and ate it, and chatted with Cynthia at the side by the way. Cynthia, how is your Gabite doing? The 8th mold is about to be completed, but it's closer to evolution. Don't worry, the Dragon Conference is not far away. With the help of many aspects, Gabite of Cynthia is about to complete the 8th mold, but it is followed by more frequent evolutionary fluctuations. But fortunately, Xing is by his side. Most of the time, Xing will use the power of ghost to appease secretly when he is doing massage, help Gabite restrains evolution. On the other side, Trico and Larvitar are still exercising and swinging their fists, forming two different trajectories. Trico's fists and feet swing extremely fast and continuously, but the movements are somewhat intermittent. Obviously, he is not proficient in mastering them. Larvitar took a pony stance, screaming and punching, looking serious and cute, but the strong wind brought out between punches is not so cute. It's just that Larvitar's punching speed is extremely slow, and it takes almost a minute to swing each punch. Xing frowned watching this scene. There is nothing wrong with pursuing explosive power in one-strike style, but the fighting skills learned by the martial arts bear master are not necessarily suitable for Larvitar and should be slightly modified. Larvitar is small in stature, and his movements are still considered sensitive. Being close to rival is not a big problem, but if he evolves into Banjira, this problem can no longer be ignored. Budokuma has a flexible body and good speed, and can easily get close to rival to achieve a killer blow, but Banjira can't do it, or is difficult to do it. That being the case, how Banjira can get close to those rivals has become a problem. Perhaps it could be considered to modify the giant wave fighting skill and design a fighting skill that is really suitable for Banjira. In the final evolution, Banjira's ability will become blowing sand, and Larvitar can also learn the sandstorm skill, which can be considered to be close to rival, but there are many disadvantages. In other words, you can hide the killing blow in countless attacks. In constant thinking, Xing's brows gradually frowned. There was no other way. Duyan's Banjira was a giant beast, and Kinnan's Banjira was flowing water, so there was not much to learn from it. Compared with Trico, who has already perfected both tactics and skills, Larvitar, who only has strength at this time, really cannot stand alone. Bulldoze, stomping tantrum, earthquake, dig. Without hesitating for too long, one skill after another emerged in Xing's mind, and a rapid combination began, and tactics and skills began to form rapidly. After the training of fighting skills is completed, it is necessary to start learning tactics and skills quickly. As night fell next to the waterfall, while waving his fists and feet, there were strong winds. Luing watched Xing's movements with surprise in his eyes. The progress was too fast. It takes 7 days to complete the basic courses, which is too slow compared to Pokémon, but for human fighters, it can already be called a genius among geniuses. To put more bluntly, it is the elite capital of the fighting family. Its difficulty is not less than that of the elite level psychic, and the number of them is even smaller. I am afraid that there is no one in the whole world. The reason is very simple. Most fighters died of old age or practice to death before they broke through to elite. The most common ones were that their nerves were abnormal during training, and they caused troubles that should not be caused. If Xing didn't have the power of the nether to restrain the energy of the fighting system, and the power of the north wind to heal his soul, he would not be able to practice fighting skills, even if he was beaten to death. Didn't he think he died fast enough? Call. The last punch was blown out with a strong wind. Xing stopped, allowed a long breath, put away the fighting action. His forehead was covered with sweat, but his eyes were extremely bright. It's not just the strength of the body. The moment the shackles of the body are broken, the power of the ghost continues to flow out, combining with his physical body. This time, Yuji's power did not retreat to the sea of spirits, but formed an extremely close bond with every inch of his body. That feeling like evolution. No wonder, no Pokémon can refuse to evolve. This feeling is what every life yearns for and pursues. Feeling the sense of completeness from body and spirit, Xing's eyes were radiant, with a bright light that could not be concealed even by the boundless darkness. At this moment, Xing finally understood why many Pokémon would still choose to evolve when they knew it was not the best time to evolve. It was from the depths of life for the perfect covet. In order to become the perfect self, evolution is necessary. However, it is also because Xing has a very high super talent and possesses the special psychic variant of nether power, at the same time has a super talent for practicing fighting skills, plus the power of the north wind to complete this wonderful evolution. In the entire Pokémon world, there will no longer be a special existence like Xing. Okay, let's go. Those two children have been waiting for them to fall asleep. Just as Xing was feeling the sense of evolution, Luiying came over and said. Cynthia and Nguangguan the side were already leaning against the big tree, hugging each other to keep warm, sleeping soundly, and looking quite cute. Smiling, Xing stepped forward and said directly, Glacia is here. The voice was quite soft, but the two girls opened their eyes instantly and shouted in confusion. Glacia Elite, I'm your fan. Senior Glacia, be right with me. Halfway through the conversation, the two girls saw Xing, who was smiling in front of them. After a moment of confusion, the two girls who reacted puffed up their cheeks and began to denounce Xing. Boss bullies people. Xiaobai is too much. How could he do this? Xing quickly raised his hand to apologize and said, Okay, I was wrong. I was wrong for disturbing you to sleep in the forest tonight. Although it was an apology, it was full of ridicule. At this moment, the two girls finally realized that the sky was getting dark. They stood up and groaned softly and walked directly in front. Luiying also smiled lightly, glanced at Xing, and walked in front. There was an incomparably clear gleam in his eyes. Xing shook his head and chuckled, and followed the backs of the three of them, step by step back to the brightly lit town. In the middle of the night, there was still light in the room. In front of the desk, Xing was writing in his notebook, and there were Pokémon standing, lying, or lying on the ground in bed beside him. Larvitar was still happily communicating with Dano, who was still in the Pokémon egg, and Dormesia through the Nether Force network. Sizer is feeding Trico. As a master tactician, even if he has not practiced fighting skills, Sizer is extremely powerful in combat. Scolipede was putting his big head on the other side of Xing's table, watching Xing tenderly with his big eyes, tapping Xing's face with his tentacles from time to time. Audino was behind Xing, stepping on a small stool to help him hold his shoulders, but the tiredness rose and the little guy kept hitting yawn. On the other side, there are two little Vulpixes play rough sounds coming from the bathroom and Ditto's storytelling voice, which may have reached the part where Prince Groudon took the glass slipper and went to find Cinderella Kyogre. There's still the sound of bubbling vaguely. It should be Magikarp. The little guy has recently changed his scales and has become lazy. Vibrava, on the windowsill, gently swaying with the breeze, its big eyes squinted in happy arcs. The small house exudes a deep sense of warmth. Zero asked for flowers. An hour later, Xing put down the pen in his hand and began to look at what he had just written, sometimes frowning, sometimes nodding, sometimes picking up the pen to make revisions on it. Another half an hour later, Xing finally closed the notebook, gently picked up Audino, who had already fallen asleep in his arms, and put him on the bed. Then he stroked Scalopede's big head, and when Scalopede opened his big eyes and looked over in confusion, Xing said softly, "It's time to rest." After arranging all the children in the same way, Xing slowly exited the room and walked to the balcony, eyes lightly closed, blowing the yi-foam. But at this moment, a figure walking out of the room with the name of Yansa Xing nodded his chin and thought for a while, then poured 2 glasses of water and walked over. "No rest in the middle of the night. What are you thinking about?" Just when Xing was enjoying yi-foam quietly, a voice full of ridicule and joy sounded, and when he opened his eyes, it was Lu Ying, holding 2 glasses of water in his hand and handing over one of them. "Teacher Lu Ying, you haven't slept yet." After taking the glass of water, Xing turned around again to blow the wind, closed his eyes, and said, "Don't think about things, blow the wind and relax." Also leaning on the balcony, after taking a sip of the water in the glass, Lu Ying opened his mouth unhurriedly. "When are you going to leave?" "The time for the Evergrande conference should be coming soon. In another half a month, when Nwangwa tricks your mudkip into your hands, we will leave." "Stinky boy, you are so shameless that you are really going out with old Duru." "Teacher Lu Ying, you have won the prize." "Who praised you?" After a conversation, the two laughed at the same time, and Xing's mood relaxed a lot. Although the fighting practice in the past few days has been cured, it is still a bit uncomfortable. After laughing for a while, Lu Ying looked at Xing and said, "Tomorrow is the official practice of fighting skills. Since you plan to leave in half a month, the progress should be accelerated a little. Divide it into 2 weeks, and I will hand over everything to you during this process. Afterwards, you need to practice by yourself. Just communicate when you encounter a pass." Without saying much, Xing just raised his water glass and said with a smile, "Cheers." Lu Ying smiled and also toasted. "Cheers big." Half a month later, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in the flowing water dojo, all the apprentices looked at the battle in shock. The young man turned into a cold machine, mercilessly making every move and making deadly moves. The middle-aged, beautiful woman on the opposite side maintained an elegant posture, and with light steps, she avoided the continuous attacks of the young normal. The two sides in a battle are Xing and Lu Ying. Although the gap is a bit obvious, it has to be said that Xing's attack looks quite imposing. Looking at the battle in front of them, all the apprentices who had been tired from the afternoon sun all regained their spirits. In fact, the sight in front of them scared them a little. Xing not only completed the basic courses within a week, but also mastered 2 powerful fighting skills. Although the proficiency is very low, it has already broken through the level of low-level fighters. You must know that for these apprentices, even the basic courses are completed in a few months at the shortest and a year or 2 at the longest. The Xing in front of them makes it difficult for them to express the complicated feelings in their hearts. Although the fighting family is not as rare as the psychic family, there is no doubt that they also rely on talent to make a living. Compared with Xing, do they really need to continue to learn? However, Xing is not entirely based on talent, but mainly because of the existence of the power of the ghost and the power of the north wind, which can make him not have so many scruples, increase the amount of training, and increase the intensity of training. Of course, most people learn fighting skills only to strengthen their bodies, and they have more chances of survival when facing danger in the wild, so they can run away. No fighter with a normal brain would really want to fight Pokémon with fighting skills. That would be death. If Rival was a Steel-type Pokémon, he would be able to hit him with his head, and he wouldn't even be able to break through the opponent's defense. Not to mention that Pokémon also has the ability to manipulate natural energy. Thinking of this, the apprentices regained their mood. However, among the apprentices, a chubby boy with orange hair and a Swampert sitting next to him looked at Xing's figure, but his body was full of fighting spirit. The boy is Morrison. During this period of training, his Marshtomp successfully broke through the advanced level and evolved into Swampert. It can be said that the opportunity is quite deep. However, it is a pity that Swampert's aptitude barely reached the shallow purple after evolution. Compared with the deep blue that Xing saw for the first time, it can be said that the progress is very small. If Xing chose to take away Mudkip back then, although he may have just evolved in a marsh tom now, his qualifications are estimated to have been promoted to shallow purple's future. At this point in the arena, the fighting has stopped. Breathing, stabilizing his figure. After a long breath, Xing slowly suppressed the surging qi and blood. His eyes regained their calmness and looked at Lu Ying opposite. "Teacher Lu Ying, thank you." Xing looked helplessly at Lu Ying, who was unscathed and with a relaxed expression, but still thanked him. He originally planned to leave today, but Lu Ying came to a duel in order to let him prove the strength of the fighting skills in the dojo. However, Xing strongly suspects that this is because Lu Ying wanted to revenge Lao Du for taking his wife away. So Lu Ying abused herself and became a retaliate. But in terms of teaching, Lu Ying did not hide any secrets. All the knowledge was handed over to Xing, and then Xing, Trico, and Larvitar needed to work hard on their own. It seemed that Lu Ying had just finished torturing the vegetable chicken. Lu Ying was in a very happy mood and said with a happy smile, "Thank you for accepting it, but the most important thing is your talent. The main thing is to thank teacher Lu Ying for his teachings," and, with a helpless mood, Xing started to read. It was the script that Lu Ying gave him the day before. The lines were not bad, but the content was a bit overwhelming. But looking at the full traces of revisions, Xing wondered how many people had done it. The apprentices at the bottom didn't care about the two people bragging about business at all and started talking one after another. After all, every apprentice who successfully graduated would follow the routine and get used to it. That by rushing is really amazing. It's only been about a month. Is this a genius? I envy the real name system. Almighty Arceus, I also want such a talent. Amid the discussions among the apprentices around, Xing followed Lu Ying teacher to the other side of the dojo, and he was greeted by perfunctory cheers from two young girls. "Xiaobai is amazing. Boss is amazing." Hearing Cynthia and Wang was perfunctory compliments, Xing felt nothing. These two idiots had seen him fight Lu Ying several times a few days ago, so it was normal to have such a reaction. But looking at the little Mudkip lying on Wang Guo's head, Xing was abused, and the helplessness of being forced to arrange the script finally improved a lot. At least a good Pokémon was abducted. Reasonably speaking, the higher Wang Guo's achievements in the future, the greater the benefits to him. Xing originally planned to arrange Wang Guo to be the commander and power holder of the Ice Legion. Only when Wang Guo is strong enough can she shoulder this responsibility, allowing Xing to free up her energy to deal with more things, such as establishing the Dragon Legion, the Ghost Legion, building the Hail Team, the low-profile version of the Sandstorm Team, dealing with the Alliance and the Rockets, planning the dark organizations of the various regions, and many other things. Personal power is limited unless Xing is no longer a human being. Of course, this is impossible. Here, Lu Ying had already sat down, took out a book, and handed it to Nguangua. "Your progress is not satisfactory, but your boss still entrusts me, so this is for you." Nguangua took the book with a happy face, thinking it was a reward from Xing, and wanted to open it immediately with great interest. But the next 10 sentences of Lu's belt immediately caught Nguangua. And it is the fighting technique that you and Mudkip will practice together later. For a moment, Nguangua was stunned, and turned her head to look at Xing pitifully. "Boss." "Haha. Sorry, that you open it first and take a look." Obviously pitiful, but Xing couldn't help laughing. Under the girl's resentful eyes, he forced his smile away and said, "Oh." He opened the book aggrieved, but Nguangua froze for a moment. Ice and snow weather, 32 core recipes. Snow mountain, the address coordinates of frozen cold pool. Massage, shelter, Amora tailored edition. As she flipped through, Nguangua's big eyes gradually lit up, and it was undoubtedly the 4.6 Pokemon breeder method that Xing sorted out for her, as well as destinations she could travel to in the future. Putting away the book in his hands with great joy, Nwanguo looked at Cynthia next to her with a happy face, envious, turned her head and grabbed Xing's sleeve and shook it. Xiao Bai, where's mine, where's mine? Don't shake, Dizzy, this is yours. There's not enough time. I only made these. Taking out a simple 3-page notepaper and handing it to Cynthia, Xing was a little helpless because he didn't have enough time, and Cynthia's breeder plan had really reached a level of excellent, so he could only make some additions. After thinking over and over again, he devised this set of breeder method that can assist Lucario's extremely high mastery of meteor mash skills. Looking at Cynthia's shining eyes, Xing suddenly had the illusion of keeping a pet. It's not very easy to raise. In Evergrande City, the center of Pokémon, a teenager is surrounded by several Miss Joeys. Mr. Bai, who am I? A cute Joey looked at Xing and asked. Miss Joey XN. Taking a closer look at Joey in front of him, Xing said with certainty. It's amazing. Joey was shocked times N. After a long time, Xing returned to the rest area under the dangerous eyes of the two girls, but was reprimanded by the girls just as he sat down. Xiao Bai, you actually left your partner to chat with other Stephanies. Boss, forget your righteousness when you see S**X. Looking at the two girls with bulging cheeks and looking angry, Xing laughed instead, took out his notebook and flipped it in front of them. Asked some contestants for information, although it is only the outermost layer, but it is also useful. Also, here are some ideas and knowledge that Miss Joey has cultivated on Pokémon. Without a doubt, the Joeys are the most Pokémon-aware people in the world, aren't they? Looking at the two girls whose anger had subsided, but instead showed admiration, Xing chuckled, picked up the ice water on the table, and drank it. But while Cynthia and Wanguo were flipping through the materials in the notebook, Xing was thinking about another thing. The torchbearer's torch seems to be real, but the energy contained in it should be only a little bit. If you want to obtain the energy that is really enough to purify the evolutionary stone, you still have to contact the altar of the holy fire. While thinking about it, Xing probably had some guesses about the conference flame, but he seemed to think of something, and Xing's expression became strange again. No wonder Lear didn't open the conference. The Molters in that place are really evil. Thinking of Molters in Galar Region, Xing probably understood why there were only gym challenges and a so-called champion cup in that place. Compared with the Molters of other regions, the Molters of the Galar region are very different, and they are not so easy to contact and communicate with. Molters of the Galar region has a special ability called Evil Aura. Not to mention communication, no human being can approach him at all. Anyone who is close to Galar Molters, if he touches its ability range called Evil Aura, his soul will be exhausted, and only white ashes will be left after being burned. It is also for this reason that no one dares to use the flame, even if it can be borrowed from Molters. Using it is pure death. By the way, the 3 holy birds of Galar seem to be somewhat evil. Molters has no fire attribute, Zapdos has no electric attribute, and no ice attribute. Isn't it better to change the name? For example, Zapdos can be called the bird. Thinking shifted, Xing thought of 2 other holy birds, the strangest of which was Zapdos, which could run faster than fly, and ended up with a flying attribute. Simply, of course, the type does not affect the beast's ability to control natural energy. Galar's 3 holy birds not only control 3 kinds of nature power, but even have special effects. Boss, it's almost time we should go. Just as Xing was thinking, Nwanguo's voice sounded to remind him. Taking out the communicator to check the time, Xing stood up and said, Let's go. It's really hard to make an appointment for Evergrande's training ground here. Glancing at Cynthia, who was still eating, Xing tapped the little golden retriever's head helplessly. It's time to go to training. Let's pack the food. Oh, okay. Nodding her chin and thinking for a while, Cynthia packed all the things on the table into the space bracelet and followed Xing's pace. Evergrande City develops its economy mainly by providing trainers with services from all walks of life, and the opening of the conference every year will bring huge income here. especially trainers. Whether it is food customization, professional training grounds, or battlefields, trainers are quite willing to spend money. In addition, the tourists who come here to watch the game, the trainers' friends and family members, can also bring quite good economic income. Not long after, Xing walked into a venue with two girls. There are very few people here, and most of them carry one or two Pokémon around them, but their momentum is quite restrained, and their strength cannot be seen. Most of the trainers here are trainers who are about to participate in the conference. They will try their best to avoid fighting before the start of the conference and avoid leaking Pokémon information as much as possible. You two don't move here, I'll go by. After a wave of routines, Xing walked to the front desk, quickly took the communicator, clicked on it, and led the two girls into a training room. The training room wants to be complete with all kinds of equipment, but most of them are more general-purpose equipment, such as treadmills, weight-bearing equipment, and the like. After thinking for a while, Xing pressed the Pokeball, and the white light flashed, and Pokémon appeared in the room, and Wangwa and Cynthia on the side also released their own Pokémon. Trico, you are still practicing fighting skills, and Sizer will conduct actual combat training for you. Vibrava, I will turn on the wind turbine later, and you can continue to exercise your ability to sense the airflow. Ditto, it's good that you continue to be in charge of the major transform identities. 1. Okay, let's start training. After arranging the tasks, Xing turned on the equipment in the training room and let the Pokémon exercise by themselves. After all, the space here is not big enough, so they can only exercise in batches. On the other side, Cynthia's Lucario and Wangwa's Shelter had already started exercising, their fists covered with silvery light, constantly smashing the flying cone-shaped ice shard. Lucario's physical fitness is still not enough at this time. Using the system to test the situation of Lucario 600 times, Xing found that it is still quite difficult for Lucario to control the bullet meteor mash freely after all. This technique can only be used as Lucario's hidden hole card, a decisive blow. If you want to use it in common combat, you need at least an elite level of physical fitness. Wangwa's Shelter is progressing quite well. Recently, he has been able to condense ice arrows, and the strength of icy wind is also increasing. Especially in one battle, the icy wind used by Shelter turned into blizzard. Although it was very short, it provided Xing with a new way of thinking. Little Icyrus might try the development of icy wind to enhance the weather, and whether a weather book can be made out of it. After the evolution, Larvitar will gain the sand-blowing ability, and maybe it can also assist in this way to enhance the weather. While observing the data of the Pokémon in the training room, Xing is recording with a notebook, and every inspiration will be transformed into a step on the Pokémon's powerful road. In the training room, the training of the Pokémon is going on in an orderly manner, while Cynthia and Wangwa on the other side are conducting the command beside the Pokémon. Throughout the training venue, countless trainers are carrying out frequent training, their eyes projecting anticipation, tension, and majestic fighting spirit. The Evergrande Conference is about to begin. In the early morning 4 days later, in the venue, the grand opening ceremony began. Xing mixed with the contestants, narrowed his eyes slightly, and stared at the conference flame altar with full concentration. A series of data quickly emerged in front of his eyes. Item: Altar of Holy Fire, inactive. Remark 1. Compared with the flame in the torchbearer's hand, the real flame of Moltres is hidden in the fire altar, but it is in a deep sleep contest condition and needs a primer to wake it up. Remark 2. Among them, the flame has the ability of light, warmth, etc., and contains extremely huge energy. It turns out that the real flame has been hidden in this holy fire altar that has attracted much attention, but no one really cares about it. The former leader of the Alliance, the ability to manipulate people's hearts is really top-notch. Looking at the lines of data and information displayed on the system's light screen in front of him, Xing couldn't help but sigh. Compared with these people in Alliance now, the wisdom of the older generation is really extraordinary. This holy fire altar exists here all the year round, but no trainer really cares about him, but instead focuses all his attention on the flames hidden inside the Alliance. But that flame is just the introduction needed to activate the altar of the holy fire. It can not only activate the altar of the holy fire, but also divert everyone's attention. At this time, among the several people on the high platform, the old man with a long white beard and a kind face said, "The conference is about to start. I hope all trainers will get an excellent result. Besides, abide by the rules. Competition first, friendship second." The old man said with a smile. "Cough, President, wrong, wrong." The person next to him was sweating profusely, reminding him in a low voice. "Oh yes, it's friendship first, competition second." After thinking for a while, the old man's voice was still smiling. The audience was speechless. Ignoring the words of the old urchin on the high platform, Xing was thinking at this moment, since it is an activation treasure, there shouldn't be any problem when I take it away. 17. According to Xing's plan, only a small amount of energy is enough. Just like Caesar used the special magnetic field of the power crystal to evolve normal when he was in the Thunder Plane. Phew, since that's the case, let's take this opportunity to see who the players are. After smoothing his thoughts, Xing breathed a sigh of relief and began to look around at the players, and soon saw Morrison's figure, and this guy also came here. Somewhat beyond Xing's expectations, Morrison collected 7 badges that represent the gym, and only 1 badge that does not represent the gym. It can be said to be quite good. You must know that among the present trainers, the 8 badges that can be collected to represent badge are basically trainers who have traveled for 3 years, and there are also some trainers who have relatively good talents for 2 years. For example, Xing traveled for 3 or 4 months and collected 8 badges, unless he had good strength before the trip. And like that kind of trainer, that is the so-called player who may overturn Xing. For a trainer like Morrison who has not yet redeemed his potential, Xing can make a series of 6s. That's right. Why is he here too? Suddenly, Xing's pupils shrank sharply, and a figure that surprised him appeared in the line of exhibitors. There is a Pikachu on his shoulder and a red and white hat. Xing can recognize this person with only 2 simple signs. The future champion and one of the strongest champions, Crimson, in Xing's heart, compared to a certain Dondi who is known as the strongest champion. Qihong in front of him is the strongest champion in his heart. With Yu Sanjia and Pika, God, Chiu, he ascended to the position of champion. But to be reasonable, judging from the evolution and level of Xing's Yusanjia that Xing saw before, Qihong should be participating in the Silver Conference at this time. But that's okay. Being able to fight against Qihong is something that many trainers dream of. After a brief moment of astonishment, Xing had a strong fighting spirit in his eyes and put his right hand on the Pokeball on his waist, as if he was ready to summon Pokémon normal at any time. As if their gazes were too intense, Pikachu and Qihong turned their heads without any deviation and met Xing's eyes full of fighting spirit. He froze for a moment. A smile rose on his red face. His eyes also released a strong fighting spirit, and he unconsciously stroked the Pokeball on his waist with his hand. Looking at each other, full of fighting intent, the two completely ignored the field they were in, completely ignored the other trainers around them, narrowed their eyes slightly, and stared at each other. Just when the two were about to summon Pokémon, and the Pokémon and the Pokeball also sensed trainers' intentions, and was about to break the ball and come out into reality, Dao's suddenly amplified voice woke them up. "Allay, Vice President, what's the next sentence?" The old man who was still talking suddenly showed a confused look and asked the middle-aged man who was wearing glasses and had a serious demeanor beside him. "President, the next sentence is Evergrande Conference officially begins." Taking out a tissue to wipe the sweat on his forehead, the vice president reminded him helplessly, but the vice president coldly glanced at the smiling trainers below. As for Trainer, who was swept by the vice president's eyes, all his hair stood up as if he had seen the natural enemy normal, and the big-eyed fear surged into his heart uncontrollably. At this time, Xing and Qihong looked at each other full of fighting intent, then turned their heads and looked at the old man who was still speaking on the stage again. It's just that Xing at this time has changed from being bored to a serious contest condition. He originally participated in the conference just for the torch, but he didn't expect that there would be a rival like Qi Hong. But when he saw those people on the stage, Qi Xing's brows gradually frowned. This vice president is not easy. Looking at the middle-aged man in glasses who kept whispering his lines next to the old man on the stage, with sweat dripping from his head from time to time, Yin Xing frowned and thought. The power of the elite level, the physical instinct of the low-level fighters, and the power of the north wind that Sua Kun left behind to protect him, all coincidentally convey a sense of danger. The low-level fighting family is okay, and the elite-level ghost power is also understandable. But even the power of the north wind is transmitting a sense of danger, and this vice president is definitely not easy. At this time, the gate of the venue opened. A torchbearer ran towards the altar of the holy fire, Good Promise, with a torch in his hand, and most of the trainers were staring at the torch. The eyes are extremely complicated. Some are curious, some are covet, some are puzzled, and there are many comments. So, is that the flame that Molter's left behind? If you can get the flames of the 3 holy birds, I'm afraid it's an elite. Don't be fooled. Where do you think those birds that Sky flew in the venue came from? Pity. Not as good as others. Qi Xing only looked at the torch with anticipation. It was the most critical key for him to get the Molter's fire. This conference is getting interesting. Clenching the poke ball at his waist, Qi Xing was extremely happy. This is a double blessing. He can fight against Qi Hong and get the flame of Molter's. He has already got the method to activate the altar of the holy flame. Even if he can't win the championship, he can naturally use the identity of the rockets and the executioner. In short, he wants to fight, and he also wants to fight the torch. Gyarados destroy the death ray. A terrifying beam of light exploded from Gyarados' mouth, directly blasting Lanoon, who was frozen because of intimidating ability, flying out. Bang! Lanoon Fly was extremely fast and directly knocked Trainer into the iron net, and both of them passed out beautifully. Seeing this scene, the referee on the side said directly, Birewashing from Rustboro City won the victory and advanced to the next round. After announcing the completion, the referee immediately turned on the headset and said, Medical department, there is a wounded person in the number 73 arena. Without wasting time, Qi Xing turned around and walked away. Gyarados took the initiative to tap the poke ball on Qi Xing's waist. A red light flashed, and Qi Xing and Gyarados disappeared together. In the venue at this time, many viewers looked at Qi Xing's split screen and talked a lot. This trainer is so handsome, and Gyarados is so cool. These are civilian tourists. This trainer is not simple. Gyarados is quite strong, and the tacit understanding is simply terrifying. These things trainer. Xiaobai is so handsome. The boss is so handsome. This is Nwangwa and Cynthia. The first knockout game required the entire venue as a battle venue, and the audience couldn't see it, so the large screen projection mode was adopted. After all, the ticket revenue is quite good. Taking out the communicator to log in to the conference server, checking his points, Qi Xing looked up directly at the 850 square meter big screen in the venue. It's just that Qi Xing didn't notice that many viewers were still looking at his screen. After all, his performance was too brilliant. After searching for a while, Qi Xing didn't find Qi Hong's figure. He probably had already resolved the battle. He directly used Ditto's elite Gyarados to quickly resolve the battle. Is it still too late to watch the battle? However, Qi Xing didn't notice that on the high platform, a gaze full of interest cast down, it was the white-haired old man who gave the speech before. Lady, look at that young man. After watching Qi Xing for a while, the old man patted the shoulder of the middle-aged man with glasses beside him and said following Qi Xing, Okay. Raising his glasses, a blue light flashed in the eyes of the middle-aged man, and his casual expression became quite serious the moment he saw Qi Xing. Force of the North Wind. Is this boy a friend of that guy, Sukun? The old man still looked kind and said with a smile, Not only that, I can feel that he and your family may have some fate. Fate! Hearing the old man's words, the middle-aged man raised his glasses, his inquiring eyes fell on Qi Xing again, and he fell into deep thought. At this time, Xing also felt Aki. The eyes of the middle-aged man frowned, and instead of looking up, turned and left. It's just that from the beginning to the end, Xing didn't notice the old man's gaze. Half an hour later, in the auditorium of the venue, Xing had already sat between Wangua and Cynthia, enjoying the massage service of the two girls. It's just that Xing at this time is a little miserable. Cynthia, I think you're trying to murder me. Guozi, have you practiced fighting skills well recently? Don't turn your head. Look at me and say. Hearing Xing's evaluation of her massage, the two girls withdrew their small hands in embarrassment, especially Nwangwa, who didn't dare to look at Xing for fear of being criticized. Sighing helplessly, Xing stretched his shoulders, which were fine after massaging, looked at the game on the field, and pressed the pokeball on his waist at the same time. A white light flashed, and little Evie appeared in Xing's arms, looking at Xing lazily, as if asking what he was going to do. Listen, three of you for the rest of the time, stare at the battlefield where Greninja, Kecleon appears. Xiaobai, I understand. Don't worry, boss. Leave it to me. Boy, a pack of Slowpoke candies. Hey, Cynthia, this candy. Boy, give it to me. After explaining the matter, Xing began to concentrate on looking at the battlefield below. If he could find high-quality Greninja and Kecleon here, he wouldn't have to run around the world for a single mission. At 7 o'clock in the evening, it was dark. Xing was standing bored in a battlefield, facing a trainer of about 20, and the fire Pokémon in the field was fighting with 10 Larvitars. Of course, this Larvitar belonged to Ditto Transform. After all, a Larvitar without tactics and skills at this time could not deal with a high-level Pokémon. Boom! Finally, under Larvitar's uninterrupted dig attack, the fire Pokémon exhausted all its energy, passed out, and fell to the ground. Player by Ruashing won and advanced to the next round. After judging that Pokémon who lost the ability to fight, the referee directly announced the result of the battle, but did not notify the medical department. After all, Pokémon Hole lost to exhaustion, and his trainer was not injured. Let's go. Greeting to Ditto, Xing turned and walked in front without checking the points. As long as he keeps winning, the points are meaningless. The fire Pokémon just now is just a high-level strength that was forcibly catalyzed by the evolution of Assist. Let alone Ditto, even a small flame can easily win. However, the dig tactic is good, and it can be considered to build. Taking out his notebook to record, a smile appeared on Xing's face. The battle just now proved that dig tactics can be applied to Larvitar. However, Attribute and Weather tactics still need to continue to experiment. Although Rival's fire Pokémon is trained in forts, their skills are almost all fire type. For Larvitar, who has a high resistance, it is not really targeted for Rival. After that, it would be nice to meet some rivals who are good at water, ice, and weather. After recording the advantages and disadvantages of the tactics, Xing put away the notebook and started a new thinking. Only by encountering all these most targeted rivals can he design truly excellent tactics and skills. For example, if Rival is a water system, if you pour water directly into the hole, the dig tactic is basically useless, and the Ice-type rival can also adopt the tactic of freezing the field. Xiaobai, we found Kecleon. Boss, field 145, go quickly. Just as Xing was meditating, the communicator rang, and two charming voices came out, and Xing put aside his thoughts for the time being and walked directly towards his destination. Soon, Xing was holding a small EV and stood next to a battlefield, staring at the battle in the field, but only for a short minute. Xing shook his head and walked away. By Bowie, that Kecleon is pretty good. It's pretty strong. It's good, but it's not suitable for us. She has good qualifications, but ability is not what we want. Xing was a little helpless. To be honest, that Kecleon was quite excellent both in terms of aptitude and skill table, but it was a pity that the ability changed color. The color-changing ability can also change its own attribute, but it needs to withstand the attack of the corresponding attribute. In comparison, the ability to change freely is naturally more suitable for Audino. We have better options, it just takes a little longer. Just be patient. In the early morning of the next day, in the venue, the battle situation resumed. The qualifiers ended yesterday, and the 256 contestants who participated in the qualifiers tournament today have already advanced, and the next battle will be 2 matches each. Looking at the 4 battle arenas in the venue, Xing frowned slightly. The difference in treatment is really not small. Yesterday, it was a small common venue, but today is such a high-quality battle arena. Similar to this kind of battle arena, you can freely switch between various venues, including rock, swamp, and grass fields. The emergence of this kind of arena can test trainers' on-the-spot command and response capabilities, as well as whether the team's configuration is reasonable, and can also increase the variables of the battle. For the academic faction, this battle can be regarded as a rather severe test, but for the traveling faction, it is nothing more than sprinkling water. Time passed minute by minute, and it was almost noon in a blink of an eye. At this time, the battle on a field was over, and Xing also left. The one on the field is Qihong. Compared with Ash's Pishin, Qihong's 0-2 Pishin, his acting skills are not so good. After being killed by a Pikachu that can be seen everywhere, his 2 Pokémon were killed one after another, so trainer walked off the field with an ugly face. This year is the 3rd year of the Traveler's Trip, and it is the last chance to participate in the conference, after which he can only devote himself to some small organizations. However, the audience in the spectator seats below looked at Pishin with bright eyes. After all, the difficulty of obtaining Pikachu is quite low, and these audiences can't help but want to cultivate 10-song Pikachu. Pikachu is quite powerful. Shall we raise one for Midori? This is a young couple. Pikachu, I'm going to order. This is a teenager who is 12 or 13 years old, not far from the travel age. This Pikachu is not simple, and its trainer is also quite powerful. This is a trainer with Pokémon around him. At this time, Xing was looking at the data of Pikachu displayed by the system. Pokémon Pikachu. Qualification evaluation, gold. Even though he had seen it once before in Professor Birch's laboratory, Xing couldn't help but marvel at that there's only one Pikachu with gold qualification in the entire Pokémon world. But at this time, the big screen lit up again, and it was time for a new opponent to take the stage. The next match is about to begin. Rustboro City by Ruashing against Dominic in Inuya Town. Please enter the battle arena number 4. Frowning slightly, Xing walked towards the 4th ring and met Qihong head-on. Seeing Xing, Qihong stopped in her footsteps, and her face became extremely difficult. Looking at Xing, she thought that there was something important. Normal, her face became serious. Finally, after a minute passed, Qihong finally spoke. Red, come on. Thanks. Xing, rubbing the center of his brows helplessly, Xing walked towards the battle arena. He was wrong. Qihong's character can say thank you. It should be quite hard work. Stepping up to the battle arena, Xing and Dominic on the opposite side tapped a few times on the console next to them, and then went into waiting. The selection of the venue is complete, all stone venues. A crisp sound sounded, and the battle arena began to change dramatically. Amidst the rumbling sound, a rugged field full of rocks appeared in front of the 2 of them. Come out, Tropius. Vibrava, I leave it to you. 2 dazzling lights flashed, and then 2 Pokémon flying and soaring in the sky appeared above the field. Both of them were green, but the difference in size was a bit big. Looking at Xing's Pokémon, Dominic on the opposite side was obviously relieved. He is also a high-level Pokémon, and Xing's Vibrava has not yet evolved, so he has a good chance of winning. Vibrava, screech. Glancing coldly at Dominic, who was still relaxing on the opposite side, Xing directed directly. Vibrava dual wing beat trembled rapidly, and harsh and unpleasant voices came out. Hot, Tropius roar. Not only Tropius, but even Dominic on the opposite side began to feel uncomfortable and even gave orders intermittently, but the orders he gave were not bad. Tropius endured the pain, opened his mouth and roared, and the huge sound weakened Vibrava's attack. But the most critical thing was that Vibrava had to go to the Pokeball. Academic, the command is acceptable, but the on-the-spot ability is too poor. Taking out the Pokeball to take back the Vibrava, Xing tapped another Pokeball on his waist, and amidst the flashes of white light, a white Sizer shining all over appeared in the field. At this moment, looking at the white Sizer, all the audience became excited. Is that Flash Sizer so handsome? No, I remember Flash should be green. The special Flash in Legendary. The special Pokémon that is thousands of times rarer than Flash. For the first time in the entire conference, shiny Pokémon appeared, and it was a special Flash, Sizer with a frightening appearance. Even the two people on the high platform were a little surprised. Lady, that kid Sizer is very handsome. I think I'm more handsome. Why don't you call your sister for comparison? No. Although they also set their sights on Sizer, the discussion between the middle-aged man and the old man with glasses was obviously a bit crooked, focusing on the handsome body. At this time, Cynthia and Wangwa are also frantically checking in for Sizer. Sizer, come on. Boss Ruin. In the field at this time, the battle has started again, although Tropius can fly, but Sizer is assisting the rock in the field, constantly performing 910 jumps. Xing doesn't intend to waste Sizer's flying ability in this kind of place. This kind of rival is not worth exposing his cards at all. Seeing the Sizer with its light metal ability turned on and its terrifying maneuverability, Dominic's originally relaxed mood because of the superiority in the air became tense again. Tropius kept flapping his wings to dodge, but due to his huge body, he couldn't dodge effectively and was easily hit by Sizer. In addition, due to the limited height, Tropius cannot fly to a height that Sizer cannot reach by jumping. Roar! With an unwilling roar, Tropius' body fell to the ground, while Sizer stood on top of it. White's armor was shining brightly in the sun, and the eyes of the audience were full of splendor. Looking at the elite Sizer on the opposite side, Dominic's face was full of difficulties. Who knew that just after driving V Brava back, such a pervert came out? Finally, amidst the entanglement, Dominic threw out the next Pokeball. Swallow it, please. After the white light flashed, a Pokémon with a purple body and two yellow beards appeared on the field, exuding an elite-level aura around it. Without even a trace of panic, Xing's extremely indifferent command, before perfecting Bullet Meteor Mash for Lucario, provided him with some interesting ideas. Sizer, focus Energy Bullet Punch. Hearing Xing's words, Dominic focused all his attention and only waited for Sizer to enter the Focus Energy Contest condition, which was his chance to attack. It's just that the actual situation exceeded Dominic's expectations. Sizer directly approached Swalot. His double clamps were covered with silver light, and he swung out like a normal bullet. Swalot, Sludge Defense. Dominic commanded with an ugly face. Why didn't Sizer conduct Focus Energy? Is this just a tactic of confusing rivals' words? At this time, Swalot has been spewing sludge, but it is not used for attack, but covers the body to strengthen the defense. But suddenly, Dominic frowned when he saw Sizer's contest condition, and then his face changed drastically. He started Focus Energy when Bullet Punch was half used. Glancing indifferently at Dominic on the opposite side, Xing looked at the wall of sludge in front of Sizer and continued with the next command. Sword Dance. Hearing the order, Sizer stopped attacking and began to swing the giant pincers, and the wonderful energy began to strengthen her strength. Seeing Sizer with increasingly powerful energy fluctuations, Dominic's expression was not good, and after some hesitation, he commanded, Swalot, Body Slam. Stopping the spewing sludge, Swalot's body suddenly expanded and headed towards Sizer lunge. At this time, Sizer didn't seem to feel the coming attack at all. Normal. Looking at the scene in front of him, without the slightest panic, Xing made the final command. Stop playing, and Focus Energy, the final Bullet Punch. Hearing Xing's order, doubts appeared on Dominic's face. While Sizer suddenly stopped, his sharp eyes stared at Swalot in front of him, and the giant pliers lit up with a dazzling silver light and blasted out. Boom! Amidst the bang, Swalot's body exploded suddenly. But this kind of injury is not serious for a Pokémon like Swalot, as can be seen from the slowly gathering bodies in the field. Pressing the Pokeball on his waist, Sizer returned to the Pokeball surrounded by red light, glanced at Dominic opposite, Xing turned and left the battlefield. It was just a trick the first time, but it fell through the second time. Rival was too easy to cheat, allowing Xing to easily win the battle. The words by Ruoxing advances were also displayed on the big screen behind him, and Xing's rival Dominic walked off the ring with a distraught expression on his face. Sizer is awesome, handsome, and strong. Trainer is also. The conductor is calm and unhurried, quite generous, handsome, strong. Although I didn't understand what happened, it didn't prevent the audience below from cheering for the battle. At noon, in the rest area of the Pokémon Center, Xing is holding a glass of ice water with Cynthia and Nguangua beside him, looking at the large display screen in the restaurant together, which is the explanation of the battle in the morning, and it is now Xing's part. Dominic's performance is remarkable, especially Swalot's wall of sludge, which is a good skill. But by Ruoxing's tactics and skills are obviously better. Although we can't see V Brava's tactics, we can analyze Bai Miao's tactics. Looking at this battle against Swalot, the first is to use the time difference between focus energy and bullet punch to give Dominic the illusion of a language trap. But the subsequent sword dance is the real trap. In fact, it is not the sword dance skill, but the focus energy skill that has already been completed and can end at any time. Player Dominic stepped into the trap and was defeated by player by Ruoxing with one blow. I'm sure that player by Ruoxing must be an old-fashioned traveling trainer, and the formulation of tactics is so insidious. Sophisticated. Seeing this commentary dissect his own tactics bit by bit, Xing couldn't help but sigh a little. As expected of a conference commentator, this level is really not easy. At this time, Nguangua said with a face of dissatisfaction, "What? My boss has only been traveling for 3 or 4 months. Do you know what a genius is?" Cynthia on the side also agreed. "That's right, Xiaobai is amazing. Eat obediently. I won't watch the game this afternoon and go to the training room to exercise." Rubbing the heads of the two girls, Xing said, "Up to now, every battle has been videotaped. He can exercise in the afternoon and go back to study the rival data in the evening." Hearing Xing's words, Cynthia and Nguangua obediently ate, but their eyes were still fixed on the commentary on the screen. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, in the training room, all the Pokémon are working hard, and Cynthia and Nguangua are also accompanying them. But the eyes of all Pokémon and the two girls are always looking at Xing from time to time. At this time, Xing was sitting in front of a large Orbird table, with several luxury balls in front of him, but they were disassembled and the parts were placed on the table. Although Xing removed the locking device of the Pokeball, Tropius Roar skill in the morning gave Xing some new ideas. Roar can make Pokemon return a Pokeball and let the next Pokemon play, but the principle is quite interesting. Among them, returning to the Pokeball is the Pokemon's own instinct, which is reflected in fleeing in the wild. But for the trainer's Pokemon, the safest place in the world is the Pokeball, so the instinct will return here. However, the next Pokemon will be released by the trainer. In order to continue the battle, the trainer will naturally release the next Pokemon, and it is also up to the trainer to decide which Pokemon to release. Of course, if the trainer doesn't want to fight, he can choose not to release the Pokemon, just admit defeat or run away. Raising his special glasses, Xing held a small cube device in his hand and inspected it, which is the built-in small space of the Pokeball. It can be said that the value of other parts of the Pokeball cannot be compared with it, and it can even be disassembled and assembled, but this small device cannot. After some research and inspection, Xing put down the core device in his hand expressionlessly, took out his notebook, and began to write and draw on it. Space technology is a big black technology in the Pokemon world, but judging from the current situation, this technology may not be as simple as technology. That is the combination of science and technology and the power of Pokemon. In the hands of these companies, there should be space resources, and they could be continuously replenished. Perhaps they are connected with the gods. Soon, putting down the pen in his hand, Xing crossed his hands, propped his chin, and put on an appearance of thinking, and his thinking began to run rapidly. Is it a god who holds the power of space? Not just Palkia. Many gods can create their own space territories. To be reasonable, Can I combine technology and resources to create a Holy Land Pokeball? Thinking about it, Xing's eyes became brighter and brighter, and a new and special idea gradually emerged in his mind. There's a lack of energy in the Pokeball, so the effect of Pokémon exercising in it is extremely low. Too often, it is used as a resting place and a prop for the trainer to carry Pokémon. Slightly special, that is, those special Pokeballs that contain very little energy, such as overweight balls, die balls, etc., but they're only stronger than common Pokeballs. Assuming that these Pokeballs are common areas, the Pokeballs conceived by Xing are equivalent to holy places, and it is more appropriate to call them Holy Earth. Combining those special balls, collecting the power of some divine beasts, and the creation function of the assist system, the Holy Earth plan still has a great chance of success. The most important thing is that the Holy Earth is of great benefit to Magikarp, a Pokémon that needs to accumulate energy to complete evolution. There is also the evolutionary pupitre of Larvitar, which Xing can carry with him, instead of finding a mountain to let him sleep and wait for evolution. Holy Earth, try it out. A few days later, at the Evergrande conference venue, the boy and the girl had a confrontation. Boom! On the field, there was a huge collision sound, and two figures hit each other with their fists. One was a red Sizer, and the other was a bright white Sizer. The two sides in the battle were exactly Xing and his rival Xiaofeng. After being hit 3 by Xing's Sizer, she also released the Sizer, which made the atmosphere of the whole venue heated up. Baiju is too powerful, too strong. You say, can you be happy in vain? I think it's difficult. Baiju has exhausted a lot of energy. Baiju, the fans of Xing's Sizer, got a nickname for it, and after advancing to the top 32, the battle became a full battle with 6 Pokémon. Today is the top 16 matchup. As long as this victory is won, there will be 3 more matches, and Xing will be able to get the Molter's Torch. Sizer Bullet Punch. Focus Energy Bullet Punch. After waiting for his own Sizer to recover some strength, Xing and Xiaofeng on the opposite side commanded together, but Xiaofeng's face was quite ugly. He really didn't expect that Xing's Sizer was so powerful, and after defeating 3 of his Pokémon one after another, he still had such physical strength that he would drag his Sizer to death. The key is that Xing's routines are too dirty, and it is impossible to judge which one is a trap and which one is a real skill attack. It's just that Sizer and Xing have been together for a long time, and they have become like dogs of a feather. They don't need the power of ghosts to communicate at all. Sizer can understand Xing's intentions and play rival with full of malice. There is no way. If you can't cheat your own people, then you can only vent it all on the enemy. The pair of pincers collided, and the huge wind and waves blew Xing and Xiaofeng's hair, squinting their eyes slightly, and the two launched the command together again. We're coming to Focus Energy Bullet Punch. Double Team, Laser Focus, and Fury Cutter. Seeing that rival also used this technique, Xing was not surprised at all. This is not a subtle technique. As long as you can master the 2 skills proficiently, you can consider using it. In a flash, 5 white Sizers appeared on the field. Only a momentary delay, White completed Laser Focus, and the piercing voice made rival find her true location, but it was too late. Bah! PY! 3 incomparably fast sounds sounded. Laser Focus, combined with the effect of the Fury Cutter skill, just 3 short clicks, made rival lose his fighting ability. The face was quite ugly. Xiaofeng took back the Sizer, at least not to lose so ugly. It would be good to win the next game. Come out, Doug Trio. Come back, Sizer. Relieved by Xiaofeng, Xing finally took back the Sizer and replaced it with a new Pokémon. Tapping the Pokeball on his waist, a Pokémon appeared in the field. Xiaofeng's expression became serious again, and the kid on the opposite side was quite restrained. Doug Trio. Seeing the little gray figure of green, the audience began to cheer. Larvitar, come on. That's right, it was Ditto Transforms Larvitar who appeared on the field. In order to try various tactics for Xing these days, Ditto always appeared as Larvitar. However, while completing the battle, Ditto's casual appearance attracted a group of fans who thought it was the demeanor of a strong man. In this regard, Xing is quite helpless, is only because Ditto is lazy. How can there be any strong demeanor? But looking at Xing's Larvitar, the two on the high platform began to discuss again. That funny little guy again. This teenage Pokémon is really interesting. How could it be easy to be spotted by that guy, Sukan? That's right, Sukan. I don't know how those children developed such interesting personalities. Speechlessly looking at the smiling old man, the middle-aged man raised his glasses and looked at Larvitar in the field again. At this time, Larvitar and Dugtrio have already started fighting, and the battle is quite simple. Larvitar is just a few short earthquake, stomping tantrum tactics, and Dugtrio is on the verge of losing the ability to fight. Come back, Dugtrio. In desperation, Xiaofeng put away Dugtrio. Dugtrio is often very strong, but when encountering academic rival who can use earthquake, he can basically declare his retirement. So most of the time, Dugtrio will be hired by mines or mining companies with high salaries as an auxiliary Pokémon, and the salary is quite good. Taking out the last Pokeball, Xiaofeng took a deep breath, threw it out, and shouted, "The last game, please, Walrein." White light overflowed from the Pokeball, covering the battlefield, while Xing and Larvitar still looked flat. So what about the ice element? Fighting against the attribute was commonplace. Besides, it's just an elite class, and it can be blown up directly if you hit it head-on. Walrein, freeze the sea. With his face back to calm, Xiaofeng commanded very calmly. But the name of the command made Xing squint his eyes, which seemed to be a special skill. Larvitar, continue earthquake. Slightly squinting his eyes, before knowing the true colors of Xiaofeng and Walrein skills, it is still the current long-range attack. It is better to test Bobby. Feeling the trembling of the ground, Walrein did not panic, but unhurriedly condensed the energy of the water system in the air, and a giant wave gradually formed. Finally, before Larvitar's last earthquake energy was completed, Walrein's huge wave took the lead and came towards Larvitar, and Walrein rode on the huge wave. Frowning slightly, Xing could roughly guess Walrein's next tactic and began to respond. Rock Tomb, Dragon Dance. Glancing coldly at the incoming huge waves, and Walrein riding on the huge waves, Larvitar manipulated the rock energy in the battlefield to form a protective wall with 4 giant rocks. Rock Tomb was originally an offensive skill, but in the hands of most trainers, it has instead become a protective skill. In Rock Tomb, Larvitar's body surged with energy, and he danced a dance full of fighting beauty, but it was a dance more like a fighting action. This tactic was used by Kennen and her Larvitar during the gymnasium assessment before, and they won in one fell swoop. Xiaofeng looked at all this with a frown. After these few days of fighting, Larvitar used this tactic frequently, Rock Tomb and Dragon Dance. The tactics are extremely simple, but the problem is that when Larvitar uses this skill, Rival is too busy arranging tactics and has no time to stop Larvitar, so he can only let him complete the Dragon Dance. At this time, Xiaofeng is also facing the same choice. It is a difficult choice whether to continue the tactical arrangement or to stop Larvitar. If Walrein had a quasi-elite level, or if Larvitar was not a quasi-god, Xiaofeng would not be so entangled. Also at the elite level, Larvitar can build a rock tomb protection wall that temporarily blocks the energy of the water system by virtue of the quasi-god's talent. Walrein, go ahead and set the scene and forget about it. Gritting her teeth, Xiaofeng chose the same choice as Xing rival before. She was very confident in her tactics and Walrein. Smiling, Xing is not surprised. Every trainer will have confidence in his tactics and skills. This is normal, but it does not prevent him from fighting. Soon, the battle situation had a new change. As time progressed, huge waves almost swept across the entire site, and in the eyes of the audience, the water should have dissipated. But at this moment, Walrein opened his mouth wide, and a series of icy light beams shot out continuously, sealing the ice around the field, forming an ice wall to block the seawater inside. After completing the ice blockade, the height of the water was about 2 meters, but Walrein did not stop, but continued to freeze the seawater inside. But Walrein didn't just freeze it blindly. he just made some ice flows, and the main ones are the burrows left by the Dugtrio battle just now. A good tactic, the use of ice energy is quite powerful. It actually changed the venue. At this time, Larvitar's rock tomb was also submerged in the water. Judging from the situation, the protective wall of rock tomb couldn't last long at all, and the situation was quite dangerous. Looking at the situation in the field, the audience gradually became worried. Larvitar is going to lose so much water and ice. The situation seems to be unfavorable. The water system restrains the rock system, right? Don't talk. Watch carefully. Pokémon battles are never determined by attributes. At this time, Xing was also frowning. Walreon's tactics built a 2-meter-high ice wall, which could not only preserve the sea water, but also affect his sight. And the most important thing is that he has no way to take back Larvitar. The situation has progressed to the present, and Xing roughly understands the details of Xiaofeng's tactics. A tactic developed specifically for the Evergrande Conference. This tactic is quite excellent, but if it is fought in the wild, it is easy to be targeted or cracked, and it can only be effective on such a regular field. Looking at Xiaofeng, who was relieved and smiling, Xing began to direct the next step, Gyarados Thunderbolt. After saying a word before the audience and Xiaofeng showed doubts, a huge figure sprang out from the sea, directly in front of Walrein, and at the same time, a terrifying electric current spit up from his mouth. Boom! A terrifying electric current erupted, and, with the blessing of this small ocean, the power of Thunderbolt was even stronger, enveloping Walrein and Gyarados together. Under the huge current, the entire ocean boiled, the ice wall shattered, and the water overflowed. Walreon's body was scorched and fell down, and Gyarados was a deformed figure full of scars. Larvitar reappeared on the field, touched the ground with both feet, and directed the remaining current on his body into the ground. Watching Gyarados transform back into Larvitar, everyone seethed. What kind of Pokemon is that? It can turn into different Pokemon. I've heard of it. It seems to be called Ditto, but each one costs millions. Crazy, an elite Ditto. How did that by Ruashing train? Listening to the boiling voices in the auditorium below, the two on the high stage looked calm, as if they had known Ditto's true identity as normal for a long time. On the battlefield, Xing and Xiaofeng on the opposite side were each taking out a piece of clothing to wear. The water flow after the ice wall shattered directly soaked the two of them completely. And it's autumn, so it's still quite cold. Come back, Walrein Ditto. After getting dressed, the two each took out their Pokeballs, and after taking back the Pokemon, Xiaofeng went to Xing. Arriving in front of Xing, Xiaofeng said with a rather complicated expression, "Your Sizer and Ditto are very strong, and I was defeated by you without using my tactics." Xing smiled indifferently. He had seen Xiaofeng's battle video, and her tactic was substitution. Xiaofeng's team configuration is quite comprehensive. As soon as rival releases Pokemon, she will immediately replace the Pokemon and choose a favorable attribute to fight. The tactics are good, but Xiaofeng is not a genius like Cynthia after all. When he met a rival with such hard power as Xing, he was directly defeated by Sizer. The tactical system almost collapsed. Finally, I wanted to use Walrein to fight to the death, but I didn't realize that Xing's Larvitar was actually an elite Ditto. Although there are elite Pokemon like Ditto, who would have thought that it would be cultivated by a rookie trainer, and he can play with a body that can quasi-god to perfection. Thank you. Your frozen sea is very interesting. Reaching out without hitting the smiling face, Xing replied with a smile, then turned and left again. His Holy Earth research has reached the most critical part. The Holy Earth belonging to Scolipede is about to be developed, and then it will use the building function of the system. Forget it, come back next year. Reluctantly stroking the 6 Pokeballs on her waist, Xiaofeng turned and left the fighting ring. She is a second-year traveler, and next year will be her last year. So, the quality of the current region conference is really not good. Walking in the passage, Xing couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. The rival in the top 16 match only had 2 elite players, let alone the previous match. Zero looking for flowers. Although disappointed, a figure emerged in his mind, and Xing once again surged with a strong fighting spirit. Red, we are coming soon. Are you ready? The boy's figure gradually disappeared at the end of the passage. At 9 o'clock in the evening, in the residence of the Pokémon Center. It's finally finished, I'm tired. Withdrawing his consciousness from the virtual space, Xing rubbed the center of his brows wearily. After spending an unknown amount of time in the virtual space, he finally completed the design of the Holy Earth. He didn't analyze the Pokeball's technology. Xing just completed the plan of infusing energy into the Pokeball. And the most critical part is the power of the assist system. 0. So, it is not so easy to be a scientific researcher. Xing lamented the difficulty of researchers in the Pokemon world. After all, most of the technology in this world is a combination of science and technology and Pokemon power. That's why the technology tree in this world is so crooked. And at the same time, most of the technologies are derivatives developed by Pokemon professors during their research. After a short rest, Xing took out the Pearl of Promise and put it into the crafting system along with a luxury ball that had been prepared earlier. The system, according to the drawings, began to build. Putting in a thick stack of materials and drawings that had been prepared, Xing turned on the function and began a long wait. If the creation is successful this time, then the Holy Earth will not need to spend so long on research and only need to make some minor revisions to this information. Progress 20%. Progress 50%. The build is complete. Please check with the host. In just 1 minute, a Pokeball with a purple and white intertwined body and a unique pattern appeared in Xing's hand, which looked quite beautiful. Item: Untitled Pokeball. Remark 1. Combining the Pokeball technology and the power of Wujitaina, it contains rich poisonous energy and great power. Remark 2. Different from common Pokeball, Pokemon can be trained in it. The system, undergoing a renaming to Sacred Earth, Scolipede version. Nodding in satisfaction, Xing changed the name in the system, took out Scolipede's Pokeball, and pressed it lightly. Come out, exit Scolipede. While the white light was flashing, Scolipede appeared in the room, tilted his head, and looked at Xing suspiciously. The power of darkness was activated directly, and Xing had the same idea as Scolipede. Xing, what's wrong? I prepared a small presentation for you. Do you want it? Need. Seeing Scolipede's expectant look, Xing didn't make too much fuss and directly took out the Holy Earth and handed it to Scolipede. Do you still remember the Holy Earth I told you before? This is it. Picking up Scolipede's Pokeball and directly choosing to release it, Xing handed out the Holy Earth in his hand. Without any hesitation, the moment the connection with the previous Pokeball was severed, Scolipede tapped the Pokeball in Xing's hand with its tentacles, and with a flash of red light, Scolipede entered the Pokeball. After a symbolic shake, the Pokeball showed submission, and Xing sat in front of the table, put the Pokeball aside, took out his notebook, and began to write. 340. A few minutes later, the Pokeball swayed and the white light overflowed. Scolipede came directly to reality, with big eyes shining, and hugged Xing directly. Xing, the Holy Earth is amazing. Touching the big head of Scolipede who was hugging her charm, Xing chuckled and said, as long as you like it. After hugging Xing for a while, Scolipede couldn't wait to return to the Holy Earth again, just like a normal kid who got his favorite toy. Smiling, Xing put away the Pokeball, took out his notebook, and continued to write. Apart from Scolipede, other Pokemon's Sacred Earths should also be in the making. Moreover, Scolipede's Holy Earth still has shortcomings. It is not enough to only contain poisonous energy and great power. It also needs bug-type energy to be considered a complete, Scolipede version of Holy Earth. For bug-type energy, Genesec's data cassette, Silvely's storage disk, Volcarona, Edelweiss, and other Pokemon groups should also have good inheritance items. An Arceus worm? Well, forget it, dying young is not for me. After strangling the last thought of dying, Xing began to plan for the next collection of items, but most of them were scattered all over the world, and he might run around the world by then. Fortunately, he brought a lot of materials from that world, and with these plans that no one else could have imagined, he was able to design many sets of the same level smoothly. After a long time, Xing put down his pen, took out the communicator, and began to check the battle videos of other players. There will only be 3 battles in his next battle, but the trainer who can survive until now is not considered weak. So far, everyone's Pokemon have been hidden relatively deep, but among them, that Morrison has attracted Xing's attention, and his identity is indeed not simple. His Pokemon is not just a matter of rare degree. Even the level is not low. It is estimated that he started to cultivate it before traveling, so that he has the current strength. After all, in 3 months, for a trainer like Morrison, who is not a genius, although he is talented, it is already the limit to train Mudkip to an advanced level. The advanced Chi, the intermediate Metong, the elite Gligar and Steelix, the advanced Growlithe, and a rookie trainer are really outrageous. Even Xing, Cynthia is not sure that these Pokemon have been cultivated in 3 months, let alone a quasi-god Metag among them. This Tyson seems to have a Metagross and a Sceptile. Seeing another player, Xing narrowed his eyes. This rival is the trainer who poses the greatest threat to him besides Crimson. He is a quasi-god with the ultimate evolution type, and his combat power is at the elite level at the beginning. And judging from the fact that Metagross has never played, Tyson is using it as a trump card, and his strength may be quasi-elite level. In the case of Sceptile, it is just right for Trico to play, to experiment with the miracle field that has almost been pieced together and is quite complicated to operate. Xiaobai, let's go out to eat. Boss, let's go out and play. Just after Xing had almost finished watching the battle video, the 2 girls poked their heads into the room and shouted after confirming that there was no problem. Is it 10 o'clock? Checking the time, Xing turned around and said, there is only 1 hour, and I have to come back to rest when the time comes. Understand? Receive. Hearing Xing's words, the eyes of the 2 girls lit up, and they quickly raised their hands to assure, and then dragged Xing out of the room together. On a chilly night in late autumn, Xing, Cynthia, and Nwangwa immediately took out a coat and put it on as soon as they left the Pokemon Center. However, the streets are quite lively, with various food stalls and souvenir stalls surrounded by many pedestrians and tourists. Couples in love, families with children, young people yearning for trainers, and there are many trainers with Pokemon. The conference at this time has reached its climax, and every subsequent game is extremely exciting. In addition, there are still many gamblers placing bets on the handicap. Xing didn't pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, but just hit some tricks. In addition, the previous battle was too good for Yu Yang, and the odds were quite low, which made his idea of earning extra money come to nothing. Here, Cynthia and Nwangwa have already started running around dragging Xing, stopping in front of various stalls, buying something. Cynthia mainly focuses on food, while Nwangwa mainly focuses on souvenirs. The division of labor is quite clear, but Xing always feels that Cynthia is confiscating the public for personal gain, which can be seen from the fact that she is eating takoyaki secretly. Boss, this is for you, it's super pretty. Just when Xing was about to hit the golden-haired idiot on the head, Nwangwa suddenly ran over, stuffed a small object to Xing, and then ran away again. Is piracy so soon? Is there a Pokemon portrait law in the Pokemon world? Looking at the model of White Sizer that Nwangwa handed to him, Xing couldn't help feeling a little helpless. The speed of this pirated version was even more terrifying than that world. Shaking his head helplessly, Xing gave up this idea. Because of the existence of entertainment industry in the Pokemon world, there is a portrait law, but the Pokemon portrait law does not. After all, for human beings, the looks of Pokemon are too similar. Except for Pokemon Trainer, few people can tell them apart, just like Ms. Joey Normal. Sometimes they themselves will recognize the wrong person. Xiaobai, open your mouth. This takoyaki is super delicious. Boss, Ditto's big model, super cute. Just when Xing's thinking went astray, 2 charming voices sounded, and Cynthia handed over a takoyaki fruit, and then handed over a Larvitar model with a Ditto on its head. Thanks. Opened his mouth to eat the takoyaki, took the model from Nwangwa's hands. Xing thanked with a smile, and walked into the crowd with the 2 girls, like a normal tourist from Common. On the other side of the street, the white-bearded old man had a happy face, and the middle-aged man with glasses beside him had a helpless and bored expression. The two chatted and walked around. It's not like you haven't seen it before. Why do you still want to go out for a stroll? Such a scenery. No matter how many times I look at it, I can't get tired of it. It's okay, it's not that pretty. Shaking his head and smiling, the old man didn't continue to speak, but he saw the figure on the other side of the street with his eyes and said with interest, "Is that interesting boy here, too?" Huh. Hearing the elder's words, the middle-aged lady raised his mirror frame, followed the old man's gaze, and showed a clear expression when he saw that figure. And Xing, who was waiting for Cynthia and Wang Guo to come over here, fell to gaze, frowned slightly, and turned his head to look over. It's them again. What a coincidence. Seeing those two figures, a middle-aged man who had been staring at him, and a kind and cheerful old man, Xing was a little surprised, but was interrupted immediately in the next moment. Cynthia ran over, held a pink cotton candy in front of Xing, and said with a smile, "Xiao Bai, this cotton candy is also delicious. Try it." Huh, why is this kid here? Seeing Cynthia, the old man was a little surprised, but he laughed again the next moment. The smile is much prettier than it was back then. Young people at the best age, you should have the most beautiful smile. Feeling slightly moved, the old man looked at the middle-aged man beside him and said with a smile, "Lady, let's go." "Okay, you are amazing. You have the final say." The middle-aged man spread his hands helplessly, following the pace of the old man. "Stinky boy." The old man laughed and cursed 02. Seeing the two leave, Xing didn't pay too much attention, took Cynthia's marshmallow and ate it, seeing the expectant expression, and laughed. "It's delicious. Let's go find the fruit." The boy smiled happily. "Okay." The girl also smiled happily. "Boss, look at this doll." Suddenly, another girl ran over and handed over a doll with a happy face. "Very cute," Xing said warmly, rubbing the girl's head. In the cold and dark night, the streets are brightly lit and warm. The next morning, in the venue, Xing looked at the opposite person with a strange expression on his face. Is it such a coincidence that I just finished researching this guy's background last night and met him directly today? Brother Bai, we met again. Let's have a hearty battle with me. That's right. Xing's rival this time is Morrison. Come on. Responding to the straightforward boy's words, Xing lightly pressed the pokeball on his waist, and the white light shone brightly. Seeing Xing's action, Morrison also threw out the pokeball with a serious expression on his face. "It's up to you, Swampert. Trico, have a good fight." The white light dissipated, and seeing his own rival, Swampert showed a slow fighting spirit on his face, while Trico showed an interested smile on his face. It seems that Swampert has the upper hand, but the reality is that every time Trico abuses it, he is about to become its demon. It's just that the audience in the auditorium didn't know the situation and just started discussing with puzzled faces. "Trico, why is he Usangia in the first form?" "That's normal. Brother Xiaobai has only started traveling for 3 or 4 months, but the difference in strength is a bit big. That Trico is not easy, but the gap between low level and high level is too big." Ignoring the comment from the audience, Trico walked up to Xing, took off the gravity bracelet and handed it to Xing, and then slowly walked back to the battlefield. Swampert, muddy water. Without any hesitation, the moment Trico stood up, Morrison immediately launched an attack command, and Swampert immediately condensed the energy of rock and water, and a stream of turbid water hit Trico. Dodge, 7 o'clock direction. To launch tactics, Xing first commanded Trico to dodge. He wanted to see the new tactics of Morrison and Swampert, which should be quite interesting. Supersonic, scattered flow. Somewhat beyond Xing's expectations, Swampert actually used the fins to send out supersonic, which scattered muddy water and hit the dodging Trico. Rock throw, speed up, and approach. With joy on his face, Morrison hastily directed the next step. At this time, Swampert stomped his feet on the ground and rushed out. At the same time, he condensed pieces of gravel and threw them towards Trico, disrupting Trico's movements. Just somewhat interesting. stopped avoiding. Trico narrowed his eyes, his tail lit up, and the green light continued to shatter the oncoming gravel. At this time, Swampert was already close to Trico, and a raging flame was ignited on his fists, and he swung towards Trico suddenly. Xing looked a little surprised. Fire Punch is not on the list of learnable skills of the Swampert clan at all, and the chances of Swampert learning it are lower than the chances of Trico learning Leech Seed in the first place. Fire Punch, what are the chances of this Swampert? Although surprised, Xing commanded not slow at all. Turn on light and dodge. Spitting out the branch in his mouth, a green light flashed in Trico's eyes. His body speed increased instantly, his figure flickered, and he easily dodged Swampert's Fire Punch. Xing frowned and thought about it. If it was Fire Punch, the current Miracle Field had no way to fight against the fire system. It seemed that he had to switch tactics. Trico, keep light. Leech Seed, use Absorb. Putting away the green light on the tail, Trico's figure kept jumping and, at the same time, planted Leech Seed on Swampert, and at the same time, green energy flew out of Swampert. Swampert, use Icy Wind on yourself. A icy wind blew towards Swampert, and the Leech Seed was frozen to death. Although Absorb couldn't resist, at least Swampert could hold on for a while. Seeing Swampert, whose physical strength was gradually exhausted, and Trico, whose contest condition was still intact, Morrison ordered again, Surf. Detect, then Leaf Blade. Boom! Pupils constricted, Trico's eyes quickly swept across the big waves in front of him. His tail lit up with green light, his body leaped out, directly broke through the huge waves, and attacked the electric swamp monster. Seeing the giant 253 swamp monster flying out of the body and receiving serious injuries, Morrison frowned. At least he should replace Trico, otherwise the next battle would be really difficult. Trico, the final blow, Fly Ye Foam Storm. Contrary to Morrison's expectations, Xing released a skill that Trico had never shown before. Countless grass-type energies converged to form a terrifying storm composed of hundreds of leafage. This skill has already been learned by Trico, but it is not suitable for Trico's tactics, so the degree of need is quite low, but is enough to use now. Bah! Py! Swampert waved the Fire Punch frantically, trying to block it, but only blocked more than a dozen pieces of leafage, and then fell into the terrifying flying storm. At this moment, the audience and the spectators' seats were all shocked. When Trico won Swampert, the first form won the final evolution. Amazing. What a wonderful battle, and the Flying Ye Storm is too cool. It seems to be crushed, but it is actually extremely dangerous. If Rice is not careful, it will be instantly killed. After winning the battle, Xing and Trico were also relieved. As the trainer in the audience said, Trico seemed to have the upper hand. But as long as he is hit by Swampert's Fire Punch, Trico will lose his fighting ability on the spot. Trico is only a low level after all, and the gap is still too big. Glancing at Xing, Morrison retracted Swampert and took out the next Pokeball. Come out. In the venue, half an hour has passed since the battle between Trico and Swampert, and the battle between Xing and Morrison is gradually coming to an end. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and as a huge Orberg snake figure fell, a white figure fell to the ground, and the audience erupted in cheers. Win, the last battle, win. Baiju is so handsome. Have you finally made it to the semi-finals? And there are still 2 final games. Taking back the Sizer, Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Today's battle was really interesting, and he had seen Morrison's other Pokémon. Trico used the Miracle Field in the second game, defeating Growlithe and Kalinki one after another, but unfortunately lost to the Elite Gligger. Afterwards, Ditto played Transform Larvitar, using various evil skills, seized the opportunity to defeat Chilanchi. It could be said that it is quite difficult to fight. The last Steelix is the strongest, only 1 step away from Quasi-Elite, with extremely high physical strength, and Sizer entangled with it for 10 minutes. Sizer used Focus Energy and Sword Dance to complete 2 reinforcements, turned off Light Metal, and Bullet Punch under 3 rounds of Blessings reached a terrifying strength before completing the final kill. Brother Bai, you are still as good as ever. Walking in front of Xing, Morrison put away his disappointed look and said, looking at Xing with admiration. Smiling, Xing turned around and left the arena and finally gave a word of encouragement. Come on next year. Saving Swampert's poke ball tightly in his hand, Morrison cheered himself up and then left the fighting ring with high spirits. There are still two battles, the last two battles. Taking steady steps, Xing walked towards the backstage, waiting for the start of the next battle. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the most exhausting time of the day, but the people in the venue were extremely excited, and everyone was staring at the battle in the venue intently. I watched your fight. You are very strong. It should be very interesting to fight with you. The person opposite Xing has brown fluffy hair, followed by a Meowth wearing boots and a hat, exuding a powerful aura. Maybe let's start fighting. Nodding indifferently, Xing directly pressed the pokeball on his waist, and seeing Xing's movement, Tyson on the opposite side also pressed the pokeball on his waist. Come out, Metagross. Come out, Sizer. The white light dissipated, and in the anticipation, 2 Orbird Pokémon in armor emerged, and the fans who watched the two were excited. The quasi-god Metagross against the white giant Sizer is an extremely exciting battle. Looking at Metagross on the opposite side, Xing showed an unexpected expression. As expected, quasi-elite level, coupled with quasi-god strength, this should be the opponent's confidence to sprint for the championship. At this time, Metagross has already approached Sizer rapidly, and the arms in front suddenly raised, covered with bright white light, like a normal comet hitting Sizer. Double team. Not stupid enough to face the quasi-elite level Metagross strength directly. Sizer's figure flashed, and dozens of figures emerged, dodging Meteor Mash. In the next second, Sizer's double pliers were also covered with bright white light and blasted towards Metagross's face. Metagross has 4 brains, and its computing power is comparable to that of a mega-computer. The double team will soon be foresight. Boom! Blue's figure flew out, but Xing frowned. This Metagross turned around forcibly, blocking Sizer's Meteor Mash with the fork-shaped metal on its face. Xing's area is clear. It should be light metal ability, and he has a strong talent in the steel system, so he is a good player in close combat. Metagross is not fast enough, but its strong defense and attack power make it often only need 1 blow to end the battle. Scary face. Frowning and looking at the battle situation in the arena, Tyson played a new command, trying to slow down the speed of the library clamp mantis. Agility. Smiling dismissively, Xing commanded directly. A glimmer of light flashed in Sizer's eyes, and his speed went up to a higher level. Sizer also has psychic talent, especially the use of Beldam's associated metal coat, coupled with Xing's use of Ghost Power Day and Night to cultivate. At this time, Sizer is not far from awakening psychic. However, the sudden change on the battlefield caused Xing's pupils to shrink, and Sizer's body stopped suddenly. Although he started to move immediately, he was still seriously injured by the sharp claws on Metagross' arms. Huge pain swept through his body. The claws tremblingly swept across the claw marks on his body. Sizer's eyes became extremely fierce, and his pupils stood up to look at Metagross. For steel Pokémon, the injury can be healed, but the scar is very difficult. Leaving this scar means that she may not be able to appear in Xing's other identity teams at the same time in the future. Not being able to protect Xing all the time is absolutely unbearable for Sizer. I'm going to kill you. Lifting the pair of pliers, the silver light covered it, but it didn't stop, followed by a bright white light surged up again. Xing's complexion changed drastically, and he hurriedly mobilized the power of Yoji to appease the enraged Sizer. Sizer, stop. Your body strength can't support this technique. The technique Sizer used at this time was not Focus Energy Meteor Mash, but the Bullet Meteor Mash taught by Lucario and Cynthia, a technique with extremely terrifying lethality. But with Sizer's current physical strength, once used, his body might be broken, causing irreversible injuries. On the high platform, the middle-aged and old people also looked at Sizer quite seriously, But when they looked at Xing, their eyes were full of splendor. In the auditorium, the two girls looked at Sizer with concern. Sizer, calm down. At this moment in the arena, Tyson and Metagross were looking solemnly at Sizer, who was gradually regaining his composure. At that moment, they felt that they might die in the venue. The fact is exactly the same. Following Xing to travel the world, being a rocket team, and being an executioner, I don't know how many ghosts and ghosts under him, Sizer's murderous nature is not. At this time, in the Nether Power Network. Calm down. I'm sorry, Xing, I was too impulsive. If you do something wrong, you have to accept punishment. Are you ready? What is it, Xing? Win this fight for me and treat that Metagross well. I will. Withdrawing from the power of darkness, Sizer brushed the wound on his body at last, and raised his pair of pincers, but this time he put away his killing intent and only went towards Tyson and Metagross maliciously. At this time, the two girls in the auditorium also breathed a sigh of relief. It is no problem for Sizer to kill people, but if they cannot be here, the impact will be great. Seeing the murderous intent retracted, revealing the malicious Sizer, Tyson and Metagross' eyes became serious. The last time they met such a rival, they almost died. Bang! 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 In the field at this time, Sizer and Metagross were crazily facing each other with fists. The speed far surpassed Metagross. Not only blocked every punch of rival, but also kept bombarding. As if for revenge normal, Sizer slammed every punch hard on the cross-shaped metal on Metagross' face, and gradually a depression appeared. The vicious appearance made the audience a little frightened. Is this going to be a killer? It's too cruel. Sizer can actually rub quasi-gods on the ground, because it's smelly. This style, this by washing, really only traveled for 3 or 4 months. Seeing Sizer's fierce fighting style, Xing couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Sizer took out the tactics of the executioner and used them, and it seemed that he had to devise a new tactic. Boom! Finally, with a loud noise, Metagross' body flew out, and the fork-shaped metal on his face was also dented. Struggle kept trying to stand up. Sizer was panting heavily, his pair of pincers glowing with silver, and walked slowly towards Metagross, who was still standing on Struggle, wanting to make up for the last blow. Under the terrified eyes of the audience, Sizer held up the giant pincers and slammed down on the Metagross on the ground with incomparable ferocity. Boom! The ground burst into a huge 910 smoke, and the audience breathed a sigh of relief. Just at the critical moment, Tyson took back Metagross with a pokeball, and Sizer just punched the ground, but the eyes of those fans looking at Sizer changed. By Jew, wish you could kill Metagross just now. Why, little white brother, don't stop it. This by Ruashing is definitely not simple. However, Cynthia and Wangwo were worried about Sizer at this time, and they were talking quietly. Sister Cynthia, Sizer, is she okay? Xing is super powerful. There must be a solution. Take a good rest. The matter of the scars will be resolved soon. He took out the pokeball and retracted the Sizer, and softly comforted him. The red chariot envoy looked at Ji, who was looking ugly on the opposite side. Feeling the suspicious, fearful, and worried eyes cast from all directions, Xing poker-facedly tapped another pokeball at his waist. If it wasn't for the fact that he hadn't become an elite yet, even if he killed Metagross and Tyson on the spot, he wouldn't hesitate at all. White light slowly spilled out, and a figure looked at Tyson opposite with full of coldness and malice. It was a Larvitar with a big sword on its back, made by Ditto Transform. Seeing Xing's Akak, second Pokémon, Tyson took a deep breath, pressed the second Pokeball on his waist, and said in his heart, although Metagross was defeated, Sizer basically lost its combat power and has a chance to win. Tyson has studied Xing's battle videos for a long time, and in his conclusion, Sizer is Xing's strongest combat power. Among Xing's remaining forces, only Ditto, Vibrava, and Trico are worthy of a fight. As long as the layout is reasonable, he can easily win. The white light dissipated, and Tyson's second Pokémon appeared on the field. It was a Shiftry with advanced strength. Are you planning to use Attribute Advantage and long-range attack to win? Frowning slightly, Xing, who also studied Tyson's battle video, immediately understood the opponent's tactics, but there was a sneer on his face. Ditto, flame form. Inserting the giant stone sword prepared earlier behind him into the ground beside him. Larvitar's figure changed, and a fire Vulpix with beautiful fur and cute posture appeared on the field. It's just that the elite-level aura constantly released from his body is not to be underestimated. Frowning at Ditto after the transformation, Tyson frowned, stroking the Pokeball on his waist. But when he saw the sneer on Xing's face and thought about Ditto's other transformations in the video, Tyson frowned and let go. An elite Ditto with several transform identities is really not easy to deal with. No matter which Pokemon is released, it may be targeted. Shiftry, Leaf Tornado, then Harden. Following the order, Shiftry manipulated a bunch of leafage to form a small vortex and blow it toward the fire Vulpix. At this time, the body also lit up with a silver shimmer. Glancing at Shiftry, Xing commanded, "Use Flamethrower, then Quick Attack." In the next moment, Vulpix opened his small mouth, and a terrifying flame spit up, and then a burst of energy flooded his body, and Vulpix rushed into his own spit-up flame amidst many puzzled eyes. But what followed was not a burn, but all the flames tightly surrounded Vulpix, and as it continued to sprint forward, a chariot of flames gradually formed. The speed increased at a terrifying pace, and before Shiftry and Morrison had time to react, they rushed up Tackle with raging flames. In just a split second, Shiftry lost his fighting ability and was collected by Tyson into Pokémon. At this time, the audience asked the people around them about the situation just now. What happened just now? Why can Vulpix be covered in flames without getting hurt? It should be Flash Fire ability, which can absorb flames and strengthen oneself. A trainer said hesitantly after thinking for a while. Using the Flame Wheel with the Flash Fire ability, awesome. I think that move is more like a Flare Blitz. In fact, Xing's next step in this tactic is a Flare Blitz without side effects, but the research is stuck. At this time, Vulpix, or Ditto, looked at Tyson on the opposite side with disdain. She was with her two younger sisters all day long, and even without training, she knew her body and tactical skills well. After a difficult decision, Tyson chose the second Pokémon, Come Out, Donphan. But before the white light dissipated, Xing's command also followed, Ditto, Iceris form. With a hint of teasing in his eyes, Ditto manipulated Vulpix's body splash. A camouflaged white light lit up on his body, and a snow-white Alola Vulpix appeared on the field. Is that Flash Vulpix so beautiful? That's Alola's Region Vulpix from Ice-type. Oh my god, it's actually snow that hides ability. Team hails Weatherman. With the appearance of Alola Vulpix, Vivi began to rain down on soaring in the sky. But after all, the form of Little Iceris is not commonly used, and the snow is not strong. Donphan, roll out Defense Curl. After confirming that the intensity of the snow is not high, Tyson breathed a sigh of relief and directly ordered the command. But what puzzled him was that Xing did not move. The body directly curled up into a sphere, and Donphan started to move towards Vulpix rollout. At the same time, the body lit up with gleams of light, and the speed continued to increase. Seeing the menacing rollout attack from the opposite side, Xing felt nothing at all. When Scolipede was still Whirlipede, he had already mastered this trick badly. Finally, when Donphan approached Ditto, Xing spoke, "Freeze the high platform, and then disable." Hearing Xing's order, Vulpix Licka opened his mouth. A beam of ice blue spit up. A triangular ice table was formed rapidly. Donphan's speed was too fast, and he couldn't stop. Whoosh! In an instant, Donphan flew high into the sky through the ice platform. Originally, maintaining this posture and landing would not cause too much damage, but at this moment, Vulpix's eyes lit up with the light of ice blue. Bang! Smoke and dust rose everywhere. Woo! A long beep sounded, and Donphan slowly walked out of the pit. After all, it was a Pokémon with high defense, plus the previous defense curl skill. Even if it hit the ground from a high place, Donphan's injuries were not serious. But in the eyes of Xing and Tyson, This battle can already be declared over. Come back. Vulpix missed. Just when Tyson was about to take back Donphan, a mist suddenly enveloped the battlefield. Tyson lost sight of Donphan in front of his eyes, and the movement of taking back paused. Just when Tyson wanted to continue to take back the Pokémon, mist suddenly dispersed again, but with a burst of chill. Feeling the chill, Tyson's heart immediately cooled down. Sure enough, after the white mist dissipated, what emerged was a huge ice cube, which contained Donphan, who had already lost his fighting ability. Till now, Tyson has lost Metagross, Shiftry, and Donphan one after another. It can be said that he is at a considerable disadvantage. And rival is still a Ditto who was far underestimated before, proficient in multiple identities. He can't find a way to defeat the opponent now. The audience also gradually broke away from the psychological shadow brought by Sizer before and began to cheer for Ditto. Long live Ditto, Mega Transformer. 2 Vulpix's form is awesome. How on earth is this Ditto bred? Can it be traded for breeder law? The two on the high platform looked at Ditto with some appreciation. This child may reach that level. It's not easy, but if you meet Boss Mang's group, it's possible. At this time, on the battle arena, Tyson's hands kept moving around his waist, and he was quite hesitant about the next Pokemon's appearance. Forget it, just Meowth, are you going to play? Just when Tyson pressed on a Pokeball and wanted to send it out, Meowth next to him suddenly stepped forward, pressed the hat on his head, and knocked on the boots on his feet. Dazed for a moment, a smile appeared on Tyson's face, and he said, "Please, Meowth." Nodding his head, Meowth stepped directly onto the field, and the fans in the field cheered. "Cowboy Meowth, come on. Beat Ditto, come on." Not necessarily. Not caring about the cheers coming from the sidelines, Meowth's pupils stood up, staring closely at Ditto on the opposite side, slowly releasing an elite-level aura from his body. "Come back, Ditto. I'll leave it to you, Trico." Instead of letting Ditto continue to fight, Xing chose Trico as the Pokemon for the next battle. White light escaped, and Trico appeared under Tyson's puzzled eyes. Begin Miracle Field. Grass energy condensed rapidly, and the field around Trico turned into a green field, while Trico spit out branches and began to spit out rapidly. Dozens of seeds fell on the ground. Dozens of green energies flew out from the seeds on the field and poured into Trico's body, but they were intermittent and varied in thickness. Grassy terrain, Miracle Seed, Leech Seed, Bullet Seed, Absorb. The 5 major skills are combined together, but this skill has not been completed yet. Miracle Seed has not been purified to perfect quality. Bullet Seed cannot make every seed be Leech Seed. Absorb skill has not been promoted to Giga Drain. Only when each link is fully completed, this technique, called Miracle Field, can be considered complete, and this is the weapon that Trico will use to defeat her father in the future. Meowth, slash it! Seeing that Trico's aura gradually became stronger, Tyson's face changed suddenly, and he quickly directed Meowth to stop Trico from becoming stronger. In a flash, Meowth's claws lit up with white light, and he slashed towards Trico, but facing Trico, who had already turned on the light armor ability, Meowth's speed could compete. Within the range of no more than 2 meters, Trico perfectly avoided Meowth's attack by virtue of his speed. At the same time, with the continuous strengthening of energy, Trico gradually reached the advanced level. It's just that suddenly, a white light shone on Trico's body. In an instant, everyone, including Xing, froze. It was the light of evolution. Boom! Grasping Meowth's momentary astonishment, Trico suddenly suppressed the light of evolution on his body, swung his tail directly, and chopped Meowth flying with a fierce blow. Afterwards, Trico directly cut off the energy green line linking to the Miracle Field on his body, directly suppressed the light of evolution, and rushed towards Meowth. Trico and Xing had a meeting before and decided that the best time to evolve is the Dragon Conference, where you can help improve your aptitude. Meowth, attack with all your strength, use fighting skills. Without much hesitation, Tyson calmed down and commanded. Trico took the initiative to leave the Miracle Field. If he didn't seize this opportunity, the next battle would be even more difficult. Zero looking for flowers. Between punches and kicks, the battle between Trico and Meowth gradually escalated, but the advanced energy that Trico had accumulated for a short time gradually dissipated. It's just that in the previous battles, Trico has already created an advantage for himself by relying on the speed brought by the light ability, and he can still continue to persevere. As the energy level fell to the middle level, Trico began to retreat, wanting to return to the miracle field, but Meowth entangled Trico tightly, interfering with his movements. Detect retreat quickly. All of a sudden, Trico's tail slammed on the ground, and Trico dodged an iron tail from Meowth, landed a backflip, and sprinted back into the miracle field. Under this kind of attrition battle, Meowth's physical strength was quite serious, and he had already started to kneel on the ground, panting violently, while Trico just stood indifferently in the field. Zero. In fact, if you don't have fire skills or skills and techniques that can change the field, and you don't have the strength to crush, then you can roughly declare defeat. Sighing helplessly, Tyson shouted, "Meowth, that's enough, and you will have a chance to play later." Although unwilling, Meowth still went off to rest first. What a road tactic! How do you fight this? What do you know, you didn't see the front of Trico and Meowth just now. This skill is very clever, but its weakness is quite obvious. Time was passing by, and amidst the constant discussions among the audience, the battles gradually came to an end. Hariyama and Meowth, who played again, fell one after another. Trico's final evolution, and Tyson's Lizard Ugly appeared on the battle ring. It's just that this Sceptile should be Tyson's Earl Dervish Pokémon, which has elite-level strength, and its aptitude is much higher than most of the Usangia available. The ability of this Sceptile is also lightly loaded, and the trigger item it chooses is a bracelet. The speed of Sceptile far exceeds that of Trico, and although the dragon's blood is not pure, but with the blessing of the final evolution and level, Sceptile's power is much more than that of Trico. It's a pity that in the Miracle Field, Sceptile's physical strength is the biggest shortcoming, and it is gradually exhausted. Trico, the last blow, Leaf Blade. Relying on his endurance skills, Xing forcibly exhausted his speed, and his strength surpassed Trico's Sceptile. Bang! With a bang, Xing's next rival will be red. The night sky is thousands of miles away, and the streets are brightly lit. At this time, Xing was accompanying Cynthia and Wangua, shopping for some souvenirs on the street, but Xing was absent-minded, looking elsewhere from time to time. Looking at the several figures on the street, Xing frowned gradually. Why does a mere region conference attract so many strong people? When passing by those figures just now, Xing could feel an extremely dangerous aura. That feeling only came when facing Lao Du's Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl, Duyan's most likely breakthrough among all Pokémon, became his third elite-level Pokémon, helped Duyan achieve elite-level trainer. At this time, Cynthia also came over. Xiaobai, have you noticed that suddenly there are a lot of strong people? It has to be said that this golden retriever's intuition for danger and the strong is terrifyingly strong, while Nwangwa on the side tilted his head and looked at the two, whispering in a daze. 733. After thinking for a while, Xing said, "You take the fruit back to the Pokemon Center first, and I will check the situation outside." Seeing Cynthia, who suddenly became heroic, walking towards the Pokemon Center with a confused Nwangwa, Xing began to think. At this time, these strong men came here suddenly. Could it be to attract promising trainers? But there is no need for these strong men who are all quasi-elite to come here. Is it Mr. Bai? Just as Xing was thinking, a voice sounded from behind, interrupting Xing's train of thought. Turning his head, he saw a middle-aged man with half-gray hair, but he had never seen him before. Seeing Xing's puzzled gaze, the uncle also smiled, then took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Xing, and began to introduce himself. Rick, the current patriarch of the Chris family. Looking at the name on the business card and hearing the other party's self-introduction, Xing understood why the other party stopped him, but it was just a good time to find out some information. Seeing the clear expression on Xing's face, Rick smiled and said, Mr. Bai's performance is excellent. I wonder if he is interested in accepting the next round of investment from the Chris family. 11. The pioneering brain of Battle Frontier, Mr. Bai should also be involved. The Chris family is willing to provide help to Mr. Bai. Frowning slightly, Xing didn't expect the other party to get the news so early. He originally planned to notify him personally, but since the other party offered to propose, that's not bad. Turning his mind, Xing said with a smile, Mr. Rick, you are welcome. Let's find a place to talk. Seeing that Xing was interested, Rick smiled happily and said heartily, Okay, let's go. After saying that, Rick walked ahead and Xing followed. Is this power the means of the Chris family? Looking at the things displayed in the system, a thoughtful look appeared on Xing's face. Looking at the figures of Xing and Carrie, the faces of some figures on the street showed unhappy expressions. Damn, why is this Chris family so lucky? What the hell are the investors in the family doing? Such a genius let the Chris family win over. It looks like the Chris family can last for many more years. After watching the two of them for a short while, those figures walked away again and touched some trainers. If you look closely, you will find that they are all the top 32 contestants of the conference. 10 minutes later, Xing looked at the smiling uncle opposite with a speechless face. After watching for a while and finding that the other party was not embarrassed at all, but rather proud, Xing sighed helplessly, picked up the ramen in front of him, and ate it. Seeing Xing start to eat noodles, Rick showed a meaningful smile and then ate the noodles in front of him, not forgetting to order a glass of sake. That's right, two people are sitting at a ramen stand right now, and the ramen stand is still ventilated with gusts of cold wind blowing, and there are only two guests, Xing and Rick. What kind of trick is this? Thinking of the moment he entered, Xing stopped, with a look of surprise on his face. This ramen is a bit interesting. Rick on the side saw Xing's pause and laughed immediately. How about it? Not bad. This ramen is not simple. Without speaking, Xing continued to eat the ramen in the bowl, but his mind was running fast, analyzing the ramen. Grain grass, strong bones, and tendons is good for fighting Pokémon. Dragon gem powder can purify and strengthen the dragon's breath on the body, which is a treasure for dragon trainers. Clear Eyes flour can improve trainers' eyesight and is of great help in commanding battles. One mouthful of noodles and one mouthful of soup, regardless of the messy functions. Xing has tasted 5 or 6 kinds of materials that are beneficial to oneself. Although each material only uses some leftovers, the value of this bowl of noodles may be listed on the market. The most important point is that such messy energies can be integrated together, which is not only harmless to the human body, but can even enhance the quality of the human body. How is it? Is it delicious? Just as Xing was amazed, the noodle stall owner came over and asked with a light smile. The proprietress is a beautiful woman with a cheerful smile and a slightly chubby figure. Perhaps it is more appropriate to call it plump. Before Xing could speak, Rick beside him spoke directly and said with a smile, Xiaoya's ramen is the best, so you don't need to ask, right, Brother Bai? Between the words, it was quite dog-legged and full of flattery, and Xing looked quite suspicious of whether this guy was the patriarch of the fake Chris family. She glared at Rick and waited until he backed away in embarrassment. The proprietress called Xiao looked at Xing and asked, How is it? How do you like the taste? Ignoring the gaze cast by the otherworldly dog next to him, Xing followed his heart and gave a thumbs up directly. This is the best food I've ever eaten in my life. To be honest, this ramen should be the best thing Xing has eaten in 2 lifetimes, but it is a pity that this ramen stall is in the air, and most of the customers were frozen away as soon as they walked here. And judging from what Xing ate just now, even if there are customers coming, they will be directly persuaded by the price. Then you two talk. After being praised, the proprietress smiled happily and walked to the back, leaving room for Xing and Rick. Hey, Brother Bai, this is the plan for the future. You can take a look. When the proprietress disappeared completely, Rick 2.8 looked away, sighed, took out a stack of documents from the space bracelet, and handed it to Xing. After receiving the information, Xing was not in a hurry to read it, but was thinking about other things instead. So many materials can be fused together without any conflict and energy spillage. Even the common people can eat it, which is clearly something a master breeder can do. Who is the lady boss? How many recipes does the cookbook have? Casually flipping through the information in his hand, Xing's thoughts have all drifted to the ramen recipe. The value contained in it is really terrifying. If his guess is true, the recipe developed by a master breeder is almost indescribable. Even if Xing teacher who is about to be promoted to master is counted, there are no more than 5 master breeders in Hoenn, which is even rarer than the number of Elite Four champions. Buy 100 copies of it first. At the ramen stand, Xing was still flipping through the materials in his hand. While flipping through the pages, Xing asked, "Speaking of which, Patriarch Rick, if it's just a talk to me, you shouldn't need to appear in person. After all, the conference will be held every year, and there will be champions every year. Even if the quality of this year is good, it is not enough to let these strong players make their own shots. And it's obvious that you're not the only strong person here. They can't all be from the Chris family." Hearing Xing's words, Rick took a sip of sake slowly and said, "It's not a secret, so I'll tell you in advance." Hearing this, Xing aroused a lot of interest. What is it that can attract so many ghosts? You should have heard that the holy fire of the conference is the holy fire of Molters. This is true. The holy flame will not go out. After the conference, it will turn into the image of Molters and start fighting, but its strength is only at the elite level. Break it after the battle, and the energy left behind can be used as a resource, which can help us become stronger. But this quota... Following Rick's story, Xing understood why so many strong men came here, but they didn't have much interest. First, his trump card is extremely huge Scalipede, but he can only fight with some junior quasi-elite. Fighting against such a group of trainers with the peak quasi-elite combat power is purely deadly. Second, he can directly purify part of the energy from the holy flame, but the false molters may be affected by that time, and their strength may drop a little. But it is extremely important to Rick, as the most talented and powerful trainer in the family, and at the same time as the patriarch, he must break through elite and replace Riddy to support the family. However, Rick knew that he lacked talent, and it would be difficult to break through to elite, so he started an investment plan at the same time. With the Pokémon left by Riddy, he could select a trainer he needed. At this time, Rick has almost reached the last part. "That's it, but I just happened to meet you, Brother Bai, so I just stopped by to get in touch." "I understand. I accept the next step of cooperation. Please trouble you, Patriarch Rick." Nodding his head, Xing took out a pen and wrote his name by ruashing on the last page of the document, and then handed the document back to Rick. "Okay, little Brother Bai, someone will deliver the resources to you later." Feeling the message from that power, Rick accepted the materials with a smile. At this time, the proprietress also came out, handed out a space bracelet, and said, "Brother Bai, the 100 servings of ramen you want is ready, and I will give you a 20% discount." "Hideki, Lady Boss." Hearing what the Lady Boss said, Xing immediately took out the bank card with a smile and handed it over to Rick, who was next to him, looked at the Lady Boss dissatisfied. "Xiaoya, why didn't mine?" No. Just as he was about to speak, Rick saw the proprietress' eyes narrowed and immediately stopped embarrassingly. Glancing at the family patriarch next to him with disgust, Xing stood up and said goodbye. "You too, I'll go first." After saying that, Xing left the ramen stall directly. Riding the evening wind, Xing walked towards the Pokémon Center. In the ramen stand, I was still sitting immediately. Just after Xing left, a Pokeball on Rick's waist shook slightly. White light overflowed, and a Pokémon appeared next to Rick. After Pokémon sat down, Rick said directly, "Thank you, Lucario." After the words fell, Pokémon nodded directly in response. "Rick, he has an extremely pure breath of the North Wind. He is Suikun's friend, and he should be trusted." Without opening his mouth, Lucario's eyes lit up with blue light, and the voice was directly transmitted into Rick's mind, but he hesitated. "Lucario, are you here too? What do you want to eat?" Before Rick could reply, the proprietress looked at Lucario and asked. With the power of the wave guide running, Lucario said to the proprietress, "Sister Yu, Long time no see. Just keep the same old ways. Wait a moment, she said with a smile, and the proprietress turned around and walked to the back, starting to make ramen. After the proprietress left, Rick looked at Lucario beside him, handed out a glass of sake, and said with a smile, "Guarding the family for so long." Without refusing, he took the sake and drank it down. Lucario said in a calm voice, "This is Riddy's entrustment. I will protect the family. Rick, there is no need to rush. That trainer's mind is covered by the north wind, and I can't fully perceive it. This Lucario is not Rick's Pokémon, but one of the Pokémon left behind by Riddy Elite, and it is also the reliance of the Chris family to test the hearts of investors." Rick smiled bitterly and responded helplessly, "I know, but now it's getting harder and harder to find excellent young trainers, and this by Roashing is really a genius. Maybe it only takes a year or two to be promoted to elite." Jay, after the words fell, the two fell into a moment of silence, holding up the sake and drinking continuously, but soon a cheerful voice interrupted the two of them. "Lucario, your ramen is here." The proprietress came out with an oversized bowl and happily placed it in front of Lucario. This bowl was twice as big as the one Xing and Rick had just used, and the ramen noodles in it were also covered with a layer of sliced meat, which made Rick envious. "Xiaoya, you're discriminating against me. I want to appeal. Reject, and pay quickly. Lucario will be on your shoulders." "I forgot to bring money, or else I'll pay." "Okay, there are 100 bowls in the back kitchen. Let's wash them." Looking at the two people hurting each other in front of him, Lucario laughed, took out a pair of chopsticks with ease, and ate the ramen 550 noodles in front of him in the cold ramen stall. It's just a little hot, and Lucario has a hard time eating, and he always has to blow several mouthfuls before he can eat a mouthful of noodles. Seeing Lucario's appearance, the proprietress and Rick smiled at each other and continued to hurt each other. "Go wash the dishes. You are vicious." On the other hand, Xing has returned to the Pokémon Center. "Xiaobai, this ramen is delicious." "Boss, tell the truth. Didn't you just cheat on us and go to court?" "Eating, you big-headed ghost. If I steal it, I will bring it to you." "Looks like this, sorry boss." Sitting in the rest hall, Xing looked at the two girls who were happily eating ramen, but fell into deep thought. Tomorrow's battle will be a bit difficult, and the information is not complete. That's right, Crimson has only sent Celestic Usangia so far. I've been playing all the way to the present, and only Pishin is quasi-elite, Garlic, Cough, Ivysaur, Charmeleon, and Wartortle are still elite. But relying on excellence tactics, as well as Pishin, who is also successful but not good at acting, Qiong made it to the finals quite easily, standing on the opposite side of Xing. But as if thinking of something, Xing's expression became strange. Xing's guess is not unreasonable. To be reasonable, the red Usangia has not evolved to its final form. Even if the other Pokémon are subdued, they may not have started breeder. But I don't seem to be qualified to say anything about others. Thinking about his own team, Xing had a rather strange expression on his face. It seemed that this year's Evergrande Conference had mixed with him and Qihong, two unusual trainers. His team also has Vibrava, Ditto, Sizer, Trico available to play. Scolopede's features are too conspicuous to play. So, this year's Evergrande Conference, the two contestants in the championship battle couldn't even make up a full team, so they made it to the finals abruptly. Crimson Red shouldn't be like me, with only 4 strengths, right? The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't sit still, so Xing took out the communicator, clicked on the red chat interface, and started sending messages. Xing, Qihong, how many Pokemon do you have that can be used as combat power? Crimson, Star, I see 4, but there are still 2 supports that can play, right? Red, Xing, I'm also the main 4, what do you think? Red, Xing, okay, just as you said, there's still some things I want to ask. Red, in this way, Xing and Qihong started a very strange communication. Who knows how he understood the meaning expressed by a pair of ellipses? After a long time, Xing put down the communicator in his hand, looked at the 2 girls on the opposite side who had just swallowed the last mouthful of ramen, took out 2 glasses of water, and handed them over. Gudong ×2. Okay, let's go back to the room and rest. Seeing the two girls finished eating the ramen, Xing directly arranged the next activities. Of course, they were each on their own. After all, the book didn't want to be blocked so early, and the car had to drive slowly. Good night, Xiaobai. Good night, boss. After waving his hand, Xing went straight back to his room. He had already watched the Scarlet Battle video countless times, so he had to rest early and recharge his energy. Late at night, rest. In the early morning of the next day, the venue was full of voices, and everyone was looking forward to the battle in the arena. The two were facing each other with serious faces, but they were quite weird in their hearts. Time passed, and soon, Xing and Hong directly pressed the pokeball in their stomachs with the sound of battle begins. Come out, Ivysaur. Come out, Trico. After the white light flickered, Ivysaur and Trico appeared on the field and began to confront each other, but Xing's eyes were quite serious. To be fair, the Crimson Ivysaur's training direction is the turret, and he also has good sustained skills. It is quite difficult for Trico to fight against Ivysaur. Here, Crimson directly began to direct Ivysaur route. Before the words fell completely, Ivysaur immediately stretched out 4 vines and plunged into the ground, and Green's energy began to pour into his body. In the next moment, the 4 leafage skills spun rapidly with powerful lethality and cut straight towards the 4 vines of Ivysaur. But it is a pity that Trico is not strong in training such long-range skills, and the simple trajectory is easily seen through, and he is directly blocked by Ivysaur's 4-piece Ife knife. In addition, the strength of leafage skills is far inferior to that of Razor Leaf. After Ivysaur's 4 flying leaves broke Trico's 4 leafages, they hit Trico straight. Trico used the Miracle Field to enhance energy. After Trico easily avoided 4 pieces of Razor Leaf, Xing issued a command. If Trico wants to fight Ivysaur, he can only strengthen the energy first, and then close combat to find chance. While Xing was commanding, Hong also started the next tactical arrangement. Ivysaur, Sunny Day. That's right, the red Ivysaur has learned Sunny Day skills, and the mastery is quite high, only a little behind the 2nd level. Xing gradually frowned and began to flick the Pokeball on his waist. Crimson's skills were comparable to his Miracle Field, and both were skills that Ivysaur could learn. In the previous battles, a lot of Crimson rivals were directly pierced by a Pokémon from Ivysaur, and only one Shedinja suppressed Ivysaur all the way. Unfortunately, they were later defeated by Charmeleon's E. However, Ivysaur's Sunny Day is not fast to use, so you need to use Ingrain first to keep yourself from being directly defeated. Frowning, Xing saw that the energy had almost reached the advanced Trico at this time and commanded, "Get out of the field and use melee combat." Without hesitation, Trico flashed his figure and left the Miracle Field directly. His tail lit up with a green light and rushed towards Ivysaur. On the way, I encountered Ivysaur's Razor Leaf attack. Trico's figure flashed, splitting into more than a dozen phantoms and dodging directly, approaching Ivysaur. This is the same shortcoming of Crimson's skill as Miracle Field. Pokémon cannot leave the field and can only be beaten in place, not to mention that Ivysaur is not as flexible as Trico. In the previous battle, Trico could easily dodge Rival's attack within the 2-meter space of Feng Yuan only with his light armor and his own speed, but Ivysaur couldn't do it. Seeing that a Leaf Blade is about to slash Ivysaur's Trico, Crimson's order is not slow at all. Hypnotize Poison Powder. Flying Yi Foam Storm Defense. As soon as Hong gave the order, Xing responded immediately, and in an instant, the two Pokémon began a fierce skill confrontation. Trico, who was in midair, had nowhere to rely on and narrowed his eyes facing the powder group formed by the 2-color powder in front of him. Huge energy condensed into blades around him, but instead of attacking, they were linked together to form a huge green ball that wrapped Trico in it. Looking at the scene in front of him, Xing was not happy, but frowned slightly. Trico was not proficient enough in this kind of skills, and was still thrown in by some powder just now. The next moment, Trico's voice sounded, the green ball exploded, and the blades chopped off 3 of Ivysaur's vines, and Trico's leaf blade also slammed into Ivysaur's body. Although his physical strength has been strengthened, he was injured a lot by the flying Yifeng just now. Ivysaur was in a stalemate for 2 seconds, and his body, Wang Wang Zhao, flew straight out, and finally the vine also broke. Trico did not take advantage of the victory to pursue, but half-kneeled on the ground, with pain and tiredness on his face, apparently still played by Ivysaur's 2 fans. Trico, use Absorb on the vines on the ground. With a sudden change of mind, Xing gave up on letting Trico return to the miracle field, but chose to directly use the vines left by Ivysaur to restore his physical strength. Ivysaur, get up and use synthesis. Looking at Trico's movements, he judged Ivysaur's physical strength consumption in an instant, and Xing directly issued an order to recover his physical strength. The next moment, under Xing's dignified gaze, Ivysaur quickly began to recover his physical strength. With the blessing of Sunny Day, he recovered quite quickly. It was just a simple round of confrontation, and Trico fell directly to the disadvantage. The level and evolution form, as well as the subtlety of skills, really had a great impact. Trico used to live. Trico, use hunting mode, quick attack. As soon as the words fell, Trico endured the tiredness and pain, dropped the vine in his hand, rushed towards Ivysaur, and slashed down with a leaf blade. At the same time, Trico's pupils shrank sharply, his aura suddenly began to change, and a cold and bloodthirsty breath gushed out. But looking at Xing, who was extremely silent and still hadn't started to command, Xing narrowed his eyes, wondering how Xing was going to deal with it. Just when Trico's tail was about to be cut off, Xing finally commanded, growl, petal dance. Xing's complexion changed. He really didn't expect Xing to be so desperate, so he had to say, don't hesitate, slash with all your strength. Hearing Xing's command, Trico didn't hesitate at all. All the energy rushed to the tail, and the energy level on his body dropped rapidly to the lower level. Feeling the hunter's breath from the top of the food chain, although Ivysaur was a little scared instinctively, his movements were not slow at all, and he opened his mouth and screamed. Although it had little effect on Trico, who turned on the hunting mode at this time, it still caused a momentary stagnation of movement, followed by countless pink petals condensing in an instant, and then waving in an instant. Bang! Times 2. Under the influence of the 2 bodies, the bodies of Ivysaur and Trico flew out at the same time and landed on the ground, and the audience who had been watching for a long time were also holding their breaths, and 013 nervously looked at the ground. In just 3 minutes, Xing and Xing had been fighting continuously, and they were even about to decide the outcome of the first match. Compared with the previous battles, they were much more tense. In the midst of everyone's expectations, under the sun, Ivysaur's body glowed with a green light, and he climbed up with difficulty, with an ugly smile on his face. The next moment, countless spectators cheered, and some of them sighed. Long live Ivysaur win. Is it the effect of the residual synthesis? This layout is quite brilliant. It's a pity for Trico. With such a powerful Earl Dervish form, there's probably only one in the entire Hoenn. Taking out the Pokeball and retracting Trico, Xing sent a large amount of energy into it without any trace, and softly comforted, "You have done a good job." At this time, Xing was not unwilling, but quite calm. The gap was still too large after all. The Trico Assist Miracle Field forcibly reached the advanced level, and it would evolve with one more step. Advanced to Elite, Earl Dervish to Second, and Blue to Purple. To be able to do this, Trico is already called an absolute genius. However, Ivysaur on the opposite side flickered. Before anyone could react, he fell to the ground again. Even Xing was a little stunned. Although he stood up with synthesis just now, but Trico's leaf blade gathered all the energy and even broke through the elite level, and part of the recovered physical strength can only support Ivysaur to stand up. Seeing Ivysaur fall, Xing reluctantly took out the Pokeball to take it back, but it didn't matter. Ivysaur is already at the end of his strength, and it is estimated that he will not be able to release a single skill. Even if he does not fall, he will not be able to sustain a few moves in Xing's next Pokémon. At this time, the two returned to a tie again, looked at each other, and pressed the Poke Ball on their waists again. "Come out, Dr. Mishi. Vibrava, I leave it to you." Seeing the Pokémon released by Crimson, although the attribute is unfavorable, Xing has no idea of replacing Pokémon. Facing Vibrava, which can sense wind, whether Wartortle can hit is a problem. Vibrava, Sandstorm. Wartortle, Rain Dance. 2 orders were issued, and all the audience looked at the sudden change in the weather in the field in amazement. In the previous battle, these 2 guys did not reveal that Pokémon has weather skills. However, Vibrava is only advanced and is not as good as Wartortle in terms of energy competition. It was quickly robbed of the weather, and it started to rain lightly. The light rain hit Vibrava, making him look uncomfortable, and Xing frowned again. Crimson is Crimson after all, and even though he hasn't fully grown up yet, he is much stronger than his previous rival. Whether it is Pokémon breeder or the construction of tactical skills, it is far superior to Common Trainer. In other words, this is the benefit of Crimson's focus on the 4 Pokémon of breeder. Xing's ACP energy is distributed to 10 Pokémon. He is also responsible for Team Rocket's identity and various matters related to the bounty team. Cultivating 2 echelons at the same time can ensure that the gap in strength is not large, but at the same time, the result is that the progress will be slowed down, otherwise Xing may have been promoted to quasi-elite at this time. Vibrava, Sandtomb. The thoughts in his mind did not affect Xing's command, and the new order was issued, and Vibrava was also implemented quickly. The light rain soaked the battlefield, and it became easier for Vibrava to use his skills at this time, and a quicksand pit quickly formed under Wartortle's feet. Facing such a scene, Wartortle didn't panic at all, and directly rushed towards Sandtomb under Xihong's command, using the dig skill, and everyone's eyes lit up. Under the ground energy package, Sandtomb's damage to Wartortle is quite small, and Xing is a little impressed, but the next command is coming immediately. Vibrava swung its thin wings fiercely. One after another, Supersonic rushed towards the previous hole. The red face was serious, and then quickly let Wartortle get out of the ground. His original plan was to lure Vibrava to the ground to use Earthquake so that Wartortle could use this to injure Vibrava in one fell swoop, but he didn't expect Xing to be so cautious. After a round of confrontation, Vibrava was affected by the light rain, and Wartortle also suffered some injuries. They were evenly matched, and neither had the upper hand. However, both Xing and Xihong frowned. If the fight continues like this, they are likely to usher in the end of losing both sides again. At this time, the light rain was gradually coming to an end and was about to disperse. Xing and Xihong also discovered this, and without hesitation, the two launched a new command again. Wartortle, use Hail. Vibrava, Sand again, use Sandtomb. The 2 Pokémon immediately started a new weather competition, but Xing changed the order directly because of his thinking. The light rain has just ended. Compared with Sandstorm, Hail weather is easier to play a role. Instead of wasting energy to compete for the weather, it is better to find a way to interfere with Wartortle. This time Wartortle did not continue Dig's evasion method, but forced Snatch to reach the weather. But fortunately, it was only the level of snowfall. If it really reached the level of hail, the star pressure could directly admit defeat. After setting up the weather, Wartortle breathed a sigh of relief and quickly used Dig to get away from the attack again, but this time the injury was more serious than before. But seeing Vibrava with an ugly face and trembling body, Wartortle felt a lot easier. At least he gained an advantage. Looking at the heavy snowfall, Xing still couldn't think of any good way to deal with it. No wonder the rainfall in Wartortle was only at the first stage. It turned out that he had divided his energy on the hail weather. After thinking for a while, Xing started a new command. Vibrava, Sandtomb, go in. In the venue, after the battle had lasted for 10 minutes, Vibrava and Wartortle were both scarred and staring at each other, ready for the next round of attack at any time. However, Vibrava suffers more damage for times weaker ice and the frostbite of dual wing beat, which makes it really difficult for her to face Wartortle only at an advanced level. Come back, Vibrava! Wartortle's advantage has been established. Xing didn't continue to force Vibrava and sent out the next Pokémon, Ditto, in the form of Isurus. With the white light shining, Ditto directly transformed into the appearance of Alola Vulpix, appearing in the venue. Then, the snow that had been gradually minimized became stronger again and continued to cause damage to Wartortle. Looking at the situation on the field, Red frowned slightly and wanted to switch Pokémon, but Ditto's tactics emerged in his mind, which made him give up the idea of switching. Compared with Ice Vulpix, Ditto has a better grasp of the identities of Gyarados and Larvitar. In this case, it is better to use up most of his physical strength while in this form. There were many thoughts, but the Red Commander was not slow at all, and said directly, Wartortle, Aura Sphere. Vulpix, Ice Shard, Blessing of Freezing Wind. Xing, as the boss, shamelessly borrowed this little technique developed by Nwangwa. Aura Sphere easily destroyed the 5 cone-shaped ice shards, but the speed dropped a lot and was easily dodged by Ditto, but Xing became helpless. He really didn't expect that Crimson would be so good at hiding, and Wartortle would be able to hide the 2 abilities of Hail and Wave, which are really difficult to deal with. After realizing Xing's helplessness, Hong smiled, then regained her composure and continued to issue the metronome command. Surf, use the fighting skill after approaching. The wave quickly formed and approached Ditto, but halfway through it was directly blocked by the ice beam. The water flow could not break through the ice wall and spread in all directions, and then several cone-shaped ice shards rushed towards Wartortle. Bang! Bang! Wartortle retracted into the turtle shell early, and the 5 cone-shaped ice shards hit the turtle shell, directly knocking it out. Although it can resist the attack, the cold is attacking Wartortle in the turtle shell, making his injury worse, but soon Wartortle stands up again. One last time with Draw, spin the wave. Mist enveloped the entire venue, but blue lights kept flickering in it, making everyone stare at it. A minute later, Mist slowly dissipated, and 2 figures slowly appeared in front of everyone. A Wartortle who had fainted, and Vulpix who was still sluggish. Come back, Wartortle! You've done a good job. Taking out the Pokeball and taking back Wartortle, Crimson lowered his hat and began to think. Now he is already at a disadvantage. Although Xing's Vibrava is also injured, there is no doubt that as long as he is commanded properly, it will have a considerable impact on him. After a short thought, Crimson released the next Pokémon, Charmeleon, sorry for the trouble. Ditto Gyarados form. As Hong expected, Xing and Ditto chose Transform Gyarados to fight. Charmeleon, Smokescreen, and then Dragon Claw. Gyarados Twister. As soon as Black's smoke gushed out a little, it was all taken away by a small hurricane, but it didn't affect it at all. Charmeleon rushed to Gyarados and shot out Dragon Claw one after another. Although Gyarados' body is not sensitive enough, his tail is quite flexible, condensing the Aqua Tail to constantly confront Charmeleon. The water flow on the tail of Gyarados was continuously scattered on the ground, but it did not soak the ground, but just stopped on the ground, gathering more and more. After confirming that the goal was achieved, Xing directly began to command. Whirlpool. After a collision, Charmeleon froze slightly before he had time to dodge. The water flow on the ground instantly turned into a water whirl and trapped him, causing Charmeleon to show a painful expression. But seeing Hong's calm expression, just as Xing felt something was wrong, and just as he was about to give an order, Charmeleon's fists lingered directly on the electric glow. 2 fists hit Gyarados. Roar! The tremendous pain directly made Gyarados tremble, while Charmeleon seized the opportunity and directly escaped from the water whirlpool. Looking at Charmeleon, whose fists continued to light up and charge towards Gyarados, Xing's face was quite serious. The previous Dragon Claw seemed to be trying to confuse him. But also, if he finds out that Charmeleon is holding Thunder Punch, He won't give the opponent a chance to close combat at all. Bite, thrash. Without ordering to dodge, looking at Ditto, who was unable to switch forms at this time, Xing gave the last command. Facing the menacing Thunder Punch, Ditto controlled Gyarados' body, biting Charmeleon's fist with one gulp, and a terrifying electric current struck. Suppressing the pain, Gyarados' face became extremely ferocious. A burst of energy erupted from his body, and his tail slammed on Charmeleon's body, sending him flying. Following that, Gyarados lost his fighting ability and fell down. Before the Cetopolis-like light appeared, Xing took the Pokeball to take Ditto back, and then heaved a sigh of relief without a trace. Zero asked for flowers. Seeing the victory of this round emerge, the audience became restless again, and their emotions were quite excited. Ditto lost. Thunder Punch. This Charmeleon is too good to hide. Not only the Charmeleon, but also the Wartortle in the front has a hidden wave guide, which has never been used. How can there be such two gods this year? I'm afraid the common quasi-elite is not rival. Looking at Charmeleon, who stood up with his hands on his chest, Xing was speechless. He dared to say that if Hong was an undercover agent, no one would be able to foresight. This level of concealment is much better than him, and with Hong's taciturn personality, no one can tell that he is an undercover agent. Patting his forehead, which was a little hot from the constant battle of wits and courage, Xing clicked on Vibrava's Pokeball, and with the white light, Vibrava played again. At this time, the thin ice on the Vibrava dual wing bead has been scratched off, but the injury on the body is not much better, which can be said to be similar to that of the opposite Charmeleon. In fact, if Vibrava's exclusive Holy Earth is successfully developed at this time, it will also have a very powerful effect on the recovery of injuries. One last wave of Sandstorm, then Supersonic. Not pursuing anything else, Xing just intends to create a wave of advantages for the next final battle, and take the dinosaur away along the way. After some discussion last night, Xing and Hong found that the other party could play, or that there were only 4 Pokémon that could show up. The rest of the Pokémon are either useless, like Crimson's only low-level Pidgey, or hard to expose, like Xing's Scolipede. Ever since, the two happily decided to fight 4-on-4, and the remaining 2 battles will be fought after the Pokémon grow up. However, when Xing learned that there was a low-level Lapras in the red Pokémon, he was so envious that he burst into tears, not to mention that the red Lapras was tamed by the Sea race and had the knowledge passed down by the race. The story was divided into 2 parts. Sandstorm had already been hung on the field, and Charmeleon wanted to rush over under the command of Hong. But it was a pity that Vibrava Yufa, Supersonic, directly took him away. At this time, after finishing all these, Vibrava had reached the limit of his physical strength, and contestly fainted, and was directly taken back to the Pokeball by Xing. Looking at each other, Xing and Hong looked at each other. Their fighting spirit climbed to the limit. They pressed the Pokeball on their waist together, and white light crazily overflowed, covering the entire battlefield. The final battle begins at. In the eyes of everyone's anticipation, Pikachu and Scizor appeared on the field with a light of white, which was like the normal ocean, and the confrontation began. Celestic and Baiju are matched, but they don't have an advantage in attribute. Don't you understand now? Tactical command is the most important thing. To be reasonable, the trump cards of these 2 people shouldn't be on the stage now. It's a bit early. There was a lot of discussion in the audience, but it had no effect on Xing and Hong at this time. They naturally understood that this was the last battle between the 2, and the outcome depended on this battle. The dust swept across, which had no effect on Scizor, but Pikachu narrowed his eyes, and his vision was greatly affected. Crimson's order was also issued immediately. Pikachu, charge. Scizor, quick attack. The 2 commanders sounded in unison, followed by a Pikachu surrounded by electric light, constantly destroying the dust blowing from 603, and a Scizor, which was advancing rapidly, leaving behind afterimages. Looking at Pikachu's special use of charge, Xing frowned slightly. This use can not only offset the damage of sand and dust, but also strengthen itself. Clever. I made a mistake in command, Vibrava. I'm sorry." At this moment, Xing felt a little helpless because his command made a mistake. The advantage that V Brava spent the last bit of physical strength for Sizer before was dissipated, and it also caused Sizer to lose the double team's close combat technique. However, at this time, Xing's emphasis on Hong was raised to another level. In the entire Evergrande Conference, Hong was the only one who made him feel pressure and used tactics to suppress him several times. On the other hand, Hong looked at Xing. His eyes were full of attention. Even Xinglu had never put him under such pressure. Xing could be called the strongest trainer among his peers. Suppressing all thoughts, Xing started the next round of command. Focus Energy Bullet Punch. The double pincers were covered with silvery light, and Sizer's double pincers swung out like normal bullets. However, Pikachu was stimulated by the assist current to the body cells, so he dodged all Sizer's attacks extremely quickly, and soon, Sizer's double clamp slowed down. Pikachu, Orbird Tail. Seizing the timing, Hong quickly commanded. The tail was also covered with silvery light, and Pishin's fierce Orbug tail slashed directly at the 3 claw marks on Sizer's body. Boom! A loud sound sounded, and Sizer stopped Pikachu's Orbird tail with giant pliers in time. The other loyal pliers smashed towards Pikachu's head extremely fiercely. Without the slightest hesitation, Pikachu retreated quickly from the reaction force brought by the direct assist collision and fell to the ground, entering a confrontation with Sizer again. The moves are so fierce that the audience watching the battle to the death can't understand it instantly. In the battle just now, did they want to kill each other? It's obviously just a battle. Is it necessary to go so hard? Did these two people really only travel for a few months? Could it be that they were trained by the executioner's system? Regardless of the audience's reaction, at this time Sizer and Pikachu have started a new round of confrontation. Orbirg's tail and Sizer's double pincers are constantly clashing. Sizer and Pikachu fought more and more bravely, and the huge wind and waves brought out by each move could not even get close to the dust all over the sky. Xing and Hong became more and more nervous. The rising intensity of the battle means that every opening and opportunity is fleeting, and the test for their trainers is also quite severe. At this time, Sandstorm had begun to gradually minimize, and Xing immediately ordered, "Double team, sword dance." Hong did not slow down at all, and also started the next round of command, rain dance. The light of the water blue surged on his body, and the dust on the soaring in the sky gradually dissipated and was replaced by light rain, but the intensity was very low. Seeing Pikachu's actions, Xing was quite speechless, and Hong's ability to hide means surprise him again. The co-author obviously has a rain dance skill, and it has to be used until now, which is more insidious than him. The Crimson in this world has really evolved from a taciturn to an old silver coin. However, in terms of proficiency, Pikachu did not learn this rain dance skill when using the system scan before, and it seems that he is a newcomer. Touching the holy earth of Scolipede on his waist, Xing really wanted to take it out directly, scaring Hong to death, hiding his tricks like who can't. It looks like it's better to be an old silver coin. Now Xing has experienced the choice of his rivals who face the miracle field, whether to give up the layout to stop Pikachu or to believe in their own tactics. There is reincarnation in the law of heaven, and Xing finally suffered retribution. In the auditorium at this time, the audience looked at Hong in a strange way. Is this the old silver coin in Legendary? This tactic is really strong enough. Give up Sword Dance, Bullet Punch to stop Pikachu. Xing is not arrogant, not to mention that Rival is a poorly acted version of the Skin God. To be cautious, Xing chose to directly interrupt Pikachu's tactical arrangement. Stopping the waving of the double pincers, Sizer rushed forward, and the giant pincers swung out, causing Pikachu to dodge quickly, and thus stopped the arrangement of Rain Dance. But at this time, the ground is still much wet after all. Sizer's Orbirg's mobility on it has been weakened a lot, and Pikachu is still sensitive. Double Team, Focus Energy Bullet Punch. Whether it is rain or sandstorm, It has disappeared at this time, and the influence on Sizer has disappeared, and double team's tactics can be used smoothly. However, just when Sizer differentiated into 5 body shapes, he was directly scattered by Pikachu's discharge, and then an Orbird tail went toward Sizer. Iron defense. Looking at Sizer, who couldn't see clearly because of the light of discharge, Xing frowned slightly and gave new instructions directly. Without the slightest hesitation, Sizer, who had lost his visual ability, quickly channeled the steel-type energy. Fortunately, he was not paralyzed, and a silver light flashed across his body. Bang! With a sound, Sizer's figure fell backwards, but he didn't suffer too much damage, and the energy of iron defense still protected Sizer in time. While backing away, Sizer half opened his eyes and could already vaguely see Pikachu's figure, directly activated the worm's premonition, and fought with Pikachu. As time passed, Xing and Crimson fought again several times, while Sizer and Pikachu's physical strength was gradually exhausted, and the two Pokémon also had no endurance skills. Looking at each other, the two decided to have another confrontation at 3.5 and start the next round of layout. Pikachu, Double Team, Thunder Punch. Sizer, Double Team, Bullet Punch. At the same time, 5 Phantoms were formed. Sizer and Pikachu swung their fists at the same time. Just when Xing and Hong didn't expect to meet this time, a loud roar suddenly sounded. Under the surprised eyes of the two, Pikachu and Sizer really collided with each other, and a terrifying air wave gushed out from the fists of the two, which made the two of them a little bit blindfolded. Pikachu has a quasi-elite level, but Sizer has the blessing of Orberga's body. The fists of the two have been stalemate, and a strand of energy is surging rapidly on it. Boom! Under everyone's nervous eyes, a figure flew out. I won. In the venue, on the ring, under the sun, Sizer held up the trembling white metal giant tongs, shining brightly in the sun, his eyes full of pride. In the auditorium at this time, all the audience were all boiling up, cheering for Sizer. Baiju. It was very difficult, but finally won. Ignoring the voices from the audience, Sizer looked at Xing, and Gold's eyes were full of expectation and joy. Xing, I won. You're doing well, Sizer. Without being stingy, Xing used his best praise on Sizer. Hearing Xing's words, Sizer smiled, then sat directly on the ground and began to pant heavily. Just when all the audience were looking forward to the next, perhaps even more exciting battle, Hong and Xing looked at each other with a smile, and then Hong left the ring directly, turning around and leaving without a fight. What happened? Why didn't you fight? I've always felt something was wrong, sending out the trump card so early. Just when Xing thought that 02 was going to pick up Sizer, the communicator on his body suddenly rang, and when he took it out, Xing laughed outright. Crimson, you won very strong. There were only 5 words, but this was the longest message that Hong had sent since communicating with him. Putting away the communicator, Xing walked up to Sizer, took out Life Dew and fed it to her, then took Sizer's pair of pincers, and the power of the ghost poured in without a trace. Just when everyone was confused, a huge electronic sound suddenly sounded. Crimson, a player from Kanto Region Pallet Town, voluntarily left the field and was deemed to have abstained. In this battle, the player from Rustboro City, by Ruashing, wins. This conference champion is officially born. Listening to the champion's proclamation, the audience was not excited, but rather puzzled and disgust. Could it be that there's something shady, but why wait until the 4th game is over and just admit defeat? Shadow, this is the region conference. I guess because the two only have 4 Pokémon to fight. Oh, you understand again. It's just that in the auditorium at this time, the 2 girls had expected it a long time ago, and they were discussing the previous 4 battles with excitement. It was Cynthia and Wangua. As the 2 girls raised by Xing, they naturally knew about today's situation early on, but the excitement of the battle still far exceeded their expectations. Especially Cynthia, who was already a quasi-elite at this time, was really amazed by the battle between Xing and Crimson, 2 elite trainers. It's not quite accurate. owning a quasi-elite piece in Crimson can actually be called the lowest-grade quasi-elite trainer. Ignoring the trainers, Xing took back the sizer that had recovered a lot, walked directly into the player channel, and saw Xing leave. The two song girls got up and left silently. The elderly and middle-aged people on the high platform also had strange expressions when they saw Xing and Hong. The old man picked up a cup of tea and took a sip, then said with a smile, "The two little guys chosen by Xiaofeng and those three children are quite interesting." The middle-aged man quickly pressed a communicator with a helpless face and responded at the same time, "Interesting ghost, we are the ones on the page." On the other hand, the old man gave a thumbs up and said, "Those who can do more work." Looking at the unreliable old man in front of him, the middle-aged man looked disgusted. "I want to resign." 10 minutes later, Xing took the 4 Pokeballs from Ms. Joey in the background. "Excuse me, Miss Joey Qing." "You're welcome, Mr. Xiaobai. Please accept this. Thank you for your care for so many days." After handing over a Slowpoke candy at the end, Xing walked aside, sat on the sofa, leaned back, and closed his eyes lightly. After so many days of high-intensity fighting, it was really tiring. Not to mention that the last battle was a rival of the level of Crimson, and Xing still feels a little hot in the head. "Xiaobai, let me press your head for you." "Boss, I'll give you a massage." As soon as Xing closed his eyes, 2 girls came running over, very courteous, but Xing didn't like this and said directly, "Let's talk about what you want to do first, and then I will consider whether to agree or not." "Cynthia, I want to stay and challenge the strong ones." "Nwangwa, I want to hug by the. After thinking for a while, Xing handed Sizer's Pokeball to Nwangwa. Sizer actually likes Nwangwa, who trusts Xing, but he is usually a bit cold and Nwangwa doesn't dare to approach. But after going through the conference battle, Nwangwa is now a loyal Lostel girl, and she loves Sizer no less than Glacia. With sparkling eyes, he took the Pokeball, and Nwangwa bounced to the side, leaving room for Dongxing and Cynthia. Looking at Cynthia's expectant eyes, Xing fell into thinking. Cynthia before challenged many trainers who came here to watch the battle, and many of them were quasi-elite trainers. It's just that compared with the strong players who came here these 2 days, the level of the previous trainers is still much lacking, and Cynthia naturally wants to challenge these strong men. Wait a minute. Without directly agreeing to Cynthia, Xing took out the communicator and sent several messages, and then entered the waiting again. "Oh." Responding obediently, Cynthia took out a box of ice cream and ate it and handed a box to Xing. A few minutes later, Xing took a look at the communicator and then said, "You can stay and watch the battle, but you can't fight. Before Gabite evolves, your strength is still lacking." 890. Hearing Xing's gentle and well-founded words, although Cynthia wanted to stay, she still said, "Okay, I get it." As a fighting genius, Cynthia is obsessed with fighting, but at the same time, she also has a flaw. That is, she wants to fight when she sees trainer, and she rarely cares about her own safety. At this time, the voices of Nwangwa and Sizer came from the side, and Xing's expression became strange. "Wow, the white giant is huge, so huge." "Just okay. Can I touch it?" "Just can." "So hard." Finding that the direction of the car seemed to be wrong, Xing stepped on the brakes quickly and shouted towards Nwangwa, "Guazi, come here. I have something for you." "Here we come." Accompanied by the sound of bouncing footsteps, Nwangwa ran over happily and then looked at Xing curiously. What I got was the 10 books that Xing handed over. I integrated the tactics and skills of all Ice-type Pokémon these days. There are many principles in it. Study hard and go back to the exam. With the system and his own mid-level breeder ability, Xing can easily analyze most of the tactical skills, and it should not be difficult to learn with Nwangwa's talent. Looking at the smiling Nwangwa, just when Xing was about to say something, a voice suddenly sounded. "All contestants, please come to the venue and receive your rewards." In the venue of the Evergrande Conference, Xing stood in front of the altar of the Holy Fire, looking down indifferently at all the people in the auditorium, which had become very low now. At the same time, He took the things handed over by the staff beside him. The first thing, as expected, was a quota for receiving Pokémon from the Holy Land. The second item is a 1-year bike voucher of high-quality energy cubes, and the third item is an opportunity to enter the Alliance Treasure House to select items. Of course, there are also the necessary prizes for the final top 10, the opportunity to participate in the Elite Battle, but it is only a 1-year time limit. Mr. Bai, is there anything you want to say? The reporter who was interviewing at the side handed the microphone to Xing and asked quite curiously. After receiving the torch handed over by the staff at the side, Xing looked at the eagerly awaited audience below and said indifferently, "Study hard and make progress every day." After saying that, ignoring the reactions of these people, Xing turned around and walked to the altar of the holy fire. Looking at the raging fire that was still burning, he casually threw out the wooden torch in his hand. Boom! In an instant, the flames soared into the sky, exuding terrifying power, which made all the award recipients frown and watch the monstrous, holy flame in front of them vigilantly. But the audience below looked at the spectacular scene before them, but cheered one after another. The finale was also wonderful. Feeling the energy that could turn him into ashes at any time, Xing smiled instead. This kind of flame was what he wanted. System, start extraction, pay attention to metrics. Understood, please rest assured the host. During this silent conversation, a sporadic ember flower that seemed ordinary but contained terrifying energy floated out from the altar of the holy fire and landed on Xing's collar without a trace. But instead of igniting, it went out instantly. Ding! The extraction is complete. Please check with the host. With a chuckle, Xing was not in a hurry to check, but turned his head to look at the players behind him. The original scarlet color appeared in the blue eyes against the flames, exuding bursts of coldness. Seeing Xing like this, apart from Hong, the players closest to him immediately became nervous, and their hands were already on the pokeball at their waists. After a light, with unknown meaning, Xing left the high platform directly. All the things have been taken. There is no need to stay here any longer. Among these trainers, except Hong, none of them are qualified to be watched by him. After today, the gap between them will only widen. Looking at the back of Xing, who left directly, everyone could not help but frown except Hong and Morrison, who also left directly. Who is this by Ruashing? I have met those executioners, and they're somewhat similar to him. Everyone, let's exchange communication numbers first. Without guessing Xing's identity, these trainers began to exchange communication numbers. This is a good opportunity to establish contacts, although they did not make friends with this year's champion and runner-up. Without hesitation, Xing took the two girls back to the Pokémon Center. If he wanted to stay and watch the battle tonight, he had to meet Rick first. At 9 o'clock in the evening, there is a constant cold wind, and there is a very expensive ramen stand. Wheeze times 2. The two girls next to them buried their heads in eating ramen, very cheerful. Even if it was Cynthia, it was impossible to eat the ramen developed by a master breeder. After all, this is equivalent to using nuclear weapons to make a barbecue. Normal is simply outrageous. Looking at the two happy girls, the proprietress Xiaoya smiled happily and said softly, "Eat slowly, there are still a lot. Do you want another bowl?" "I want. Thank you, Lady Boss." Foodie Cynthia swallowed the noodle soup in her mouth instantly and raised her hand like the elementary school student normal who was speaking. "Sister Xiaoya, I wanted to." Nguo was not to be outdone and managed to please the proprietress by calling her sister. Caressing her face and smiling, the proprietress directly took the bowls from the two girls, walked into the back kitchen, and said, "Wait a minute." Regardless of the cheerful conversation between the girl and the proprietress, look at Xing and Rick here. At this time, Rick seems to be holding a glass of warm water in his hand to keep smelling salts, and he is drinking it in one sip. Xing was chewing slowly and finishing the piece of meat in his mouth, and then asked, "When will we set off, and when will the holy flame take shape?" Taking out the communicator to check, Rick showed a puzzled look. "No, it should be almost the same time. Why hasn't there been a notification yet?" Hearing Rick's voice, Xing just picked up the ice water on the table and took a sip. He naturally understood why the holy flame would quash when it was formed. Although the energy he took away was not much before, it still had an impact. Drinking ice water, Xing directly turned on the system and checked it without any trace. Item: Firestone from Legendary. Remark 1. The Firestone condensed by purifying the Molter's flame can be used to evolve Pokémon and improve qualifications. Remark 2. Using it to evolve or carry it, you can add a new ability, Sunshine, without affecting the original ability. Looking at the data in front of him, Xing pretended nothing happened, but laughed in his heart. Exactly as he guessed, the ability brought by this Firestone is Sunshine. Molters, who brought warm spring days to all nations in Legendary, really is Sunshine. But having said that, this Molters in Legendary is probably far superior to the Molters in the major regions today. This Firestone in Legendary has almost the same effect as the God's Ice Stone. After flipping through the remaining data, Xing put away the system directly, thinking thoughtfully. Since this is the case, should we find a way to pursue the power of Zapdos? Now Xing still has a quota for the Holy Land Pokémon to be taken in, so he can consider the Electric-type Holy Land, but what Pokémon needs to be carefully considered. To be honest, Xing has been struggling with the choice of Electric Pokémon. After all, according to the current situation, he will only tame one for training. Ice, Dragon, Rock, and Ghost are his main training directions in the future, and other attributes will only be used as auxiliary development. In terms of Thunderstone, there are Magnezone, Raichu, Lay Pokémon, and other Pokémon, and in terms of Electrizer, there is only one Pokémon, such as Thundershock Demon, King Money's Beast. However, it is not limited to evolutionary items. Pokémon, such as Ampharos and Manectric, can also be considered. Speaking of which, Rotom seems to be good, and you can switch attributes freely, although there are restrictions. After thinking about it, Xing ate up the ramen in the bowl. Here, the proprietress also brought out 2 new bowls of ramen and put them in front of the 2 girls. After noticing that Xing seemed to be absent-minded, the proprietress asked with some doubts, "Brother Bai, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with the ramen?" Suddenly smelling salts came over. Looking at the worried proprietress in front of him, Xing quickly smiled and said, "No, the proprietress's ramen is delicious, but there are some problems." Rick, who was still drinking water here, heard Xing's words, looked over, and asked curiously, "Brother Bai, what's the problem? Is he thinking about what to choose from the Holy Land Pokémon?" With a smile, Xing replied, "Goo. I was thinking, when can I become elite?" Hearing Xing's words, the few people present were not surprised at all, but began to think quite seriously. "Cynthia, maybe you will join me. Xiaobai's talent is super good. Nwangwa, boss, is the fattest. Great, it must be very fast. Rick, with the talent of little brother Bai, it should be in 3 or 4 years." Rick doesn't know Xing's true level at this time, but in his opinion, there are only a few in the entire Pokémon world who can achieve the elite position at the age of 20. What's more, Xing has only been on the trainer's path for 3 or 4 months, and he has already caught up with Cynthia, a trainer at Steven's level, and his talent is too good. But Xing understands that a great world is coming. All kinds of geniuses, the older generation of trainers will climb to elite, and all major dark organizations will rise rapidly. At that time, Trainer's world will be incomparably chaotic, and he must grow up quickly in order not to die in the chaos, but to obtain the benefits he wants. Thank you for your encouragement. Smiling and nodding in reply to everyone, Xing has already made up his mind. Try to climb elite within 2 years. Judging from the current situation, Sizer, Scolipede, and Ditto are all likely to be promoted to elite within 2 years, and 963 will send him to the elite position. In this real world of Pokémon, a 17-year-old elite is thrilled to think about. Especially Rick, who was sitting by the side, was full of envy and gratitude at this time. Fortunately, Xing had accepted their family's investment before, and as Suakun's friend, Xing should be trustworthy, and it probably won't be a problem to protect their family in the future. Xing has nothing to do. The Chris family has provided what he needs, and he will naturally repay the other party in the future. Beep. Suddenly, the communicator Rick placed on the table rang again. Picking up the communicator to check it out, Rick looked at the proprietress with a smile and said, "Xiaya, help me prepare an old one. I'll eat it later when I come back." After saying that, Rick got up and walked out of the ramen stand. The two girls immediately finished their last sip of noodle stalls and stood up expectantly. "Xiao Bai, let's go. This battle must be very interesting." "Boss, let's go." Unable to bear the urging of the two girls, Xing stood up and looked at the proprietress and said, "Sister Yu, please prepare a copy for us, please. Go. I promise you will eat steaming ramen when you come back." The proprietress smiled and waved her hands. At this time, Xing looked at the Rick in front of him who was just playing cool, but now he was shivering from the cold. His face was full of helplessness. What kind of patriarch is this? Is this family really reliable? The street was brightly lit and crowded with people, but there were more than a dozen figures silently heading towards the closed meeting place at this time. Half an hour later, Rick and one person stood in the venue. In the arena, apart from Xing and the other three, there are 7 or 8 young people who are looking at them. They should be juniors brought by other powerhouses to watch the battle and gain experience. But Xing is not interested in those guys. He is staring at the frantically jumping data on the system. The holy flame is about to take shape, and it will turn into a fake Moltres. The flames of orange-red were burning blazingly, and its powerful power was constantly rising. The image of a big bird gradually emerged, and everyone's attention was attracted by it. Is this the power of Moltres? Feeling the terrifying aura that made his hair stand tall, Xing's eyes gradually lit up, and the power of the divine beast simulated by this fake Moltres is really not weak. It's just that when Xing focused all his attention on this Moltres, a normal blue mask like a stream of water covered the entire venue. Then Xing heard a serious voice. "The security arrangement has been completed. Please end the battle quickly and leave here." This voice. Xing frowned slightly. He vaguely remembered that this voice belonged to the middle-aged man next to the old man who was speaking at the beginning of the conference. System scan. With an order, the system quickly scanned the blue mass covering the entire site, and the data quickly floated. Item, unnamed. Remark 1. Suspected God-level superpowers, with special effects such as imprisonment and defense. Looking at the data in front of him, Xing was astonished, and wondered if the co-authored alliance had connections with other mythical beasts besides Moltres. Regardless of Xing's inner fluctuations, several powerhouses present have already pressed the Pokeball on their waists, and more than 10 white rays of light converged into a white ocean. The light dissipated slowly like flowing water, and every strong man stood beside 2 powerful Pokémon. Among them, Rick is the most amazing, with 2 elite-level Pokémon beside him. 1 Lucario, and 1 Aegislash. The powerful power overwhelms the faces of other trainers quite ugly. Damn it, 2 elites. Is the Chris family going to stabilize again? Lucario, Sword Shield Sword Monster. Could it be the 2 trump cards left behind by Viridian? It looks like most of the energy will be taken away by Rick today. In the field at this time, the strong people saw the 2 Pokémon beside Rick, and their interactivities were quite intense. After all, the deterrent effect of the 2 elites is really not small. It's just that in Xing's eyes, although these 2 Pokémon are extremely powerful on the outside, there are some abnormalities inside, and a gray breath is constantly eroding their bodies. Lucario contest condition is better. The power of Wave Guide is constantly resisting that energy, but part of the ghost system energy in the sword monster's body actually help that gray energy. Is it the erosion of the spirit world? Although Lucario and Aegislash stayed, they were still damaged. Xing made a rough guess. No wonder the Chris family is so anxious, even though there are 2 elite Pokémon remaining. 2 elite Pokémon that exist in name only cannot support a family at the core of the alliance. The reason why I came here is probably that obtaining resources is secondary, and the main reason is to solve gray energy, right? looking at the two Pokémon who got closer to Moltres and whose energy became stronger. Xing roughly understood Rick's real purpose of coming here. Moltres, who brings spring to all nations, is in charge of the fire of spring, which can naturally stimulate the vitality of life, and it is also possible to suppress this gray energy. Boom! There was a loud bang, and an elite-level fake Moltres made of flames appeared in front of everyone. The eyes were not only extremely cold, but also did not have the tenderness and legendary at all. His indifferent eyes glanced at the blue shield, and after confirming that he could not break through, Moltres rushed towards the young people in the field. Seeing Moltres like this, all the powerhouses directly started the battle command without the slightest hesitation. Golduck Confusion on the Hydro Pump, track the attack. Whiskash, Surf Up, Water Pulse. Gyarados, Waterfall, destroy the Death Ray. All kinds of commands were issued, followed by energy fluctuations one after another, and all the young people present were fascinated by the wonderful attack. Even Xing was constantly analyzing these skills and tactics, among which Lucario and Aegislash caught his eye. Boom! Xing led the two girls around him to avoid a flying boulder and continued to observe the battle in the field. Although it is only a false thing of the elite level, as a Pokémon transformed from the real Moltres Flame, it is still very easy to deal with a group of elite-level peaks. What's more, let alone the strong players present, it's good not to dig holes for each other, let alone cooperate with each other, and they will interfere with each other's offense from time to time. In the venue at this time, the younger generation almost all summoned their own Pokémon to guard beside them, in case they were directly killed by the aftermath. But when they saw Xing, the other trainers had strange expressions because Xing just had a lazy EV lying on his head, and it seemed that he was not good at cooking. But among them, there's a trainer who has watched Xing's battle in the past 2 days and deeply understands that as a tactical player, Xing is definitely a black-hearted guy. Cynthia released Lucario to protect Nwangwa, and he didn't have any protection around him, but Xing could see the hidden purple grimacing flower on Cynthia's body. Bang! 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 Booms sounded one after another, and huge energy fluctuations came towards all the young trainers present, but they were all blocked by the guarded Pokémon. The ghost power in Xing's body was sent to EV, and then the little EV stretched out his hands and feet, and an invisible protective shield was formed to block the incoming energy fluctuations. Seeing this scene, the young trainers around were surprised. That's psychic, and this EV has super talents. It seems to be an elite-level power. If it evolves into a Sun Pokémon, I'm afraid it will directly reach the quasi-elite level. He didn't use EV in the competition. Is it a hidden trump card that can't show up? Hearing these people's comments, Xing didn't feel any disturbance in his heart, just continued to analyze the battle in the field, and his knowledge of tactics and skills increased rapidly. Sure enough, Moltres' Sacred Fire has a restraining effect on this life-eroding energy. After checking the bodies of Lucario and Aegislash through the system, Xing showed an unexpected look on his face, and the facts were as he thought. After fighting for a long time, Lucario and Aegislash not only didn't get weak, but became more and more courageous, and their eyes became brighter and clearer. I was fooled. Everyone was deceived by the Chris family, and the Pokémon left behind by Viridian have already lost their elite-level combat power. It should have occurred to me earlier that the Volcarona Pokémon egg that the Chris family took before was just a cover. It's too late. 2 Pokémon have already returned to Elite. It doesn't matter whether it's a cover or not. Not only Xing, but those strong players in the field at this time also discovered the contest condition of Lucario and Aegislash. Their expressions were quite complicated, and Rick couldn't hide his joy. But Xing looked at the 2 Pokémon thoughtfully, obviously not fully recovering the contest condition. Is it to scare those who want to fight the Chris family? After all, judging from how much Lucario and Aegislash have been eroded by this energy, it is really difficult to eliminate them all just after touching the Holy Flame. After sighing for a while about the wit and scheming of the Chris family, Xing turned his attention to the battle. At this time, The battle had almost come to an end, and the body of the false molters had already begun to shatter, and it seemed that normal would disintegrate at any time. Seeing that the false molters was about to collapse, all the powerhouses showed joy on their faces, and they issued the last round of instructions one after another, hoping to complete the final blow. But at this moment, Aegislash suddenly floated to Lucario's side, handed over the shield in his hand, and then the two ribbon arms were wrapped around Lucario's other arm. Holding Aegislash's body with his backhand, all the huge steel energy on Lucario's body gushed out, and the sword in his hand shone brightly and slashed fiercely at the false molters. For a moment, everyone was stunned, and all voices disappeared. An indescribably wonderful soft sound sounded, and the false molter's body began to disintegrate. However, before the young trainers could react, the Pokémon who were still fighting just now gathered the closest fireball in a blink of an eye. Afterwards, they quickly collected the remaining fireballs, among which Lucario and Aegislash got the most without a doubt. There were 5 fireballs, enough to purify a special evolutionary stone. The trainers who got the fireballs took out special containers to store them, but then they looked at the 2 Pokémon on Rick's side, with incomparable. Riddy's trump card skill, Orberg's Sacred Sword, can be used unexpectedly, and it seems that it has really fully recovered. At this time, these strong men, looking at the majestic Lucario and the sword monster who are not flushed or out of breath, the last ray of suspicion in their hearts is slowly dissipating. Orberg's Sacred Sword, Riddy's trump card skill, combines Autotomize, Iron Defense, Sacred Sword, the power of Wave Guide, and various skills to create a skill. 0 looking for flowers. It can be said that only the combination of Lucario and Aegislash can use this trick, and other Pokémon have no possibility of using it. I got the things, let's go. After checking the things in his hands, Rick put away Lucario and Aegislash, looked at Xing and laughed. Glancing casually at the Pokeball on Rick's waist, Xing followed Rick and walked out of the arena. Cynthia, who was behind, stepped forward and leaned into Xing's ear, whispering, "Xiaobai, you found out Lucario and Aegislash's." Xing was not surprised that Cynthia could find out about this. The Spiritome on her body and Lucario, who owns the Wave Guide, are experts in Ghost System and Wave Guide. Most of the other trainers present are Water-type, Ground-type, and Rock-type trainers. It is normal that they cannot be found, but Cynthia can naturally find them. Looking at the backs of the 4 who left, the other trainers just put away the Pokémon and left here with the younger generation behind them. The extremely ordinary scene made those young trainers a little puzzled. In their view, it should be a fierce battle for resources, so why did they leave directly? However, in fact, this is a normal situation. For a resource, to offend someone while revealing your true identity is an act that only an idiot would do. Not to mention that everyone is a person of status in the big forces, not considering themselves, but also considering the organization behind them. The best choice is to live in peace. At the meeting place at this time, Blue's mask had already disappeared, and everyone left here without hindrance, and their figures disappeared into the crowds on the street. A battle that could be said to be at the elite level may have destroyed the surrounding cities elsewhere, causing large-scale casualties, but no one noticed it. The power of the god level is really powerful, but if it reaches the champion level, it may be able to compete. Looking at the fluctuations of the blue mask during the entire battle recorded on the system, Xing made a basic guess. After all, the combat power of the gods in this world is somewhat unstable. For a mythical beast like Molters, the Molters in the major regions can now compete as champions. But if it is like the Molters in Legendary, winning the championship is probably like playing. But is this guy really that one? Looking at the data on the system, Xing had doubts in his heart. Not long after, the 4 of them sat at the ramen stand again, drinking warm water, but this time Rick seemed to relax a lot and started drinking sake. At this time, the proprietress came out from behind the stall, handed out the 4 bowls of ramen on the plate, then looked at Rick, stretched out her hand, as if she was asking for something. "I'm sorry, Satsuki." Putting down the sake in his hand, Rick took out a palm-sized bottle from the space bracelet, which contained a burning fireball hanging in the air. However, Xing's eyes were fixed. It was a resource that was automatically fused from all the fireballs that Rick had won before. Does it need a master like the proprietress to prepare it? Wait then. Holding the bottle, the proprietress turned around and walked into the back of the stall, while Rick laughed and continued to drink sake. Looking at the scene in front of her, Nwangwa swallowed the noodles in her mouth and asked curiously, "Speaking of Uncle Rick, what is the relationship between you and Sister Xiaoya?" Hearing Nwangwa's question, Rick took a sip of sake. His eyes were confused, and he said in a low voice, "This is a story I don't want to mention." "Oh, then it goes without saying." Rick had just said halfway, and Nwangwa said with a look of empathy, but it almost choked Rick to death. Looking at the innocent girl with some sympathy, Rick was speechless, but Xing burst out laughing. Here, the proprietress also came out with 2 bowls of ramen, looked at the scene in front of her, and asked curiously, "Did I miss something interesting?" "Here," Nwangwa immediately said obediently. "Uncle Rick just said." Before Nwangwa finished speaking, Rick hurriedly said, "It's okay. It's okay. Thank you, Xiaoya." Then, Rick got up and took the 2 bowls of ramen from the proprietress. Just when Rick breathed a sigh of relief, Cynthia chewed on the meat slices, puffed her cheeks, and made up for it. "Uncle Rick said that you have a story with him that you don't want to mention." In an instant, the atmosphere in the ramen stall froze. Rick looked at the proprietress stiffly, but what he got was a smile that was not a smile. "A story I don't want to tell. Xiaoya, listen to my explanation." "How? Don't you?" Looking at the 2 middle-aged people who hurt each other like 2 children, the 2 girls lowered their heads and continued to eat ramen in a daze, while Xing happily watched the show. "Okay, let's call out Lucario and the sword monster." The topic stopped directly, and the proprietress said angrily. And Rick also stopped to please, and took out Lucario and Aegislash with a wry smile. And Xing also turned on the system and began to detect the 2 bowls of ramen just brought out. Item: Holy Fire Ramen. Remark 1. The holy fire from altars is used as the flame used for cooking. After a special technique, the new in the flame is divided into 2 parts and fully integrated into the ramen. Remark 2. It seems to be a formula specially made for some Pokémon, which can stimulate vitality and restrain erosion energy. Frowning slightly, Xing really didn't expect that a god-level resource could be turned into a ramen. The ability to make this kind of recipe is probably beyond his reach. Xing's Breeder's Road has a special talent in formulating energy cubes and recipes, and the proprietor's production methods have inspired him a lot. After appearing, Lucario and Aegislash began to eat the ramen in front of them. Lucario ate in small bites, quite elegantly. It's just that the way of eating Aegislash is quite interesting. Straws of mist like hot steam are constantly gushing out of the ramen and rushing towards Aegislash. In fact, most of the ghost-type energy intake methods are like this, directly absorbing the energy in the food to replenish themselves. In the system scan, after eating the ramen, small flame-like energy appeared in the bodies of the 2 Pokémon, but they did not harm their bodies. As if sensing something, the flames began to gather, rushing towards the gray energy in the bodies of the 2 Pokémon, and began to burn. What followed was that the 2 Pokémon were relaxed for a while, and uncomfortable for a while, and the aura on their bodies was constantly fluctuating up and down. Seeing the 2 Pokémon like this, the proprietress directly released her own Pokémon, a quasi-elite sun Pokémon, and blocked the entire booth with Psychic. Rick, Xing, Cynthia, and Nwangwa also stopped all movements and stared at the 2 Pokémon in front of them, with different emotions in their eyes. Cynthia was full of fighting spirit, while Nwangwa hid behind Xing. Looking at the 2 Pokémon curiously, Rick's eyes were full of expectation zero. Xing also narrowed his eyes and stared at the 2 Pokémon, which is equivalent to performing a wave of elite-level breakthroughs on the spot, which will still be very inspiring for him in the future. After the recovery of the 2 Pokémon, there will be more support for him in the future. The fight for the position of the pioneering brain still needs the assistance of the Chris family. After half an hour, everything was finally over. At this time, Lucario and Aegislash have restrained all their auras, like two common Pokémon normal, while Rick took out the Pokeball and took back the two Pokémon. Okay, Sun Pokémon, take back the Psychic. White light flashed, and the Sun Pokémon returned to the Pokeball. The proprietress looked at Rick, who was relaxed at this time, with a smile on her face. Tell me the story you don't want to tell. Forehead. Rick's face froze, but Xing, Cynthia, and Nwangwa showed gossipy expressions on their faces, which is human nature. Okay, I said, Rick said helplessly. 10 minutes later, the ramen stand was in. Cynthia. A few years ago, Uncle Rick and Sister Xiaomet, when they were using false identities, had a petty feud and separated. Nwangwa. I met a few years later, resolved the hatred, and became good friends. After listening to the story, Xing drank ice water with a bored face. Compared with the story of Lu Ying and Xing teacher, this story is quite boring. However, looking at the weird atmosphere between Rick and the proprietress, Xing has some ideas. Obviously, the two have concealed a lot of story details. Without paying more attention to the gossip between the two, Xing called up the system interface and began to check some things. Both the Fire Stone and the Ice Stone have been obtained, but the two little guys are only at the intermediate level at this time, and their energy accumulation has not reached the best time, so they're not suitable for evolution now. Breeder progress for Little Flame and Little Iceris needs to be sped up. Looking at the series of data displayed in front of him, Xing frowned slightly. Psychic has his own ghost power to help him move forward steadily, but there are many other problems. The weather level of Iceris is still stuck in the first gear, and the Flame of the Flame has not yet completed its first transformation. If these two problems can be solved, maybe both of them can step into the advanced level. System, start to estimate the probability of promotion to gold qualification. 2 minutes later, Xing stared at the data in front of him and fell into thought. Xiao Huamiao's aptitude is still at purple, and his aptitude has been improved under the help of the pirated vermilion orb, but he hasn't touched deep purple yet. Little Iceris himself has deep purple qualifications, and the probability of being promoted to gold is 80%, but there is still a possibility of being stuck, so he must find a way to increase his background. Here, the proprietress has been making a lot of Xing. After a while, she seemed to have finally made a decision. She looked at Xing and asked, Brother Bai, are you interested in learning about ramen? Xing was still immersed in thinking, unable to react. Xing realized what the proprietress was saying. The ramen mentioned by the proprietress must not be the ramen of common, but its special ramen recipe. If Xing said that he is not tempted, he must be lying. Ma'am, is there anything I can do? After thinking about it, Xing really couldn't refuse this captivate. After all, recipes are very important to his breeder family journey, and they're also of great benefit to his own children. What if he wants to be a teacher? He can't do it. Xing teacher and Lao were so kind to him that it is impossible for him to ask another person as a teacher. He is cold-blooded and cruel, but he is really a good person, and he doesn't want to hurt those who treat him well. 02. There is no requirement, as long as you pass it on in the future. Slightly out of Xing's expectation, the proprietress just smiled and waved her hand without requesting anything. But Xing reacted. After all, for the breeders, the most important thing is to pass on knowledge. In the opinion of the breeders, it is an extremely stupid behavior. Therefore, the breeders are not divided into as many factions as the trainers, but are extremely united. At this time, Cynthia and Nwangwa also looked at Xing expectantly, hoping that he would agree quickly. If Xing had learned the ramen recipe, their meals would definitely be much better in the future. It is simply an enjoyment to be able to eat this kind of ramen every day. The proprietress also looked at Xing expectantly. After all, she had this idea since Rick told him about Xing's breeder family deeds. The ramen recipe may seem simple, but it actually requires extremely high talent. She has tried to teach it to others before, but all of them failed without exception. Xing has a strong breeder's talent and is good at making recipes. He also has the physical fitness of a fighting family and can complete many extremely delicate cooking parts. Rick is a bit complicated. On the one hand, he is afraid that the road to Breeder's house will distract Xing's energy and slow down his climb to elite. On the other hand, he was happy that Xiaoye could pass on the knowledge, and his mood was quite complicated. Under the expectant eyes of everyone, Xing stood up, tidied his clothes, and said very seriously, "Thank you, Lady Boss. I will definitely study hard." Knowledge, in the eyes of Xing, is the most precious treasure in the world, and no resource can compare with it, not even the stone tablet of Arceus. If he didn't have the knowledge, he might not even be able to get close to Venipede on the first day he joined the Rockets, and he wouldn't even know how to use the system. Seeing Xing's serious appearance, the proprietress nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "Then let's start now. Can you cook?" "Xiaobai's cooking is super delicious." "Boss is awesome." Before Xing could answer, the two girls said first, they have been raised by Xing for so long, so of course they know Xing's cooking skills. Possessing the talent of the Breeder family and specializing in recipes for common food, Xing can naturally analyze the recipe by eating more. Like the previous leafage candy, takoyaki, and fried rice on a sizzling plate, Xing can easily figure out the recipe, but he is too lazy to do it, so he bought so many at one go. Just like many chefs, they have excellent cooking skills, but they don't want to cook when they get home. Even if they are ready, they don't eat much. "Then come with me." Hearing the two girls' answers, the proprietress nodded and walked directly to the back. Xing also walked in from a side path. The moment he stepped in, Xing was surprised. The 5 Pokémon were all of superpower type, and the lowest one was elite level. Looking at the proprietress, Xing asked suspiciously, "Madam Proprietress, are you a psychic?" Xing was quite puzzled. After all, when scanning the Sun Pokémon before, the system did not detect the psychic on the proprietress standing within the scanning range. "Try this." Without directly answering Xing's question, the proprietress took out a soup spoon, poured out a mouthful of fragrant soup, and handed it to Xing. Without hesitation, Xing took a sip of the soup spoon and began to try to analyze it, but the reaction in his body surprised Xing. The power of the ghost seems to be the child normal who got candy, flowing happily in the body. The speed is getting faster and faster, and the most subtle enhancement. This soup can enhance psychic. Looking at the remaining soup on the spoon in his hand, Xing was shocked. His ghost power is a special power after a super mutant, and this soup is still of great benefit to his practice. But what really astounded him was that this soup could enhance psychic, which was priceless. Just the rosary beads used by psychics to exercise their control power are worth tens of thousands, not to mention the props that can enhance psychics. Lingling fruit, stargrass, and... No, I can't analyze it. The blocking method is too clever. After guessing 3 or 4 ingredients, Xing sighed. There are too many distracting items in the ramen, and he can't analyze which ingredients are there and which ones are really effective. But now Xing can understand why. As a commoner, there's so many superpower Pokémon guarding her side. Okay, don't think about it. Start learning 247 from me. Stopping Xing's wild thoughts, the proprietress walked in front, took out a chef uniform and handed it to Xing, and then walked to a counter. In just a split second, the proprietress's demeanor changed drastically, from being kind and gentle before to becoming serious and serious. Then the proprietress took out one item and started to process it, and explained it to Xing while making it. For real ramen, it's not the ramen that counts, but the soup base, and that's true in my ramen recipes. So everything is integrated in the soup. Unlike the fixed recipe of the energy cube, the recipe of a soup is flexible and changeable. So you need to be familiar with the characteristics and effects of various materials, so that you can change them in time. With the explanation of the proprietress, Xing also roughly understood the key points of his ramen recipe, and the difference from the energy cube is equivalent to Western medicine and Hushan normal. The formula of the energy cube is fixed, it will not be changed by solation, and the effect is fixed, just like the capsule medicine normal in the pharmacy, but it can deal with most situations. The ramen formula is specially customized according to the customer, which often looks like a combination of poison, but after the proportioning, it will be a good medicine. Just like the holy fire ramen before, the flames do great damage to steel elements, but the proprietress cleverly used the energy in it and transformed it into the key to healing 2 Pokémon. But soon, Xing once again discovered a key point in the proprietress's ramen. That is, the processing of materials is extremely delicate, which is difficult for common breeders to complete. Regardless of the difficulty of learning the recipe, just learning how to handle this material is quite difficult. Even Xing dare not say that he can learn it quickly. Seeing Xing's serious expression, the proprietress who had just finished processing a piece of material smiled and said, "Study hard. I will only stay here for a week, and I am about to leave." I see. Xing naturally understands how it is possible for a master breeder to stay in such a tourist city for a long time. He must travel all over the world. The same is true for elite trainers. The effect of retreat and penance is not great. Only by walking the world and going through adventures can they continue to become stronger. Xing teacher and Lao do also plan to start traveling after breaking through the master and elite levels. Even if someone wants to call the Rustboro Gym's attention, they will be concerned about their deterrent power. But now that Xing can protect Kennen, they can consider starting the trip earlier, as long as they leave 1 or 2 behind. Time passed quickly. 2 hours later, the number of people on the street gradually decreased. In the ramen stall, 2 girls cuddled together with their stomachs covered, looking at the ramen in front of them with bitter faces, which was made by Xing. It's not that it's unpalatable, but no matter how delicious it is, if you eat a lot of it in one go, you'll get tired of it. Okay, don't force yourself if you can't eat it. Looking at the 2 girls who were struggling to eat, Xing smiled helplessly, picked up the ramen directly, ate it by himself, and then analyzed the shortcomings in detail. There are still some problems with the formula, which is not harmful, but the utilization rate is too low, wasting most of the energy. Secondly, in terms of processing, most of the materials have lost their due effect due to inadequate techniques. Why? The proficiency is still too low. We must. A series of questions quickly emerged, and Xing fell into a long thought. The proprietress looked at Xing like this and smiled gratifiedly. How about it, Xiaoya? The person I recommend is not bad. Seeing the satisfied look of the proprietress, Rick quietly approached and asked in a low voice with a proud face. The kitchen is going to wash the dishes. With a soft snort, the proprietress turned around and walked to the back. Seeing that Rick was helpless, she had no choice but to obediently follow. As the night darkened, the ramen stall was bustling with activity. 7 days later, the morning was bright and sunny. On the streets of Evergrande City, 5 people said goodbye. Xing, Patriarch Rick, Lady Boss, let's go. Mwangwa, Uncle Rick, take good care of Miss Xiaoya. Cynthia, Miss Xiaoya, I will miss you. After the 2 girls dragged the proprietress to say goodbye reluctantly, they finally arrived at Xing and Rick's side and walked in 2 different directions. Walking beside Xing, Mwangwa asked curiously, "Boss, where are we going next?" "Go back to Rustboro City first. You need to study for a while, and then you can travel." Rubbing Mwangwa's little head, Yuan Xing said. Next, he and Cynthia will be preparing to go to the Dragon Conference. For Mwangwa, arrange it in a month or 2 and place a super imprint, and then they can be released to travel. Great! Hearing Xing's words, Mwangwa suddenly became excited. The more than 1 month of travel made her not so covet travel, but after seeing Xing's heroic appearance at the conference, Nwangwa's idea of traveling rose again. Come on, fruit! Seeing Nwangwa's excited appearance, Cynthia also encouraged the girl to strengthen her faith. Looking at the 2 girls chatting happily behind him, Xing smiled, then turned all his attention to the system in front of him and began to make adjustments. During this week, the proprietress taught him as much as possible, but the time was limited and she couldn't reach the sky in 1 step. The proprietress had to give him all the knowledge, and he had to do the subsequent studies by himself. And this knowledge can't be learned by time. It needs a lot of practice and enough talent to master it. Flame Ramen, Icarus Ramen, should be able to complete the goal. However, The main ingredients of Iceris ramen are still different, and a bounty group needs to be arranged to obtain them. Looking at the recipe displayed on the system in front of him, Xing thought thoughtfully that the 2 servings of ramen were designed for the 2 little Vulpix who are now in critical condition. As you can tell from the name, the flame ramen is made to strengthen the flame of the small flame, and the Iceris ramen is designed to strengthen the weather level. Pirated vermilion orbs can solve all the problems of flame ramen, but Iceris ramen requires a lot of ingredients. But thinking of the bounty group, Xing fell into contemplation again. The previous arrangement to contact the breeder house was just to prepare for the follow-up. But unexpectedly, quite a few breeders have the intention to establish a cooperative relationship with Mankyudang Jintuan. Although most of them are small-scale breeder houses, they cannot be compared with the magical breeder houses that spread throughout Kanto, but they have the benefit of cooperating on an equal footing. However, if you cooperate with multiple breeder houses at the same time, your identity will be more concealed. However, it is necessary to choose a breeder house as small as possible, otherwise the bounty group will not be able to supply it. Turning his mind, Xing has already arranged the follow-up plan, and lines of characters quickly appeared on the system screen in front of him, and he was recording. After finishing the recording, Xing took the 2 young girls and disappeared slowly on the streets of Evergrande City. Half a month later, in the black market of Rustboro City, Xing had already put on the disguise of a hunter, and walking beside him was a girl with short silver and white hair and a cold temperament. It was Zheng who had returned to Hoenn. It's hard to find what you want. Taking out a luxury ball and handing it to Xing, Oriki Ling complained with some dissatisfaction. Although her voice was cold, it was full of kindness. I've wasted so much time in Sinnoh. I'm going to start serving as a guest. After receiving the Pokeball and putting it away, the money is good. Xing smiled lightly and said, the mission execution is temporarily unavailable. Uncle Oriki has messaged me these 2 days, asking about your recent situation, and you are about to start traveling. In order to conceal that she has embarked on the path of a hunter, Oriki Suzu used Xing's alliance status as a travel partner and fooled a wave of old fathers who were far away in Kanto at this time. I don't want to travel. You help me find a way. Hearing Xing's words, Zhemu Ling hammered his shoulder, and his cold voice became a little cute. Let's go on a trip. Guozi is about to start traveling, so it's to protect her. Facing Oriki Suzu's charm, Xing gently advised him, but it made Oriki Suzu hesitate. When Xing communicated with Zhemu, Nguo was also there, but they didn't know their hunter identities. Hearing Nguo's name, Zhemu hesitated. She also liked this cute girl very much. After thinking for a while, she sighed helplessly. Okay, I'll just go on a trip. Looking at Zhemu, who agreed to come down, Xing smiled, and then said, that's right, I prepared a travel presentation for you, and it should be delivered within 2 days. Hearing Xing's words, Oriki Ling dissipated and asked with interest, what present? I'll know later. With a mysterious smile, Xing stepped forward, while the 2 red praying mantises behind him patted Zhemuling's shoulders and followed. In the distance behind the 2, there's a famous hunter wearing a full moon badge following them in the distance. It is said to be a full moon badge, but it is actually a bright white round metal badge. It has no aesthetic feeling, but the figures around are all looking at those badges with different expressions. The Full Moon Bounty Group has risen rapidly in just a few months. Although there are few members, the level of unity in the hunter profession can only be compared with those old bounty groups. And the income of members is also envied by many people. Nowadays, many low-level hunters want to join the Full Moon Bounty Group, but they have no way out. Taking out the communicator and taking a look, the brown-haired boy closest to the 2 stepped forward and said respectfully, bosses, the Black Cloud Auction has sent an invitation. Bring it here. You guys disperse to carry out the task on your own. Glancing at Oriki Ling beside him, Xing stretched out his hand and issued a new order after getting the response that he was going. Handing the communicator to Xing, the brown-haired boy respectfully retreated to the back 190 and issued orders to the rest of the members, and they quickly dispersed. Xing, on the other hand, took Zhimu Ling towards the auction house. Neither he nor Zhimu Ling left any contact information in the black market, and the only way to contact them was to contact members of the bounty group. Half an hour later, Xing was sitting in the box of the auction house, drinking slowly with a glass of ice water, while Zhimu Ling beside him was eating with a bag of candies. The auctioneer below also showed a figure, a middle-aged woman with a thin figure, gold-rimmed glasses, and silver hair, with a rather cold and serious demeanor. Next, the auction starts, the first lot. There is no nonsense. The first round of auction started directly. It is a bottle of water containing special energy, which can be used as a raw material for making mystic water, and it was sold for a high price of 3 million. As time passed, Xing and Oriki Suzu also took pictures of 2 or 3 items in the middle, and the total value is not high. However, Xing got the 2 missing ingredients of Iceris ramen, and it is for this reason that Xing came to this auction. Next, it's the last auction item. Soon, the last auction item came, and a small cart was pushed up, covered with red cloth, and the guests gradually became eager. It's finally here, the final dragon Pokémon egg. I heard it's a Pokémon from the Unova region. Whatever it is, just shoot it. It's not a loss anyway. There was a lot of discussion in the venue, and at this time Xing in the box also aroused a lot of interest. This Pokémon egg is quite interesting. Pokémon X unhatched. Ability, break the rules. Qualification evaluation, blue deep blue. It can be said that this Axu is quite good, but after thinking about it for a while, Xing decided not to take it in. Axu does not fit with his team and is not suitable for him. At this time, the auctioneer on the auction stage was quite satisfied when he saw the warm atmosphere in the venue, and then he directly lifted the red cloth. The last auction item is a Pokémon egg from the Dragon Grassland, the holy land of dragons in the Unova region. His father is a quasi-elite pinnacle, and his mother is from the Haxorus family. I believe you can understand the value of it. Hearing this, most of the guests are still eager, but they are a little disappointed. It would be great if the gender of the parents of this Pokémon egg can be swapped. However, the auctioneer continued. According to the aptitude test of his parents, it is estimated that the aptitude of his offspring is roughly between deep blue and light purple. The starting price. The moment the voice fell, all the guests present were excited. Even if they were not quasi-gods, the dragon-type Pokémon with purple qualifications was enough for them to compete. In the black market, in addition to prices, qualifications can also overflow. In the private room at this time, Xing was watching the auctioneer on the auction stage with a half-smile, which is indeed a black market auction house. A Pokémon with no more than deep blue aptitude can blow up to this point, and the purple aptitude is still a dragon-type Pokémon like Axu, with 2 stages of evolution and extraordinary potential. A Pokémon of this level will probably only be put up for auction if it has to be upgraded to a higher level. Many of the guests present knew the tricky features of the black market auction house, but a blue or a deep blue dragon Pokémon was enough to tempt them. In addition, most of the qualification tests for Pokémon eggs are based on testing the parents and then making estimates, so maybe this Pokémon egg may really be purple quality. The base price is 10 million, and each increase should not be less than 500,000. The auction starts now. As soon as the bidding started, fierce bidding began in the field. I belong to the Blazing Fire Bounty Group, and I will offer 15 million. Oh, $1,800 a day. 20 million. Just as Xing guessed, even knowing that the auction house had deliberately exaggerated the possible qualifications of this Pokémon egg, many guests with a gambling mentality started bidding fiercely. Soon, this Pokémon egg was auctioned off by a hunter who claimed to be the Blackwater Bounty Group for 60 million yuan, and many guests fell on it with covetous eyes. Maybe there will be a raid after that, just like Xing took the 3 winged fruits in normal, but Xing sent all the hunters who dare to kill him to the spirit world. In the box, a beautiful woman walked in with a tray, on which were all the things that Xing and Zhimu had just photographed. After putting away the things they had photographed, Xing and Oriki Ling got up and walked out of the box, heading toward the outside of the auction house. In the aisle, Xing and Jamuling saw the hunter with a stern face walking fast who took the Axu Pokemon egg, and there were several hunters following behind him. Seeing this, Jamuling leaned close to Xing's ear and whispered, "You said that if they found that Pokemon, would they all come and hunt us down?" Knocking the head of the girl, who was no longer cool and mischievous at this time, Xing complained, "Don't be dead and go." After saying that, Xing stepped forward directly, and Jamuling rubbed his head with puffy face and followed closely behind Xing. Today's black market is still calm, probably. In the dead of night, in the Rustboro Gymnasium, in Xing's room, holding the luxury ball that Zhishuling handed over to him during the day, Xing couldn't help but sigh. It was just a small attempt to distract Zhishuling's attention. But unexpectedly, Oriki Suzu found the Pokemon that he didn't expect at all and brought it back for him. This surprise is really too big. Should it be said that he is the future Hunter J? As long as he accepts the task, he will complete it perfectly. No wonder, even if he is on the Alliance blacklist, he can still become a guest of various organizations. It's better to plan the scope of the mission well. If it is really on the blacklist that must be killed, more than half of the bounty group's operation for so long will be abolished. Mind turned directly. Xing pressed the pokeball. White light emerged in the room, and a figure slowly appeared in the room along with the white light. The white light dissipated slowly, and that small figure appeared in the room. The whole body is bright white, full of goldenrod texture, with 3 small gold claws and scarlet red eyes. The overall shape looks like a dumbbell. That's right, the Pokemon that Oriki Suzu brought back from Sinnoh for Xing is a Flash Beldum. Ever since he planned the metal coat for Sizer, Xing had envisioned what he would do if he couldn't get the metal coat from Steven. At that time, Xing suddenly remembered that in the anime, there was a Flash Metagross in the forest next to Snowpoint City in Sinnoh region, so he remembered it. However, the time in this world obviously does not match his memory, so Xing did not have much hope. In the past, Paijamuling was just a tentative exploration, and he could also handle all the dirty things in the process and arrange the way after the bounty group. But unexpectedly, Oriki Suzu actually brought back a Flash Beldum for him, which is still in the form of Earl Dervish, a Flash quasi-god, full of potential for cultivation. "Hello? Call!" The sound of the air being pierced sounded, and a fierce claw strike struck. Xing, who wanted to say hello, retreated to avoid it. It was obvious that Beldum had a strong hostility. But in the face of Beldum's attack, Xing dodged quite easily, but it was understandable. A quasi-god living alone in the wild. Even if he has a strong talent, without enough resources to support him, his talent is a drag. Just like Venipede back then, Beldum didn't have stunted growth, but his physical strength was quite low, and his high super talent also led to the exhaustion of mental power. The specific situation can be seen from the current contest with Xing. Xing did not use the power of the ghost, but only used the physical fitness of the low-level fighters and easily escaped all the attacks of Beldum. Looking at Xing, who easily dodged his attack, Beldum was a little surprised. He had observed humans secretly and found that most of them had no fighting power. It's just that the Xing in front of him has refreshed Beldum's cognition, and he can actually face it hard. However, this did not affect Beldum's fierce attack, and he was unable to use Psychic due to mental exhaustion, and this was one of the reasons why Oriki Suzu could catch it. The psychic imprint left on Oriki Suzu by Xing continues to develop her spiritual power, and the psychic energy she emits is very attractive to wild psychedelic Pokemon. And that psychic energy is like a glass of water in the desert to Beldum, who is mentally exhausted, and he can't refuse it at all. Can you let me say, who? One after another sounds across the air, although the body is weak, but this does not affect Beldum's attack, and he doesn't care about Xing's words at all. Looking at Beldum, who is completely unable to communicate, Xing sighed softly. But the Metagross family is the kind of race that seems stable, but is actually extremely ferocious. In Pokédex, the description of Metagross is cruel and short-tempered, but his fighting style is very calm, and he will use judgment beyond the computer to push rival into a desperate situation. And according to Xing's memory, Metagross after Mega Evolution will become cold-blooded and ruthless because of the stimulation of the brain and will do whatever it takes to win. However, Xing has the power of ghosts, and he's studying how to help Dano and Magikarp how to maintain smelling salts during evolution and how to prevent their minds from being corrupted by energy. Therefore, the problem that Beldum will be stimulated after Mega Evolution in the future can provide inspiration for Xing to solve this problem. Without continuing to consume it, Xing directly released the power of darkness, wrapping Beldum gently. Beldum, who originally wanted to struggle, felt this special ghost power, temporarily stopped attacking, and quickly absorbed energy to fill himself. Seeing Beldum's appearance, Xing laughed. As a super mutant, his nether power is also good for super Pokémon. The power of the ghost relies on gentleness, and the healing effect can prolong the vitality of Narcissus, and naturally it can also fill Beldum's spiritual power. Not long after, Beldum absorbed all the ghost power, and the scarlet eyes looked at Xing, maintaining vigilance, but did not continue to attack. Seeing the calm Beldum, Xing smiled and directly stimulated the power of the ghost to connect the hearts of the two and began to communicate. Xing, do you want to be my Pokémon, Beldum? Beldum, don't. Xing, just now the power is full. Beldum, hello trainer. Looking at the extremely excited and close Beldum in front of him, Xing laughed. What a captivate! A child who has never seen the world is too easy to be deceived. Most rookie trainers think that fighting is the best way to get Pokémon's approval. But in fact, for these Pokémon living in the wild and hungry for a meal, food captivate is the most effective. 0. Ask for flowers. 0087204402. Filu 111400 Especially those rookie trainers who are not strong enough and can't win battles, so naturally they can't get Pokémon's approval. Mwangwa got close to Shelter at the beginning because of food offensive. Of course, except for Pokémon with ethnic groups, most of Beldum live in groups. This Beldum should run away from home because of its high appearance and being jealous of its peers. Just kidding, the aesthetics of Pokémon and humans are often different. Perhaps what looks handsome and beautiful in the eyes of humans may be ugly in the eyes of Pokémon. System starts scanning. Once again, Xing sent out a ghostly force to nourish Beldum's body, and Xing started scanning, and soon, the scanning results of the system appeared in front of his eyes. Pokémon, Beldum, Flash. Ability, Eternal Pure Body, Flash Ability, Super Metal. Carrying items, Special Metal Coat under molding. Qualification Evaluation, Purple. Looking at the series of data displayed on the system, Xing couldn't help being surprised, and then smiled. Beldum's data is really excellent. Especially Purple's aptitude is a little higher than the Beldum that Xing met Steven for the first time, which is simply scary. On the other hand, the special metal coat on Beldum is also a key prop for Sizer to be promoted to gold qualification in the future, and it can also repair the scratches on Sizer's body. This wave must wait until it is fully formed before it can be won. Thinking of the resources spent to perfect Steven's immature metal coat, Xing felt extremely heartbroken and lost tens of millions. If you wait until it is formed and then take it off, you should be able to rely on 3 or 4 high-quality metal coats to get a sublimated metal coat of perfect quality. High-grade metal coat is not only much cheaper, but also has a lower degree of acquisition, unlike metal coat, which has no price at all. But what's the situation with this super metal? After thinking about this special metal coat, Xing continued to read Beldum's data and began to study Beldum's flash ability, which is definitely not easy. Of course, not every shiny Pokemon's flash ability is so wonderful. Flash ability is like drawing cards. There are good and bad. For example, Unlimited Transform and Pretender belong to the top level UR cards, and flash abilities also have the lowest level cards. Let me be healthy. What level of card? The flash ability. Flipping through the system display, Xing's eyes gradually lit up. This ability is really good, and it can be called the most advanced flash ability. Metagross has two strong attributes of steel and super energy, but due to the difficulty of training, most of the trainers are specialized in one of them. Even Steven, with the steel system as the main body and the super power system as the supplement, is cultivating Flash Beldum. Super metals can bless Beldum's Psychic to become stronger, and Psychic can also be blessed to increase the strength of the metal. And Xing, with the power of the Ghost and the talent of the Breeder family, can go hand in hand, cultivate two lines of attribute at the same time, and create the Kujin monster of Pokémon World's mightiest. This one effect alone is enough to be called a top-level Flash ability, not to mention there are a lot of other effects. Let me see. This effect is not obvious. It seems that it can only be formed after continued cultivation. Looking at the vague data and description of a system, Xing thought thoughtfully. After all, the Flash ability can only fully exert its effect after Pokémon is cultivated. Just like Magikarp, the original Flash ability was about to emerge under the accumulation of a lot of resources, but after getting the scale of the Underworld Dragon, it became blurred again and produced new changes. I remember seeing Steven's Metag before, and the Flash ability seems to be a Metag beast. While thinking about it, Xing thought of Steven's Metagross. The ability can strengthen the Steel talent, which can be called a very powerful Flash ability. In Xing's view, the development of Beldum's Steel talent can start with magnetism. Beldum has a strong magnetic force, and it does not rely on Psychic to suspend in the air, but uses its own magnetic force to repel each other with the magnetic force of the planet to levitate. As for how to develop magnetism, Xing already has an idea and can consult Kennen. The trump card of his junior sister is a Nosepass, and he is quite experienced in the development of magnetism. Counting down, Metagross is really the most famous Pokémon among the quasi-gods. The supercomputing power brought by the four brains allows it to seize the opportunity everywhere, and the powerful super talent can be called the perfect body of Orberg, and at the same time masters the magnetic force. Soon, Beldum once again absorbed the ghost power given by Xing and began to request again, but the emptiness was not replenished, and Xing did not continue to release the ghost power. Looking at the lost Beldum, Xing took out an energy cube and fed it, which was exactly the kind of ability cube that was traded to the Zvaki family before. He ate it tentatively, and as the chewing progressed, Beldum's eyes narrowed happily. Obviously, the energy cube was very much to his appetite. After roughly reading Beldum's information, Xing pressed the Pokeball on his waist, and the children appeared in the room one by one. Seeing the new figures appearing in front of him, Beldum immediately hid behind Xing, cautiously looking at the Pokémon that appeared. With a chuckle, Xing directly pushed Beldum out and said gently, "This is your future family. Go and say hello to them." Glancing at Xing, Beldum floated out unsteadily and instinctively flew toward Sizer, whom he felt closest to. Seeing this little guy floating over, Sizer, who felt close, put away his aloofness and gently stretched out his giant pincers. "Cha! Hello, little one." Seeing Sizer's gentle appearance, Beldum slowly landed on her giant tongs, and the Pokémon who saw this scene rushed up and said hello. Because of the height of the room, Scolipede lay on his stomach and gently tapped Beldum's head with his tentacles. Audino happily handed over a life due as a gift. Larvitar dragged the cold-faced Trico to the front and greeted him enthusiastically. Vibrava was suspended beside him, exchanging the feeling of floating with Beldum. The two little Vulpix wanted to pull Beldum to marry Jeanlon, but after finding that Beldum had no gender, they looked at the lazy Eevee beside Ditto with a question mark on their face. Magikarp is swimming happily in the aqua ring built for her by Audino. Beldum is curious about whether water can be suspended. Feeling the goodwill from the Pokémon, Beldum's defense quickly dissipated, his big eyes narrowed in a happy arc, and he communicated with everyone in the Netherforce network. Looking at the extremely harmonious Pokémon, Xing nodded in relief, then turned around and sat in front of the desk, took out his notebook, and began to design the exclusive Beldum breeder plan. However, what is different from the past is that Xing's breeder plan this time also has a special ramen recipe 0. Soon, the lights in the room went out, and more than a dozen breathing sounds sounded one after another. Obviously, everyone fell into a sound sleep. Among them, Beldam sleeps very soundly, has been living in the wild, and is worried every day, but now he has a family to protect him. Moonlight sprinkled the earth, soothing all things. In the early morning of the next day, Xing walked out of the room, slowly with one hand on the wall and the other on his waist. The physical fitness of the low-level fighting family couldn't bear to be slept on by their superstandard children for a night. 2 words, back pain. The progress of the fighting family, it is better to speed up, healing the soreness in the waist with the power of you. Xing thought helplessly, but the speed up of fighting skill training meant that the speed of self-mutilation was speeding up. Wu Xing, your body is too weak. Wu Xing Haotsai. Wu, the body is so weak. At this time, Evie walked slowly past Xing with 2 little Vulpix, and did not forget to sneer. The 2 little Vulpix also imitate the example. The good ones learn from the bad ones. Ah! With a soft snort, Xing picked up the 2 little Vulpix and messed up their cute hairstyles amidst the 2 little guys' constant struggle. Putting down the resentful faces of the 2 little guys, Xing looked at the gloating Evie and sneered. What a coincidence! There seems to be only 1 pack of Slowpoke candy left. Give it to Cynthia. As soon as the voice fell, Xing walked out of the room and walked toward the restaurant without 5.8 petrified EV. 10 minutes later, Xing took a sip of warm tea with a relaxed expression on his face. Seeing Xing's appearance, Kennen, who was opposite to Xing, laughed and said, "Brother, why do you look so stupid?" Hearing Kennen's ridicule, Xing said with black lines, "Junior sister, don't make trouble, forget it, I don't know. By the way, junior sister, senior brother, I want to ask some questions about magnetic training." Xing said afterwards. Naturally, Kennen had nothing to hide and directly revealed his breeder plan. My breeder plan is to use the special rituals of the ethnic group to strengthen it. Brother should know that Dad's Rhyperior evolved through special rituals in the ethnic group. The Nosepass family also has a special ritual, which can create a special magnetic field. Following Kennen's narration, Xing roughly understood her training plan. Strengthening the magnetic force of the Nosepass through various magnetic fields, although difficult, is undoubtedly a very effective solution. If we talk about the magnetic field, it seems that we can consider going to the Thunder Plane, and at the same time, we can consider subduing an electric Pokémon. While drinking tea, Xing thought, and at this moment, Xingyi teacher also walked into the restaurant with Jenny Ming and walked over directly when he saw the 2 of them. Sitting down, Jenny Ming laid down on the table, looked at Xing, and said softly, "Xiao Bai, I'm so tired, teacher torments me every night." The lines were as bad as ever, fully in line with Jenny's dream standards. Xing and Kennen were drinking tea in a leisurely manner, looking forward to the next step. Sure enough, Xingyi teacher's face darkened in an instant, giving Jenny a dream. Jenny's brain collapsed and said, "Didn't you pull me to study a new topic, stinky girl?" Clutching her forehead, Jenny tilted her head in confusion, then came to her senses and said with a suddenly realized expression, "Yes, I forgot he." Seeing this malicious and cute Jenny, Xing, Kennen, and Xingyi teacher, the 3 of them sighed and got used to it. Not long after, Cynthia and Nwangwa also came, including Jimuling, who just moved into the gym yesterday at 02 and has recovered her original appearance at this time. Nwangwa was happily pestering Jimu Ling, asking questions, but Jimu Ling's cold voice subconsciously softened in the face of such a warm and lovely child. Interestingly, as an ice-type trainer, Nwangwa is lively and cute, while as a fire-type trainer, Oriki Ling is calm and elegant. It seems that the identities of the 2 have been switched to normal. However, when Jimuling and Nwangwa travel together, Xing can rest assured that the 2 girls have complementary personalities. At this time, in Nwangwa, a round of bright moonlight hangs in her mind, continuously sprinkled with soft moonlight, developing the girl's spiritual power is the imprint of superpower left by Xing. I still remember when Xing left Nwangwa with a super imprint. Nwangwa had a happy face, very cute. After tidying up Jenny, Teacher Xing looked at Xing and said seriously, Xing, since you have learned the knowledge of Master Hongyue, you must study hard. Understand? Master Hongyue is the real name of the proprietress Xiaoye. As Xing expected, she is a master breeder. Even in the field of masters, the proprietress has a very high status. Putting down the teacup, Xing responded, I will, please rest assured, teacher, even if it's not for passing on, but just for the future of his own children. Xing will study this knowledge seriously. Xing teacher naturally understood Xing's serious attitude towards learning knowledge. He nodded in relief and didn't say anything else, and then began to pack up Jenny Ming. Hurry up and eat, and I will go back to do the project with me later. Well, teacher, Xiaobai is back. I want to take a day off and go out to play with Xiaobai. Jenny Ming Charm said, Don't be Charm. You're promoted to the top breeder family based on this subject. Hurry up and eat. Xing teacher was not moved at all. Xing also persuaded, Senior sister, study the topic obediently, and I will present you when you break through the top. After all, the top breeders are not so easy to be promoted. If Jenny Ming is successfully promoted, it will undoubtedly be quite huge for her. Hearing Xing's words, Jenny Ming cheered up all of a sudden and said happily, Okay, Xiaobai must keep his word. Seeing Jenny Ming, who cheered up for a moment, Xing teacher knocked on her head dumbfounded and got a silly questioning look. Eat obediently, said angrily. Xing teacher picked up the chopsticks. Oh, it wasn't just Jenny's dream. Everyone present had dinner, and everyone had their own things to do. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in the garden, Xing looked at the Pokémon exercising and nodded with satisfaction. Now that the knowledge is completed, the resources are not lacking. And there's also myself, Sister Ming. Xing teacher can assist Pokémon cultivation, which can be regarded as solving all worries. But Beldam was lying in Xing's arms, enjoying the nourishment of the power of you, and fell asleep whistling. On the other side, Cynthia was commanding a Tagetic to fight with Xing's Trico excitedly, playing back and forth. This Tagetic is Cynthia's weakest Pokémon, at the advanced level, only one step away from the elite level, and has not yet completed evolution. Boom! 10 minutes later, Tagetic and Trico staggered and returned to Xing and Cynthia respectively, and began to mobilize energy to calm their breathing. A battle of commons, fighting to this extent, can be regarded as satisfying Cynthia's desire to fight. Tagetic is about to reach the elite level. When are you going to evolve? Walking to Cynthia, Xing handed Tagetic an energy cube and asked. Looking at Tagetic, who took the energy cube and ate it in small bites, and looked quite ladylike, Cynthia said, When we come back from the Dragon Conference, I want to find the Togepi Paradise in Legendary. Xiaobai, you have to help me. Cynthia looked at Xing Charm and said, Togepi Paradise, one of the legendaries of the Hoenn region, is the holy land of the Togepi clan, but no one can find it. Hearing Cynthia's words, Xing fell into deep thought and began to check his memory, judging from the information brought from that world. Togepi Paradise should be a small country in Hoenn. Its name seems to be Mirage Kingdom. It seems that Misty's Togepi will be kidnapped in the future. Then go there and kill that minister, by the way. While thinking about it, Xing has already decided on the journey after returning from the 333 Dragon Conference. Looking at Cynthia, Xing coughed and said, My shoulder has been a little numb recently. As he said, Xing patted his shoulder. The golden retriever understood in seconds and immediately ran over, pressed Xing's shoulder, flattering him. Boss Xiaobai, let me massage you. Look at the strength. Crackling. Suddenly, a crisp sound sounded. Beads of sweat immediately appeared on Xing's forehead, and the pain came quickly, but the power of the ghost and the power of the north wind moved quickly, suppressing the pain immediately. Cynthia looked at Xing with a cute face and asked with some concern, Xiaobai, are you okay? Xing couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Did he fall twice in one place? Last time it was Trico. This time it was Cynthia. Both shoulders were broken once, which is considered balanced. However, Cynthia also somewhat overestimated Xing's physical fitness and underestimated her own strength. The already terrifying physical fitness became even more astonishing after learning the fighting skills. Under the dual effects of the power of the ghost and the power of the north wind, coupled with the physical fitness of the low-level fighters, Xing's injuries were quickly healed within a few minutes. After moving his shoulders and rubbing Cynthia's head, Xing comforted him. "I'm fine, don't worry. That Togepi paradise, I have some news." Hearing Xing's words, Cynthia's eyes lit up immediately. Half a month later at noon, a large ship on the sea was in the middle. Xing sat among a group of sailors, chatting while fishing, while Cynthia stood beside an old man with a white beard and asked questions. "Senior Drake, the use of this dragon scale should be. This is simple, just need." "That's right, this ship is exactly the big ship of the Dragon Elite, Drake and Hoenn Elite 4. When Xing and Cynthia came to the beach, they found that Drake was also there. After some conversation, Xing and Cynthia found that Drake was actually one of the hosts of the Hoenn Dragon Conference, so they boarded the ship directly. And during this process, Drake would send crew invitations to Xing from time to time, as if he was very optimistic about him. At the beginning, some trainers who had just been on the ship were dissatisfied with why Xing was so favored by Drake. But after being ravaged by Xing, he understood everything. And those older crew members were a little surprised. It is really rare to have such strength at this age. And when they learned that Xing was this year's conference champion and also a breeder, the crew fully understood why Drake liked Xing. However, Xing was also very shocked by the strength of this ship. Besides Drake, there was also an elite class. Although it can only be regarded as a very weak one. Maybe even Lao Du can't beat him, but he is still an elite after all. In addition, there are 1 or 2 trainers who are stuck at the peak of quasi-elite, not far from Li Tian's king level, but they are all very old, and they may not be able to break through to elite until they die. Xing's strength, if Scolipede is not allowed to make a move, can only be ranked at the upper middle level on this ship. Here, Drake finished answering Cynthia's question about Breeder Gabite and walked over to Xing again. Seeing Drake approaching, the crew members sitting beside Xing quickly moved their bodies to make room for Drake, and Drake didn't show any politeness and sat directly next to Xing. "Young man, don't you really think about coming to my boat? If you behave well, you can receive Bagon." Looking at the big fool around him, Xing and the crew rolled their eyes together. Drake's bold and hearty appearance was quite confusing, coupled with the Hoenn mightiest elite title promoted by Alliance. Who would have thought that this dignified Elite Four was actually a big fool? "Forget it, I can't afford it." Boring fishing, Xing replied rather perfunctorily, "It's not true that he can't afford it, and it's no problem for him to raise 3 or 4 quasi-Shindu at the same time with his current income. But the point is that he has no energy. Just taking care of his own Pokémon almost took most of his energy away. After that, Dano and Dormesia will be born, and Beldum will recover his health and start exercising. He really doesn't have time to train another Bagon. Not to mention whether Drake, a big fool, will give him the Bagon or not. I can provide resources." Not paying attention to Xing's perfunctory, Drake still said with a smile, and the crew members around him had weird faces as they were fooled up in the same way at the beginning. At this time, Cynthia's voice suddenly sounded and rescued Xing. "Xiaobai, there's a problem. Come quickly." Hearing Cynthia's voice, Xing directly put fishing rod down, stood up, and ran over while shouting, "Come on, wait a minute." Seeing Xing running away, Drake smiled helplessly, then picked up Xing's fishing rod and started fishing with the crew around him. "By boy's fishing rod, it's time to get a wave of European spirit." Holding the fishing rod, Drake said with great interest, "Captain, you can get there. Even Arceus can't save you with your luck." Crew number 1 taunted, "Even if brother buys known as Feel, he can't save you." The captain, a non-chief. Crew number 2 taunted, "Come on, Captain, I believe in you, you are the worst." Crew number 3 taunted, Boys, get the hell out of here. Smiling and cursing, Drake started fishing, but he didn't expect much. Unfortunately, as the Hoenn mightiest Long Tian King, Drake's luck obviously cannot be synchronized with his strength, and he can be called the most non-elite four in the history of the Pokémon world. In particular, Xing caught the rare water-type Pokémon one after another in the past 2 days. The powerful luck contrasted sharply with Drake. It's just that the Pokémon that Xing really wants, Lapras, is a Pokémon that cannot be caught, and that kind of Pokémon survives in groups at sea. It can be said that the probability of catching a cover, slip, G card is higher than the probability of catching a Lapras. On the other side, Xing and Cynthia stood by the railing and started talking. Cynthia, Xiao Bai, Spiritomb is going to break through to the quasi-elite. I want ramen. Xing, okay, I'll make it for you later, but let me take a look at Spiritomb. I want to customize the body. Cynthia, oh, Miss Xiaohua come out. Shouting into the air, Xing saw a strange flower appearing in front of him that was purple as a hole, with a face made of green rays of light. Smiling, Xing directly took out the energy cube and handed it over. He and Spiritomb can meet every day, but they only have a real conversation once or twice. Although it looks weird, Spiritomb is quite polite and directly connected to Xing's spirit. Grave accent, hello, Mr. Xiaobai. Thank you for taking care of Cynthia, an immature child. Listening to the elegant and soft female voice, Xing was not too surprised. Pokemon's personality is in every way. Suicune can be narrow-minded, Ditto can be lazy, Vulpix can be Rebecca, and Ghost-type Pokemon can also be gentle and elegant, which is normal. But hearing Spiritomb's words, Cynthia puffed up her cheeks and said dissatisfiedly, "What, I also take care of Xiaobai. We take care of each other." Glancing at Cynthia lightly, Spiritomb's voice rang in the minds of both of them. Then you said, besides eating other people's food, drinking other people's food, and Pokemon breeder relying on other people's food, what have you done? The Cynthia was sunk and fell into a sea of thinking. Xing on the side looked at the pair of Pokemon and trainer dumbfoundingly. He already had some guesses by Nord. In addition to soft-boiled, the birth method of ghost Pokemon is the ghost Pokemon that Pokemon turned into after death. This Spiritomb may be a Pokemon that was close to Cynthia before his death. After transforming into a ghost-type Pokemon, it kept its memory and became Cynthia's Pokemon, guarding her all the time. Ignoring the golden-haired idiot who was lost in thought, Xing looked at Spiritomb and said, "Be bold. I will call you Sister Xiaohua, just like Cynthia. Next, we need to make a test record so that I can make the next breakthrough ramen." Hearing Xing's words, Spiritomb nodded and said directly, "If you call me, Solation is fine, and I will trouble you next." With that said, Spiritomb canceled the last bit of energy cover, allowing Xing to observe her. It's just that Xing has already scanned Spiritomb's body data with the system and quickly listed the materials in his mind, remembering the ratio. Soon, a ramen recipe took shape. After the ramen recipe was almost formed, Xing took out his notebook and started writing. Xing lowered his head while writing and said, "Sister Xiaohua, I have a general idea, and I should be able to come up with a plan in the next 2 days." The voice fell, and Cynthia, who was still thinking, was awakened, and the golden retriever said seriously to Spiritomb, "I thought about it. I helped Xiaobai try ramen." Hearing Cynthia's words, Xing slipped the pen in his hand and directly drew a long mark. Looking up at this serious, even a little proud, golden-haired idiot, Xing has black lines all over his head, and he can be so proud whenever he eats soft food. Spiritomb looked at Cynthia for a while without saying a word, and after realizing that she was not embarrassed at all, she ignored the golden retriever at all and looked directly at Xing. "Mr. Xiaobai, you've worked hard." There was a hint of sympathy in Spiritomb's words. "Sister Xiaohua, you too, you have worked hard." Xing sighed empathetically. "What are you talking about?" A Cynthia who didn't know why slowly made a question mark. Xing silently walked to the side and continued to write. Spiritomb's body was blurred and hidden on Cynthia's 490, leaving only Cynthia with a confused face. On the other side, Drake and the sailors are also quite lively. Magikarp, still Magikarp. Captain, you can't even catch Phoebe now. Captain, just give up. Xian won't change his fate. Krypton won't save Faye. Brother buys luck and high-level energy cubes can't save you. No more fishing, just take it. After receiving the ridicule from the crew, Drake put down fishing rod with a dark face, threw the energy cube box in his hand to the crew next to him, stood up and walked towards Xing. Young man, how are you thinking? Hearing Drake's words, Xing smiled helplessly and said while writing, Captain Drake, I'm really not interested in sea travel. Although what Xing said is not the core reason, it is also true. He has no love for the sea. Compared with drifting with the tide and floating on the sea, Xing still prefers the down-to-earth feeling, which is reassuring. If one day you figure out, you can come to me. Not disappointed, Drake laughed and said, with a hearty voice and bold momentum, and walked towards the captain's cabin. Act. Prepare. March with all your strength. The destination is not far away. With an order, all the crew members stopped their relaxing activities and began to cheer up and perform their duties, and the speed of the big ship began to increase. Putting away the notebook in his hand, Xing narrowed his eyes slightly. Looking in an unknown direction, his thoughts turned. Dragon Conference? I don't know what it looks like. A few days later, above the sea, a figure exuding terrifying power rushed across the sea, and the terrifying air waves set off huge waves, making all the Pokémon along the way terrified and dodged. Pokémon has a blue body, a red dual wing beat, and a slender neck. It is Drake's iconic Pokémon, the quasi-god Salamence. At this time, Drake was standing on Salamance's broad back, while Xing was talking with Cynthia while scanning Salamance's body data. This Salamence should not be Drake's trump card. Looking at the data of Salamence displayed on the system light screen in front of him, Xing thought thoughtfully. Although this Salamence is also an elite, it is obviously only a junior elite, and the breakthrough time will not be too long, and Drake's trump card should be at the championship level. And this Salamence is willing to carry him and Cynthia under the comfort of Drake. With the pride of the dragon Pokémon, it is difficult to carry other people except its own trainer. Just when Xing was thinking, Cynthia closed the notebook in her hand, looked at Xing happily, and said, Xiaobai is so powerful. Sister Xiaohua can definitely break through. Leave me alone. That kid Gabite is at a critical moment right now. Mr. Xiaobai, please help that child a little bit more. Just as Xing was about to speak, Spiritome's voice suddenly sounded, asking Xing to focus on Gabite first. Feeling that message, Xing replied in his heart, I will help Cynthia take care of Gabite. Please rest assured. Cynthia's Gabite has recently experienced more frequent energy fluctuations, and the light of evolution has also emerged several times. It can be said that it is really only one step away from evolution. A stimulus from solation may lead to the evolution of Gabite. Fortunately, Xing has learned the ramen recipe and can concoct a new recipe to suppress Gabite's evolution. Coupled with the assistance of the power of you, it can be regarded as barely suppressing its evolution. Cynthia also looked at Xing with some concern and asked, Xiaobai, can Gabite complete our established plan? No problem, Gabite can do it. In Xing's vision, it is the huge energy of assist that allows Gabite to complete the molt before evolution and achieve the most perfect evolution. And with the help of various aspects before, Gabite has completed the 8th molt, which is much less difficult. If Senior Drake's description of one dragon dance is correct, then it is enough to provide huge energy to help Gabite complete the evolution in one fell swoop. Flipping through Gabite's body data that the system just scanned this morning, Xing comforted Cynthia, but there was hesitation in his eyes. One Dragon Dance is the abbreviation of Dragon Dance with 10,000 dragon Pokémon. Its effect is similar to the dance of soaring in the sky in for Tree City. Of course, this number must be exaggerated. After all, this is only the Dragon Conference in the Hoenn region, not the Dragon Conference in the entire Pokémon world. but it is definitely many times stronger than for tree cities soaring in the sky dance. Drake is one of the hosts, which shows its grandeur. Well, thank you, Xiaobai. Hearing Xing's words, Cynthia felt relieved and stroked the pokeball on her waist. It was Gabite's pokeball. Seeing the relaxed Cynthia, Xing smiled, but then he focused on the system light screen in front of him, on which the data was constantly fluctuating. Although the so-called 10,000 Dragon Dance can provide huge energy, the details need to be perfected. If it evolves before the energy is fully absorbed and the molt is completed, it would be a tragedy. Xing needs to perfect the plan. Here, Drake also walked over from the front, took out, and threw it to Xing. This is a special stone on Dragon Island. It has an auxiliary effect on the molting dragon Pokémon. See if you can use it. However, I saw this girl's Gabite. She has perfect aptitude, perfect talent, and is on the verge of shedding her skin for the 9th time. I'm afraid it won't have much effect. Listening to Drake's words, Xing began to research the stones and rival, but he didn't expect much. Cynthia's Gabite is the only one in the entire Pokémon world, and normal resources cannot work to curb its evolution. The essence of this stone is an immutable stone, but it contains life energy that can promote molting. How is this possible? As the stone was inspected and scanned, Xing's eyes showed surprise. The combination of two completely conflicting energies is understandable if it is produced by the system, but it is completely incomprehensible when it is born naturally. It is normal for magical creatures like Pokémon to be controlled by consciousness or to create special organs. Two of them have two restrained attributes. But like this kind of stone, as a container, the energies inside have been converging and conflicting. How can they coexist? This is a problem. What's more, according to Drake's words, there are quite a few of these stones on Long Island, which makes Xing even more puzzled. Unless there are divine beasts on Dragon Island. With a flash of thought, Xing thought of another possibility. If it was the power of a divine beast, it would be possible to create such a miraculous creation. Rubbing his chin, Xing thought of another question. Which dragon god controls the life energy? It seems that there is none. In the Pokémon world, there are quite a lot of dragon-type mythical beasts, but none of them possess life energy. If we insist, the Sharon Dragon Giratina is barely considered. However, ghost-type Pokémon basically absorb life energy and will not release it, let alone Giratina was expelled by Arceus long ago to destroy the world. According to the Time and Legendary, Giratina was expelled before Dragon Island appeared, so this conclusion does not hold. But this life energy, why is it like this? Temporarily dispelling the messy thoughts, Xing continued to browse through the data in the system and began to design formulas that could be integrated into it. But a new problem once again plunged Xing into confusion. This life energy is quite strange, not only not gentle, but too intense. It must be modified, otherwise it will directly stimulate the evolution of Gabite. Suppressing his doubts for the time being, Xing began to quickly design a set of plans. It has to be said that this stone gave him a lot of inspiration. But its own problems are not small. It is a treasure for those Pokémon whose energy is insufficient to support the molt, but it is full of problems for Gabite. Looking at Xing, who was deep in thought and frowning, Drake smiled, then took out a book and handed it to Cynthia beside him, saying, "You will hand it to him later." After Cynthia took the book, Drake stepped aside and jumped down. Cynthia was stunned for a moment, but he was not worried. Soon, a white ray of light lit up, and then Drake, dressed in a black robe, wearing a white mask, and dressed as an executioner, appeared in front of the two riding a Flygon. "Salamence, take care of them." Watching Salamence, Drake threw a pokeball and ordered, "Roar!" Lifting his front foot and putting the pokeball into the space bracelet, Salamence yelled in understanding. Looking at Xing and Cynthia, Drake waved his hand and directly steered the Flygon towards the other direction of the sea. "Please, Salamence." Standing up and walking to the front, Xing took out a box of energy cubes from the space bracelet. Salamence, who had just eaten the energy cubes 2 days ago, had a bright, eye and turned his head to bite the box. Roar! With a cry, Salamence patted his chest with his forelegs, with an expression of covering me. Smiling, Xing went back to Cynthia and sat down again, continuing to study the breeder plan, and Cynthia took out a bag of food and ate it. Time passed slowly like this. A day later, Sleepy Star and Cynthia looked at the scene on the sea in amazement. Countless dragon Pokémon gathered together, forming a monstrous wave and heading towards the sea in one direction. As far as the eye can see, whether it is soaring in the sky or the sea, regardless of whether there is a dragon attribute or not, all Pokémon with dragon blood in their bodies are rushing in the same direction. For a moment, under such a big event as Xing Minka Dragon Conference, no one dares to hit the attention of these Pokémon. In such a terrifying situation, any trainer who dared to do something would probably be killed directly. Xing could feel that there were several terrifying eyes staring at this place from nowhere, and the most terrifying one came from the sky. Under the blessing of Yazili, Beifengli, Fighting Family, and the system, Xing has a strong perception, but at this moment it has become a shortcoming. Those gazes with endless majesty made him a little breathless. This is just the Dragon Conference of the Hoenn region, which is so terrifying. In the history of the Pokémon world, the real Dragon Conference that swept the entire world was held only once, and it was so shocking and magical. Zero asked for flowers. Suppressing all his emotions, Xing managed to regain his composure. Fortunately, he had faced Suicune and Giratina before, and this level of power was still bearable. At this time, Xing and Cynthia had already put on their disguises, both in black robes and white masks, looking at the dragon Pokémon soaring in the sky and the sea. Xing prepared several outfits for the executioner, just a black robe and a mask. The cost is as low as a meal, and with a little modification, Cynthia can also change into it. Among them are some dragon Pokémon who cannot walk in soaring in the sky or in the sea. Assist uses the power of other Pokémon to go to the place where the Dragon Conference is held. For example, there is a Viridian, which is carried by an Altaria to Dragon Island. Zero. Interestingly enough, Viridian is a Pokémon that has wings but can't fly, just like Sizer. The function of its wings is not to fly, but to receive sunlight to warm the body, so as to prevent the body temperature from being too low and affecting the ability to move. Sizer flaps its wings to lower the body temperature, so as not to melt the body and affect its actions. It can be said that it is similar but opposite Pokémon. During the observation, Xing and Cynthia could see other trainers from time to time, including the younger generation who received invitations and hosts like Drake. Some of them are camouflaged and some are exposed, but they're all the same for meteors that can be scanned by the system. But suddenly, Cynthia leaned close to Xing's ear and whispered, "Xiaobai, I saw my good friend. Let's go there later." Question mark. Xing slowly put out a question mark. To be reasonable, according to Cynthia's personality, it is difficult for normal people to make friends with her, except for a normal person like himself. Wait a minute, good friend. However, a flash of inspiration flashed, and Xing remembered his setting in that world. Following Cynthia's gaze, Xing immediately spotted a figure with the same golden long hair as Cynthia normal. The face is as beautiful as Cynthia's, but there is depression between the eyebrows, uncontrollable irritability on the face, bloodshot eyes, and it seems that the contest condition is very bad. Psychic on the verge of losing control, no different from Sabrina, normal, who never broke through to elite. As the only one of the same kind in Sabrina's eyes, Xing has naturally kept in touch with her and consulted with Psychic about cultivation from time to time. At the same time, Xing also learned that, similar to Sabrina, a Psychic with such a strong talent as himself will have the possibility of losing control and changing his temperament when he awakens. It's just that when Xing awakened, there was a change, and a large amount of spiritual power was turned into resources to give birth to the birth of the power of the ghost. So he didn't lose control, but it also slowed down the progress of the promotion. So when Xing awakened, he was only at the intermediate level, while Sabrina was at the quasi-elite level upon awakening. Although the follow-up breakthrough to elite stabilized the mental power, Sabrina's personality has been fixed, and there is a huge difference from ordinary people, although Xing feels normal. At this time, Katlia in front of Xing seemed to be facing such a problem. She had terrifying power, but she couldn't control it, and her mind was tortured. 940 Cynthia also discovered Katlia's condition and murmured worriedly, "Obviously, I was much better before I came out. Why did it become like this? Xiao bai. Let's find Leah, shall we?" Pulling Xing's sleeve, Cynthia begged, wanted to go to Katlia's side and help her. Rubbing Cynthia's head, Xing comforted, "Wait a minute, it's not safe now. We'll find another opportunity after we get to the island. You use the communicator to communicate with Katlia first." "Oh." Hearing Xing's words, Cynthia calmed down, took out the communicator, and started sending messages. Looking at Cynthia in front of him, and at Katlia riding on a quasi-god Pokémon Metag in the distance, Xing roughly guessed. According to the system's scan, the extremely high-level power in Cynthia can appease Katlia's psychic, who is about to go berserk. The reason why Cynthia came out to travel should be that during the long time with Katlia, psychic, who was on the verge of going berserk, was appeased. But obviously neither of them knew about it, and thought that Katlia had completed the control by herself, so that Cynthia had no worries and started to travel. But to be honest, the energy hidden in Cynthia is too deep. If it is not for the system, Xing can be sure that even a beast like Suicune would not be able to find it. The final result is that after Cynthia left, Psychic, who was calmed down by Katlia, began to lose control again. But recently, Katlia finally couldn't hold on anymore, so she came directly to Hoenn to look for Cynthia, so she appeared on the way to Dragon Island. In Xing's eyes, Katlia suddenly stopped looking around, frowned, took out the communicator, and then showed a happy expression. "Here," Cynthia also whispered, "Xiao bai, I've finished posting. Let's go to Dragon Island quickly." Nodding, Xing took 2 steps forward and lowered his voice to Salamence. "Salamence, can we speed up? How about Senior Drake?" Hearing Xing's words, Salamence nodded first, then shook his head again, and then directly swung Blood Red's dual wing beat. The speed suddenly increased dramatically. Sensing the imposing manner of flying Long Tian King, the Pokémon along the way dodged one after another, and the eyes of many trainers were also attracted. "Elite Salamence, is that Drake?" "It shouldn't be. News came from the north of Dragon Island yesterday that Drake has already boarded. Elite-level Salamence is rare, and I don't know why these 2 people landed on the island." Regardless of these figures who were talking about it, Katlia looked at the 2 figures on the back of Salamence who flew away, but her eyes were shining. "Sister Cynthia, I found you." Afterwards, Katlia swept away the gloom and irritability between her brows, and with a joyful smile on her face, she connected to Medding's spirit. "Medong, speed up." Sensing Trainer's emotions, the magnetic force on Metag's body changed suddenly, and the speed increased rapidly, but the gap with the main-level Salamence was still too close. And in the sea that Katlia didn't notice, a Malamar who had been watching her side helplessly and chased after her. Malamar exudes terrifying elite-level power, causing all Pokémon blocking the way to evade. Katlia is also backed by a powerful force. How could she be allowed to travel alone with a super genius like her who would lose control and be in danger anytime? Soon, the figures of Xing, Cynthia, and Katlia quickly disappeared in this sea area sky. The scene of 10,000 dragons coming is still continuous. A few days later, on the edge of a huge island, 2 executioners of similar stature looked into the distance. As if they were expecting something, they were Xing and Cynthia. But Cynthia is waiting for Katlia's arrival. Xing's eyes are actually locked on the system light screen in front of him. The Dragon Island in Legendary is actually moving all the time, and is guarded by the power of unknown gods. No wonder, except for the opening time of the Dragon Conference, no trainer can find the location. Looking at the system scan of Dragon's Den in front of him, Xing thought thoughtfully that this dragon's island is many times more high-end than the dragon's den of Yulong family. But what I want should be available here. A smile appeared on his face, and Xing was quite satisfied. The higher the level of Dragon Island, the easier it is to realize his goal. At this time, Cynthia looked expectantly into the distance, waiting for Catlia's arrival. Although it seems unreliable at ordinary times, Cynthia is the leader of the younger generation after all, both in terms of strength and wisdom, are at the peak level. She naturally understood that Catlia was different from herself. Before psychic was under control, let alone combat power, it would be good if she didn't hurt herself. How could the forces behind Catlia not send out means to protect her? Naturally, Cynthia would not worry about Catlia's safety. Suddenly, Xing felt a communicator vibrate on his body. A strange look appeared in his eyes, and then he quickly restrained himself. One by one trainer landed on the island one after another. After seeing Cynthia and Xing, they simply took a look and walked towards the island. Before the Dragon Conference starts, they need to find some resources and treasures for cultivating Pokémon. The most important point is to find the ethnic group of the big dragon Pokémon, participate in the race assessment, and obtain the race inheritance. This is the most important point. Xing, in particular, needs to find multiple races at one go, including quasi-god races, to obtain resources and inheritances as the foundation for future breeder Pokémon. It is far more difficult than other trainers, especially Xing's little dragons. I don't know if there are any ethnic groups living on this dragon island, which is also what worries Xing the most. But just as Xing was thinking, a figure flew over from the sea area. It was Catlia. After seeing Xing and Cynthia, she felt something. Catlia's eyes lit up. She jumped off meditating, and her soft body landed in Xing's arms. Sister Julan, let's go to you.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.